What's that? Um, but the last one, yeah, is about the knowledge. We're supposed to bring it back, and then the world has to decide which way they want to follow.
I have never heard any specific names or people. I don't know if they're spirit beings or what. There's many versions of the 7 fire prophecies, and they're very similar. First one was a warning for us to flee the East Coast because there was pale-faced people coming. And that led our migration a journey across the Great Lakes into Minnesota.
Where do you feel the first one was obviously met? Do you have an opinion on where you're at with the others?
I think we're at the 7th, to gain the knowledge back after the boarding schools and stuff. We lost all our knowledge, but it was not all of it. It was hidden away. We were taught not to even look for it. But now with a lot of American Indian movement, things like that, sovereignty, all those issues kind of coming more to light. And I see more education for our tribal languages and things around the communities. That knowledge, bring it back.
I appreciate you coming up, 7th Warrior, and demonstrating, questioning your beliefs. You definitely can. And I hope that you keep asking questions.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And can I get some W's in chat for 7th Warrior?
I have so many more questions, but they're not relevant to this live.
Well, then let's follow 7th Warrior.
Yeah, definitely. It was very refreshing after the first several guests.
That was amazing. I loved that. That was a great conversation.
That was incredible.
And if you can
incredible. We're not here to denounce our higher power or something like that. Why?
And what? And can you really question? The music keeps... Hello, J.Hugh. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hold on.
You were very quiet.
Hello?
There you go. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power?
In Jesus Christ?
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yep.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, yeah. I've been, I think I converted when I was 17, about to be 18. So I had some time to read all the way to Revelation. And then kind of as time goes on, I'm still reading it right now. Just going over some more things to
And you believe the stories within it to be true.
like these stories, which particular ones? Like
Let's
everything.
start with the very beginning. Do you
Genesis.
believe? Yeah. Do you believe the six?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that. I do believe like the word is like the inspired word of God. But like I would say, uh, as far as like the 6-day creation, I know there's like many um different interpretations with things, especially like how I don't even know the word, man. I'm sorry. But it can be very figurative, like uses a lot of figurative speech. So I mean I don't take every single word.
Do you think it's speaking figuratively about 6 days,
Yeah, I mean, because
not 6 literal
yeah,
sun up,
yeah,
sundown days?
scientifically that wouldn't make sense.
I see.
hmm
But do you believe the periods in this order was how he created it?
Um, that's something I definitely would like just have to research a lot more. Genesis, I have like uh even like seeing some documents where people like do like deep dives in Genesis. I probably have to look at those sources. They're very interesting to read about like the time periods, what the like the first day meant, and the third day, because like there's many uh place the moon, and then the lower not the low
3 days later.
yeah 3 days later about like the sun and the moon, and like even in those like that's something to question. And I do remember, like, correct me if I'm wrong, like I literally have to go back, but like would just like let there be light and just let there be light, you know.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Even
so
though
like,
it says that he doesn't really make the sun until the 4th day.
well, like that's the thing, right? When you go into it,
Yeah.
is with the words, like I again,
If you
yeah,
don't know, that you don't know.
yeah, but like that's something
What about the other
I get your point.
contradictions in there? Are there other contradictions, like between the texts themselves?
I really don't believe there's contradictions per se in the Bible.
So there's no spots where it says one thing in one chapter and another thing in another.
I've definitely seen a lot of claims about contradictions, especially with the New Testament, but just with like speech theory and how we communicate and how things happen. I don't believe like the Gospels contradict or anything like that.
You don't believe the Gospels contradict?
Mm-mm.
What
Well,
about the
I know
Old
there's
Testament? Do you think there's anything in the Old Testament that contradicts?
from the arguments that I've heard. Yeah.
So we were just talking about Genesis and the order of creation.
Mm-hmm.
You know how it says that things were made in this particular order, with light being first, and then the separation of the waters and the firmament, and then the animals, and then the man and the woman, in that very particular order.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the second chapter, it starts with before there were plants, because there's no water and no man. He makes water come up, and he makes a man, and then he makes the plants, and then he makes the animals, and then he makes a story, right?
Yeah. No, like again, I definitely get your point in all these things, and like again, personal belief probably would be like, okay, a little biased. I had to do more research, right? That's how it sounds like from an outside perspective, and from like just logic, because I mean that's something where I do try to like do some research specifically in Genesis, because it's just like a head scramble most times, and I don't particularly believe like it's the most important thing for like salvation. I haven't like dove into it fully.
If Genesis isn't, then what is the sin that Jesus is supposedly being sacrificed for?
Well, the sin of literally what you see every day, right? I mean,
What do you mean? What is sin?
just as against love, because you know even the Bible says God is love. So just going against God, which is love, not loving like just God is love, right? But as a person, I do believe God is a person. That's just loving, right? And
I'm
you
sorry,
know,
you're saying a lot of loving. Uh,
my
can you
bad.
kind of slow that down?
Yeah, let me try to against love. Simple baseline.
Sin is an act against love.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no act of love that could be sin.
That's what the Bible says. You know, there's no law against
The
love,
Bible
but it also defines in like First Corinthians, like what love is, or Second Corinthians.
What about the sin of lust?
Lust. I mean, lust is like, what do you mean? Like lust as just lusting for a woman, lusting for a man, like having that fleshly desire. Uh, Jesus defines, you know, lust in a way like if you even look at a woman or a man and lust after her, like, you know, kind of like undressing her, him or her with your eyes, you already committed adultery with them in your heart.
is that only if you're married, though, or they're married? So, like, you can lust after anybody else
Yeah, I mean, if you
if you're
lust,
not married.
lust for somebody, but
Uh-oh.
I mean that's just human nature at this point.
Are you saying it's human nature to sin?
Yeah,
Who made humans with that nature?
well, with that nature, you added that nature, and God made humans, but He didn't give us that nature. Kind of gave
didn't?
us a choice for it. You know, like
What do
that's
you mean?
like with going back to the story, like what we were just talking about, the story of
Yeah.
Adam and Eve.
I thought you just said that.
Believe like even like again, I did say it's inspired by God. How what the interpretations may be, like that's
So if there were
all.
contradictions within Genesis between 1 and 2, wouldn't that call into question the truth of both of them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's something I just would
all
need
the
to
rest
research
of
more.
the Adam and Eve story, wouldn't it?
Could you repeat your question? I'm sorry. I did
That would call into question the rest of the Adam and Eve story, wouldn't it?
Well,
The one
yeah.
where God tells them that lie about eating the fruit, and then they go on to eat the fruit and then not die for 900 years. That story. So that wouldn't be true anymore.
Yeah, that's like presupposing like it's just not true and everything. But
So then what's the sin?
the sin, I already defined sin. Or like what do you mean like sin?
Act
The sin that
against
they
love.
did?
An act against love.
Yeah. And specifically like with Adam and Eve, like, you know, they were allowed to have the choice to know.
Adam and Eve.
Huh?
Why are we back to Adam and Eve, though? Where's the sin there?
The sin is that they, you know, they chose to know about between good and evil. Like
They chose to know.
Yeah.
Is that what?
Because you did say what originally
The sin
like
was
started
choosing to know. How is that an act against love?
Going against God's command. Like I said,
How is
God
God's
is love.
command love?
God is love.
How would you
And
verify that?
how would you verify that? Just
Yeah,
by his character, his grace. I mean,
the
even with
character of the
Jesus,
God that said that he created evil.
he created evil. Are you talking about what is that, Isaiah?
Yeah,
Yeah. So I mean, even the Hebrew word is like calamity, right? Not moral evil.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Is
Because
it
I
not the same evil for the
no,
knowledge of good and evil?
the same word or the same meaning. Because I mean, words can have different meanings based on the context that you use it in.
Is it the same word?
I probably wouldn't know.
That's fair.
I mean, if it is, I grant you that. I just, like again, words can definitely change with meaning. Like, you have one word that means different things based on how you're using it, right? Like you have that in many different words and the definitions of it. He definitely let us choose between knowing good and evil. That's like,
He let us choose.
we were made, just
Did he
knowing
know what
good.
choice we would make?
Yeah, God is all knowing.
So he let us do what he knew we would do.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Knowing that he would punish those who do that.
Well, you still have a choice,
Is there
regardless.
a choice? What choice?
Yeah, the one that you make. I mean, like even right now, right? I have a choice to literally everything that I'm gonna do tomorrow. Doesn't mean I don't have a choice to go against
Are
that.
you sure you can choose to do what God doesn't know you'll do?
I mean, I can choose to say one word. I can choose to say another word. Like I can control my. Yes, I do believe I have free will.
What is free will?
The ability to choose or like to make decisions. I guess you can't choose everything, right? Depending on your circumstances.
Depending.
But
So it's dependent will.
yeah, I mean, I
So why would you
don't
say it's
believe
free will?
because I don't believe free will is like you can literally do anything. Like I can't
So then it's
literally
not
create
free.
the plane. Again, I wouldn't really
What is it
uh
free of?
free of what? What you mean?
You say it's free will. What is it free of? What is the freedom?
Free of your choosing. Like free, if you have this choice
Free
between
of your
choose A,
choosing. What does that
B,
mean?
or C.
What does
Yeah.
free of your choosing mean?
So, like, let's say you have an argument with somebody. You have the free will, the choices to either get mad at them, to forgive them, to just walk away. You have many different choices that you can make, and you
Are they
have the
limited?
will to do that. Hmm?
Are the choices limited?
Yeah.
What
Just
the
because they're
limited
limited
will?
doesn't mean they aren't free. What do you mean?
Are you talking about constrained choice when you say free will?
I mean, if you want to classify as that, sure. I really don't have a problem with that.
And what are the choices again?
Just choosing between loving God or loving yourself, or back to Adam and Eve, loving, uh, just knowing the good and evil, or just following
Just
God's
knowing the
command.
good and evil.
I mean, that was kind of like the choice, right? God gave the commands to send the sheep to do well.
Fascinating. We keep getting back here. Raccoon's got her hand up.
So, by your definition, sin is going against love, correct?
Yeah, I would believe so.
So, by your definition, God is capable of sin?
God is capable of sin. Huh? I don't believe that.
So, you're saying that everything
But
God did is in love?
yeah, love, justice. I mean, God has
I
more
wonder
qualities than just love.
what was loving about the flood?
The flood. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, God, again, I do believe God is a just God. I mean, a loving God, but he's also just. So, I mean, I would say the loving part, if you want to focus on love, is kind of like love for good and seeing the wickedness, seeing the evil that people were constantly in this and gets
That
rid of it.
he created and gave them the free will to choose?
Yeah.
How is
So
that
just
loving if they are acting within the parameters that he set?
because
If
you have
he
a choice to do
if
good
he
and evil.
loved
Yes,
if he loved them, why would he allow them to act in ways that would ultimately lead to their destruction?
I mean, literally, that's why I kind of went back to Adam and Eve a lot of the times, just because it states right there, like, God created us just knowing good. Like, we were never supposed to learn what evil was.
If
But
we were not supposed to, why would the option exist?
because then at the end of the day, it's us to love him. We have the choice, like, to love him or to choose to, okay, go against him.
Is
You
it
know,
really free or a choice if you don't choose the way that he wants you to love or the way that he wants you to live? If you get fucking wiped out, is that really a choice? Is that really love?
uh, back again. Yes, because if you're not able to choose, you're just like a robot forced into loving God. I mean, if God forced you to love him, just
Okay.
love him, I don't think that would be loving.
Okay, let me tell you this. If I tell you, if I'm standing in front of you and I'm saying, you love me, and if you don't, is that actually a choice?
You still have a choice to do so.
You do have a choice, but if the consequence
And
is
you
losing
said,
everyone you
actually,
love, what kind of a choice is that?
well, you phrase it in a
Would you
way,
look at me and say I was a loving person if I was holding a something something to your face and saying, all y'all can get it unless you love me? Do you think I'm a loving person at that point?
well, with your parameters, obviously not. But
What's the difference between what the scenario that I just laid out and the scenario of Sodom and Gomorrah or the scenario of the flood, where you're given this quote
because
unquote
in their
choice?
scenario, they're literally committing an injustice. They're committing sin. They're committing things that I believe even you
And
look,
you and
can
your
I
family.
finish? Can I finish?
Sure.
Would you call a judge just if he didn't punish a rapist?
Jehu,
Like, like,
Jehu,
yeah.
asking Raccoon a question isn't gonna help you question your beliefs, is it?
Well, that's kind of just clarification on that thing about the justice, because I'm trying to like just set a baseline for like God's justice, essentially. Uh, she's making a argument based on like, hey, if you don't love me, if you don't do this, then I will commit this on you.
Mhm.
Presupposing that person is just an innocent person, hasn't done anything wrong, and is forced to love this person. In the
When
Sodom and Gomorrah case, they're literally wicked people doing wicked
even the
things. And
children?
God is believe. Uh, again, back to the fall. Forced to love this person. In the
When
Sodom and Gomorrah case, punishing the again back.
Noah and his family?
Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Evil babies is what you're saying? It was just?
no, I don't believe babies are evil.
Well, then how do you reconcile the idea that God is love when, to me, right, looking at it through my very limited perspective, granted, that to me seems evil as fuck. That doesn't
Well,
speak of love to me.
well, again, God isn't judging the babies. God is judging the wicked people. The babies they
Oh,
suffer
that's just collateral
because
damage?
essentially so because of the father's sins. You know, like
What
even right
what
now.
choice, what free will did the babies have?
Well, free will, like they literally just got wiped out, spawn camp, basically.
So free will's a myth?
How they didn't even have they didn't have
They
the
have no
cognitive
choice, right?
ability. They didn't even develop the cognitive ability to make a free will choice. So
Right.
I
Are you
don't know
wiping
how
out the
that would.
mind?
You're making like a false equivalence
How so?
because they didn't have the cognitive ability to even make a free will choice. So when you
Then why were they
questioning
wiped out?
because of the sins of the fathers. Like God chose
What?
to flood uh like God chose as a punishment to
Sins of
flood
the
the whole.
fathers.
Yeah, I mean it literally again it would be collateral. It was what I'm trying to say essentially the
I said
babies
it's
that went,
okay.
yeah.
So it's okay to do that to babies as long as the
Where does the
parents
Bible teach
are
that?
horrible.
Like it doesn't like no. God doesn't
Well,
even
this is
do
what
that.
you're
Like,
saying, though. Sins of the father.
the sins of the father, because
This
that's
is
what
the law of
caused
God.
God's wrath, and that's why they got
I thought it
wiped
was
out.
the love of God.
Huh?
This is the love of God.
This is the love of God. This is the justice of God, wiping out those people, getting rid of them.
You co-signed that? You like that?
With wiping out babies. You want to point
Hmm.
to. Again, I don't believe God is judging the babies, but as collateral, as a sinful world that we live in, that is a choice that God made. And yeah, I would justify God in such things.
How is that love?
Love for justice and good. But again,
How is
since
that
we're in a
good?
sinful world, literally our actions, my actions can affect somebody else that hasn't even sinned. If I chose to let's say unalive somebody, I mean, I don't particularly say, hey, God judged that person and God unalive that person because I chose to do this. You know, in that case, God literally flooded the whole earth. And the children were also involved. They didn't have even the ability to make a cognitive, like free will choice. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if God chooses to just take the children out so they can avoid that suffering, avoid that wickedness, that is God's choice. Where I'm more just than God, I really don't believe so. And if that's how God chose to do it, yes, I definitely do agree with God in that sense. Again, the Bible doesn't teach killing children. Well, unaliving infants is right.
And by example, it does, if not by scripture.
The Bible doesn't.
Wild.
I don't have any more questions. mean, I do.
Yeah, I'm kind of just sickened at this point. Like, ooh, you're gonna. All right, that's okay with you? All right.
Yeah,
I wasn't gonna touch that one anymore.
someone's definitely not questioning their beliefs. Maybe there were some questions I should have asked. I know there were. Yeah, it's just sad. It's terrifyingly sad. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. Accept cookies, that is a very good question. Hello, Chandra. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Chandra, did you mean to join us? Okay. Well, I see how it is.
Not a single belief to question.
Not a one. I mean, I probably use a questioning or two.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But he's been waiting a long time. Hello, Kingfisher. Are you with us?
Hello.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
19 years old.
You said 19. And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I am a practicer of Norse paganism.
And by practicer, do you mean that you believe that the Norse gods actually exist and interact with this world in some physical way?
I believe they actually exist, but not so literally as to have a physical form.
In what way do they exist?
In some sort of spiritual, incorporeal way.
What is spiritual?
A state that is, at least to my understanding, a state that is beyond a physical.
A state that is beyond physical plane and beyond scientific explanation. What makes you even think that such a state exists?
My own personal gnosis.
In saying your own personal gnosis, what is it that you gnosis? What have you gnosis? I can't make it past tense.
could you perhaps reword that so I might be able to
Right, it would probably be a little more sensible for me to do that. So, what is it that you're saying that you have come to know? No side. What is it? Some experience or some a thought that occurred to you?
my own experience.
And some experience you've had tells you that another state of existence beyond this exists.
Exists. Not that it's emphatically true, but that it could and might.
What, in your experience, indicates that?
The gods in Norse mythology, in various unexplainable events.
Can you give me an example of one of these events that indicates there's a god of Norse mythology that exists?
I have given offering and prayed to the Norse god Tyr in hopes of righting a wrong that was done to me, and later on, that person that had done this, for some reason, had decided to just throw the rest of their life away and become a worse person, and that actually got them the consequences that I felt as though they needed. Whether or not this is actually the god tier that had done this, I do not know. I think it might have been.
So you prayed to a god that someone would get their comeuppance, and their comeuppance came in the form of them becoming worse and receiving a harsh punishment.
Yes.
So the god influenced them in.
Yes, as I in this person.
Your formation of practices bearing fruit. Was there anything else that maybe was something beyond the easily explained that has happened? Or is it kind of just one of those confirmation ties? Either one is fine. Either one is fine. Don't get me wrong. But I am curious.
It has been more of confirmation ties, because anything that I can't outright explain or rationalize, I do not think has happened yet so far.
Do you think that the spiritual and scientific explanation are mutually exclusive?
You define mutually exclusive for me.
Do you think that you can have a something that is explained by science and still hold some kind of spiritual belief about that thing, even if you have a scientific explanation of it? Like, can those two ideas exist together? Or if you have a scientific explanation of a thing, you can no longer have a spiritual one?
Yes, you can have those two beliefs together.
Okay. Which explanation usually has more authority for you in your belief system?
I typically try and go with the scientific explanations first.
Does that lessen your belief in Thor?
Thor himself was Thor himself was never said to be the controller of lightning within Norse mythology.
You say was?
Yes, as that's more of a modern conceptualization because of the myth in which he rode into battle carrying a storm with him.
Kind of. So, what is the nature of Thor for you?
The nature of Thor, I view his strength that is said in myth to be that of equal to a storm, not necessarily him controlling storms themselves or lightning.
Are there any aspects of gods that essentially bleed into the realm of Midgard that you would attribute to their actions in another plane?
So, as for example, if hypothetically Thor was fighting a Jotun that would cause a storm over in reality,
Mm. Like, do you believe that to be true?
no.
So, are the gods more a symbol of things you experience? Like a metaphor for things you experience, or a explanation for things you Thor? Like when you see, well, you've said that you don't associate Thor with storms, which is wild to me, but that's okay. You don't see the things that you experience in nature as being aspects of gods on a different plane. Leading through to this one.
No, I don't.
Okay. But you did say that Tyr's justice, even though he is on a different plane, may have bled into your experience on this realm.
Um, Interpretations of what you said. Mine is. I thought you meant as in like something that the gods had potentially physically done in another realm bleeding over. You, what did you necessarily mean by that? And could you be more specific?
No, you're right. So I was asking about two different things. So when we're looking at Norse mythos, we're looking so let's compare the experience that you have with Thor with the experience you have with Tyr, right? You don't believe that the action does support that. That's not something you believe, right? You don't believe that what we're experiencing here with the thunder and lightning is linked to anything that Thor is doing on the other realm. But you do think that the gods can or do cross realms to influence your fortunes? Like, I guess I'm wondering where the distinction is. Where you believe a god would traverse realms to influence your experience, Am I making sense?
I would have to say that it is highly dependent on what is actually happening, more so to speak, rather than just if and when.
Do you
As
think
to say, they would only go into interfere if I were to pray, rather than they would just influence. I would say that it's more like what is actually happening rather than prayer versus just them doing it.
so? A storm is just a storm unless somebody prayed for it. Then it's a god.
Hmm? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it highly depends on what is actually happening. If you prayed for the storm and the storm happened, it could be a god. If the storm itself just happened, it could be a god, but doesn't necessarily always mean that it was.
So, are the gods to you conscious beings, or are they? Ugh, yeah. Okay. Actually, I think you already answered that question.
How do we determine God storms from not God storms? Before you answer, sorry, I gotta make sure that I think Day Reaper, Barfing Toaster, Raccoon, Jimmy B, Lava Traction, Donna B, Bats, Amore, both sidesing, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Morgan LeFay, and Rooted in the Pines. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. How do you tell a God storm from a not God storm?
There's no real way to tell the difference. You can't necessarily do anything that would tell you whether or not it is.
Why would you assume that any storm is a God storm then?
It would be just as irrational to say that every storm is never a God storm.
Why is it irrational to say that there are no gods involved in storms?
Because you can't necessarily definitively prove that there isn't a God.
Right, but doesn't one of those take fewer assumptions than the other?
One of those does take fewer assumptions, but just because it takes fewer assumptions doesn't mean that the latter, which takes more, isn't true.
Do you know what parsimony is?
I'm familiar with the name. Could you enlighten me?
Occam's razor would be the simplest explanation. Was it, given all things being equal, the simplest explanation is most likely true. Or as both sides put it, the explanation that proposes the least entities is more likely.
But yeah, the one that makes the fewest assumptions. So if one of those takes more assumptions, does that mean it is more or less likely to be true?
Less likely doesn't mean definitively it won't and is not true.
No, it doesn't.
I want to, if it's okay, I want to ask you one of the questions on the prompt. Why do you believe in the Norse gods?
Because the Norse gods and deities align closely with my values as a person. Um, in particular to stuff like the Havamal, the Wise Words of Odin. Before I read them, I knew of the Havamal. I sort of was already doing those actions, aligning myself closely with those. And as I read the Havamal, again, they still aligned with who I was even before I read it.
I understand that. I definitely understand that. Has there ever been any other work of literature that you have the ethics and morals or worldview or structure? Has there been any other work?
Outside of Norse paganism or inside of Norse paganism?
Outside of it.
Nothing that's fresh in my mind right now.
Oh. Okay. There's a really cool writing that is, I don't know if you're familiar with Drizzt Do'Urden. So it's a series written by R.A. Salvatore, and the Tao of Drizzt Do'Urden is full of really wise ways of looking at the world and navigating moral dilemmas and how to gain wisdom from tough situations and how to anyway, incredible piece of literature. If I was to tell you writing because it speaks to me, what would give, do you think that I would have any authority in saying that my belief is based on this and that I believe in the drow, I believe in these different folk, these different species based on this writing? Would you give it any credence, do you think?
It would mostly depend on your interpretation of the actual writing itself. If you took the text to a utmost literal standpoint, my credence would be lessened. But if you were to have some other interpretation that wasn't so literal, then I might have more credence upon it.
Do you take the Havamal literally?
No, not so literally.
What does that mean?
As in, don't I don't look around the room for every corner of the room for do exactly as the Havamal says to a literal standpoint.
Why?
I guess I'd have to say I just don't.
Are you sure? Like by line, maybe not. Maybe you don't look around for people, waiting in the wings with their dagger drawn. But do you walk into a space and assess the situation? Vibe check?
Yes, general vibe check, yes.
How is that not Havamal stanza 1? Mm.
It could be.
You said the values matched your own. The values that you already held before you read the Havamal were already yours.
Yeah, something similar, not
Mhm.
not quite exact.
If you were to read another text and its values aligned even more closely with yours, the ones you already hold, would you then believe in that text and that pantheon?
Hmm. Believe or worship?
Let's start with belief.
As I say believe, I believe that the gods of every pantheon might exist.
Every pantheon, even the ones most recently created, the ones people admit to creating.
Yes, well, isn't religion itself a man-made concept?
I don't know. Is it?
I believe so that it is.
If it is a man made concept, if all gods are just the creations of men, then why believe there are any at all?
Are the gods required for you to practice the way you do?
No.
Hmm.
I would say just because they could be man made, it doesn't mean that necessarily they might not exist.
Do you ever get tired of it? Or are you just a glutton for punishment?
What the hell?
Where
What the fuck?
He's been questioned a lot.
He's been questioned like so intensely, so several times. Good for you, Kingfisher. I admire this.
I have never questioned him. All right, hell yeah.
I'm glad you're here for this then.
And I've been here, probably not every time he's been here, but most of them at the Ringer. And he came back, and then he came back to get questioned by Kiera, who is like very intense. Good for you.
Yeah, for me, questioning my beliefs allows me to rationalize them better and reinforce them.
Same.
You're doing great.
And before you came in, like I'm a shotgun blast. What was the last question? What was the last question that I was asked?
I think you answered it, because I think I waited until you answered it to ask, but I don't remember what it was.
Before Morgan's question, I had asked you if you, I just said why. Why then would you believe that these gods exist? But I ask you that all the damn time.
Yeah, Thrayle,
Great talk, Kat.
You're cutting all the way out.
I was just asking if he thought you might get it. Oh, well, I still have bars. Fuck me.
You're asking. You're asking if I might get a better answer.
If you think you're gonna get a different answer every time.
I do get a different answer every time.
Fair enough.
Because he questions it.
I know, he's one of those that's really good at the exercise.
To answer your question, I would say that just because they could be man made concepts doesn't necessarily mean that they don't exist and that they shouldn't be worshipped.
If they are man-made concepts, why would you worship them?
Because it's also, in a way, venerating and honoring, such as theater is would be the concept. Venerating and honoring the concept is also didn't the concept of law, justice, and order.
What do you get from that worship?
I might need a little bit more time on that one. Get back
I
to me.
love that. I love that. I'm sitting over here grinning. I can't wait to hear your answer. It doesn't have to be right now or today, but I want to know. So, I mean, you know where to find me. That's really good.
The question itself is more like, what do I get out of worshiping the Norse gods?
Not necessarily. What do you get out of worshiping the concept of honor? What do you get out of worshiping the concept of the storm? What do you get out of worshiping the concept of justice? If these are anthropomorphized, essentially like archetypes of a thing, and
Like,
maybe
what
not
makes
even
them
an
worthy of
actual
worship?
thing, what do you get out of venerating that idea, that concept? Why worship? Why venerate? Why honor? What is it you're getting? They may not be physical beings. They may not even be spiritual beings. What are you getting from your worship of?
It's a great question.
And I think it's completely appropriate to take some time on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, do get back to me on that one.
Love
This
that.
would be a great time for me to thank everybody for 60,000 likes. There's 100 of us in the room or more. And if we all tap that screen, we can probably get a few more. Maybe several more people who can question their beliefs.
Do the gods need to exist for them to be meaningful?
No, I've answered it before as
Yeah, I thought you
they
might have answered it before, but I couldn't remember.
as to me they're also conceptualizations of the concepts that they rule over. As in theater being the concept of fairness, law, order, Freya, love, beauty, war.
What makes this pantheon worthy of worship over others?
Makes any other pantheon worthy of worship over others. It just
Oh, I'm
depends
not
on what
necessarily
you decide.
asking, like, in comparison. I'm asking more so, like, for you.
I'd say again, nothing necessarily makes this pantheon worthy for me. It's simply the pantheon that I have chosen.
Why this one then?
Again, because this pantheon has had values that I closely align myself to. Even before studying the Norse pantheon, I've had some of these similar values.
I would say that's worthy.
Have you explored the values of other pagan belief systems? Or was it kind of like, I found it, I'm good?
I would say it has been like I found it, I'm good.
If somebody brought forth a belief system that also shared in these values and some of the stories or archetypes, do you think that you would be open to changing your belief system or adopting other beliefs?
if this belief were to have concepts that I resonate with, then I might adopt some of those concepts into my own personal belief. But as to fully change, I'm not so sure.
What would be required to fully change?
Again, I don't necessarily know what would be required for me to fully change my beliefs.
So, based upon, like, if I came to you and I had deep knowledge of Gaulish paganism, for example, and I knew someone who understood whatever scraps of writings we had available from that belief system, I could tell you some stories of their gods, I could tell you their practices, I could tell you their ritual, and if it made sense to you, if what would it take for you to shift from the Norse belief system to the Gaulish belief system?
Or the Slavic.
A lot of similarities between all of those, actually.
I think it's the similarities that makes it even harder for me to just switch. Um, Again, that's something I can't be fully certain of, as I just don't know as of right now.
What I would love for you to do, Kingfisher, and this is not a question, so I apologize in advance, is to join Morgan's Lives. Because I'm thinking if I brought the Proto-Indo-European origin of a lot of the mythos that that Norse pagans believe in and tout as their own, the themes are similar, the gods are similar. You can kind of see where these stories were originated and where they came from. I wonder if it might broaden your perspective a bit and maybe even inspire you to different. Because why these gods when the stories are similar cross-culturally?
Then why make the difference?
As I always say, the stories stay the same, only the names change.
Yeah, stories stay the same, the names change. Then what's the difference, really?
You tell me.
Then why call essentially the same beings by different names?
Why assume there are beings there?
Yeah, my question would be, what would it take for you to not believe in any gods at all?
Hmm. If some hypothetical scientific study were to come out that outright says gods do not exist, then yes. I don't necessarily, again, I don't necessarily know.
Fair answer.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
How would I know whether or not it's true?
Does it matter?
No.
Because you feel you can't know that it's true, then it doesn't matter if it comports with reality.
Could you say that again?
Because you feel that you can't know, then it doesn't matter if what you believe comports with reality.
Yes.
Can that lead to dangerous assumptions?
It could lead to dangerous assumptions, but I always try and make sure that I'm actually in the right headspace to make those assumptions.
What does that mean?
Per se, if I wasn't in the right headspace to make an assumption about something, as in I was going through a stressful event, or just wasn't mentally well at the time, then I might not make the right assumption, which could lead to a harmful assumption.
So you are the one checking your own headspace and assuming that your headspace is right for you to assume what is and isn't beyond what you can know.
Yes.
Do you see any folly in that system?
Yes, I see a folly in the system that I was.
I wonder if that might cause you to find more questions.
As in, to be questioning whether or not I was actually in the right headspace all along.
Mm-hmm. But I don't have any more questions for you for now, Kingfisher. I do appreciate you coming up. I think we've got a line of believers.
Thank you, Thrayle.
Appreciate it. And I hope you keep asking questions and come back and maybe... Oh, go ahead, Kat.
I also have to go. Will one of you set me down for a little bit?
Yes, I will set
Thank
you
you.
down.
Bye, Kingfisher. Bye, guys.
Appreciate you, Kingfisher. I'm going to set you down. Hope you keep asking questions. Rick Rude, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, 35.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods? Hello,
Sure.
God.
No, I do not.
Do you believe in any gods at all?
No, not currently.
Why not?
Mainly because I lean towards more of the scientific realm when it comes to fact, fiction, and people's personal belief system. I have my own set of beliefs that I go by.
So you lean towards your understanding of science.
Right. If I can hear it, touch it, see it, smell it, then I believe it.
So, do you feel that your senses are inerrant?
It's a good question. Not really. I just, I think what made me kind of deviate from my family's original plan for my belief system is that I've always had questions about the Bible and all the happenstances in it. Just, I have my scientific mind always overrides anything spiritual that wants to creep in. I mean, I inherently am a good person. I mean, I think we all are, but there's just things that I've been always wanting to ask the Bible. To ask people, pastors, churchgoers, anyone in that circle, and they can never answer any of my questions. And it just always bothers me that if they come to that conclusion, they tell me, "Well, you just have to believe, my son." So it just really irks me. I'm sure you could understand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you find no reason to believe in that God because your questions couldn't be answered.
Right. For the most part, all my questions never are answered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you think of what answers might say?
I don't know if you're familiar with the Bible, or if you know it, or if you know different types of belief systems, but
I've heard of a few.
okay. I just had like general questions. If you would like, I could rattle them off to you. It's not too long and not too overdrawn. They're pretty quick.
Are you saying that if your answers, if your questions were answered to your satisfaction, that might convince you of a God?
It probably would help me an awful lot. I mean, it'd probably help a lot of people if some of our questions were answered with something that would make total sense. I mean, it's just some of our, I mean, there's just I don't know how to put it. Just take my word for it type of stuff. Does that make sense? How to put it. Just take my word for it type of stuff. Does that make sense?
If the answers were satisfactory to you, then you would believe in whatever God satisfied your curiosity.
Yes, I probably would. If they were satisfactory answers and it was logical, I think I would believe it.
Would you worship a God that satisfied your curiosity?
I probably would.
Why?
Why would I believe in it?
Why would you worship it? If it satisfied your curiosity, would that be enough?
Well, I think for the most part, if everything made perfect sense to me and it was all logical and everything they told me lined up, and I would just adequate that to them being far more vastly knowledgeable than me, and it would give me hope that after I do expire from this plane of existence, that there is something there waiting for me. So, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, the old adage as if you do that, you'll be granted everlasting life, you know, with God, and if you're a bad person, then obviously there's the alternate to that, which is going to Hades, we'll say. I would tend to lead towards more of trying to be as righteous as I could and follow along with everything that aligns with being a good person. And I mean, I would tend to follow it more than probably the way that I'm living now.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not, Rick?
Does it matter to me if what I believe is true?
Yes.
Yes, it does matter to me. If someone could answer my questions, it matters a lot, actually.
I think that any human in this world will ever be able to answer your questions.
Well, it's what I would go off of is if my questions, if I was able to ask someone that would know my questions and they told me the answers I was looking for, or actually it would probably be their perspective of what would be correct. So if they unlock, it's kind of like if they were to unlock a key that I'm missing, because in my heart I want to believe so badly, but it's just I know that scientifically nothing ever adds up. So that if maybe they can enlighten me with a reasoning behind why XYZ is and why I have to do XYZ. If they were to enlighten me and tell me the reasoning behind it and it was a satisfactory answer, then I would definitely probably go back to my faith. It's just I have never been able to get those answers.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Rick. Does anybody else have a question for Rick?
My question is, why did you come up on the panel? Were you looking to be asked something or to explore a line of thought?
Well, I thought maybe I would like I had these a lot, you know, probably like there are 2 or 3 questions. I was thinking that maybe someone on their panel might be more intelligent than the people I've ran into.
I appreciate your optimism. But like, okay, so what were you looking for?
Okay, so this is gonna sound a little out there, but bear with me. I've been holding this in my brain quite a while, but I'll give it my best shot here. My main problem, my main issue is, we seemed, and it kind of starts off like this. We can track DNA, mitochondrial DNA. We can track everything back as far back. I think. Oh, geez. I believe there was an Iceman up in I can't remember the mountains, exactly what range it was, but his name is Utsi. And I mean, we could track things so far back. But for some reason, the time period where Jesus existed, no one could find not one single person in that time period that has no relation to anyone on Earth, which should be totally possible because, like I said, we could track dinosaurs back to this plesiosaur is an ancestor of a crane, or this lizard or this crocodile is the ancestor to this T-Rex. We could track things, give or take, but for some reason, the time period of the Bible that all that stuff is happening, we cannot track a single person in the Bible to any lineage anywhere. Like, oh, this is Fred so and so, or this is John. He was so and so. He was John the Baptist's great uncles, aunts, sisters, brother. Like, we have there's no references to anyone in there at all. And so it bothers the heck out of me because it's like, well, if they can't track any of that, then it just didn't exist. I'm
Yeah,
sure you know what I mean.
but I mean, you got to consider that was okay. The examples that your population of a singular time period. One to let us know that these human type creatures, these I'm not scientifically anyway knowledgeable at all, but like,
No, I
okay,
understand.
one example, right?
Uh-huh.
So what makes you think that Jesus would have any empirical evidence to support his life, like, why would he have a grave? He wasn't important until after, right? As far as I'm understanding. And would it actually make a difference for your beliefs?
Well, yes, like if they found, say if they found Mary, the road led to the house where her family was at, and say, oh, this is so and so, this is Joshua, and this is his mother, and this is his father's brother, and it was tracked back to someone in our time period, like someone to track back to our time period now.
Thousands of years ago?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the reason why I give you those references, and I think it's totally possible, is because we could track dinosaurs that predates all that, and Egyptians.
Right, but like, think about how many dinosaurs existed and how many we actually have access to. One. Usually just one or two, and they're usually incomplete fossils. So like, even that information is pieced together, right? And so like, anything that we have now is also pieced together. They're very,
We also
very
have
like, yeah, we have really cool ways of carbon dating things and finding things from a long time ago, but that there were millions of people on the earth at that time. We only have access to one or two examples of humanity at that time. The grave goods are very limited. You know, the archaeological finds are very, there were many archaeological.
I just think that we should.
You're good.
Okay. No, I just think that in logical sense, we should be able to track someone from our time back that far, given, like I said, that we could track things back to the Egyptians and to the dinosaurs. It's kind of like there's nothing from that time period that substantiates the time period that when Jesus was. I mean, there are like carts and wagons and pottery and this and that and huts and grass and stuff. I mean, things like that. But I mean, there's no lineage of people. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I guess.
You know how, like, say if your grandfather,
Rick.
Oh, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Are you saying that if you found a genealogy that you could understand that showed you a line all the way to Jesus, then you would believe it?
No. Not to Jesus, like, personally. I'm just saying
from that time period.
Well, like
There's
anyone
no
that
historical record of people from that time period. What do you mean?
no, I mean people of note. Like say, like
Yeah.
these were the wise men, and the wise men's. This is the brother of one of the wise men that were here. You know what I mean?
I guess of note to Hoopst because there's historical record from that time.
I'm just saying anyone that's mentioned in the Bible, like any names that are in the Bible.
Any at all?
Yeah, any people at all that are
Any
mentioned.
of the kings, any of the
Right,
any
exactly.
of the rulers. So if there were historical records of Pontius Pilate or King Herod, then you would believe the whole Bible?
No, I mean,
okay.
no.
So I'm confused.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I know what I'm trying to say probably isn't coming across.
No, because it kind of sounds like that's what you said, but then
Right.
as soon as I said it, you said no.
Right. No, I understand. Like I said, I'm.
So, what is it you actually came up here to?
No, that's
do?
what I was.
Not
That's what I was
question.
seeking.
Okay, so you're not really. So, Rick, we are looking for believers who can question their beliefs.
Right.
You're not a believer. You are questioning their beliefs. You're questioning former beliefs of yours.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking for answers. I guess I'm kind of lost, and I'm just looking for some direction. Is probably what it is, and I have a lot of questions that no one's been able to answer.
But because those archaeological finds don't exist.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, it's not.
I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone on panel, and thank you for having me up.
Hold on. Rick is Rob is talking.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm very quiet, but really quickly, you should look up the records of the Babylonian academies and the ways in which they trace their lineage methodically. I mean, there are strong oral traditions that I think, if would meet up to scrutiny. That's all.
I hear you. Like the part where you named the exact science so I could look it up. Hello?
The ancestry of Babylonian academies. He put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate you coming up, Rick. I hope that you keep asking questions.
Thank you.
And if you do find any, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I do that sometimes. If you do find any answers, bring them back to us, though. We'll coming up, Rick. I hope that you didn't mean to cut us. And if anybody watching or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I don't intend to prove you wrong or make you look like a fool. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And we apparently caught Rav after hours, having to be as quiet as possible.
I'll be quiet too.
We don't all have to whisper.
I just wanted to say, whoever's name is Barfing Toaster in chat, the barfing is diabolical.
He's great. We love him.
He's great. The barfing toaster. So, Cyber, have you stumbled and fallen across a God belief since the last time I talked to you?
Well, wait, say that one more time.
I asked if you stumbled across a God belief since the last time I talked to you.
Have I stumbled across a God belief?
Yeah, one that, fit and stuck.
No, they they all still seem logically incoherent.
That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate and also fortunate.
I mean, it is fortunate for you, but not for the gods who are logically incoherent.
Right. Although I was in a live earlier, so I deliver for Amazon, and I had somebody wanting to offer me some water, and for the most part, water's kosher, no issues. However, if it has flavoring or dye in it, you might run into some issues. And this one had red dye in it, some kind of red dye. When I was looking on it, I didn't see the any kosher symbols on it, so I was kind and I declined. And the reason why red food dye specifically is not kosher, want to eat anything with red dye in it again, red dye comes from a bug. It comes from the exoskeleton of a bug.
Cool.
And so
we eat a lot of bugs.
Yes, we do.
So many bugs.
So I was like explaining to this guy. Anyways, he kind of got a little bit upset because I wasn't taking him. Like, look, I mean, I could be nice and take it, but if there's like another delivery, it's Christmas season, you're bound to have like 2 or 3 more Amazon drivers, because there's going to be maybe 1 or 2 flex drivers. There's going to be UPS, FedEx, stuff like that. I'm like, I'd rather them have it than me, because I'm not going to drink it. And so anyways, I was explaining this to somebody else on another live, and I could hear them like throwing stuff away in the background. They were literally going through like throwing their red food dye away, and anything with red dye, they're in the process of throwing it away.
That's hilarious, and also maybe a little reactionary. I mean, to think you've been eating it the whole time, it didn't bother you until you knew.
Yep, and there you go. Brenna Green has the beetle listed. That's the bug that red food dye comes from. Not all red food dye, but most of it, about 90% of it comes from that beetle.
It can also be used as a fabric dye.
Say that again?
Go ahead, Raccoon.
Oh, I was just asking if you eat shrimp or lobster.
Either.
Do you eat shrimp?
No.
Oh my god.
I'm Jewish. Of course I don't.
Oh, I don't know the rules.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
My handicap. This is my handicap. I'm not familiar with the rules of Abrahamic beliefs. I'm sorry.
To be fair, it's probably only been so I grew up, I'm Jewish, I'm ethnically, culturally, grew up religiously. I'm religiously atheist now. And for a while there, for the longest time, I didn't keep kosher. But recently, probably within the last 6 months, I've been like, you know what? It's the least I can do. Again, it's not for religious reasons. It's just connecting me with, like Rav. And
That's fine. I get that. I get that. Do you eat bread?
Huh?
Do you eat bread?
Yes, bread's fine.
I mean, most of our flour has bugs in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to make anybody weird or like icky about it, but it's kind of just a fact.
They do get milled in. But really quickly, I'm going to thank Rav. Also, both sides saying Tanika, Shell, Noctis, Donna B, Diamond, Everlasting Godstopper, and Danny Grax for helping with those goals. Still one more.
Well, so somebody mentioned chocolate, and if you do have somebody else coming in, you need to thank them. Just tell me to shut the frack up.
I mean, we don't have any requests yet. No.
Okay.
Nobody's brave enough to question their beliefs.
Okay, but yeah, so this one involves my daughter. So we don't mix like dairy and meat. So if you eat,
You can have a cheeseburger.
no cheeseburgers, not allowed. Can't mix them. You gotta wait. Like so depending on your congregation and stuff, be anywhere from 2 hours to like 6 hours. It just depends. And so this includes so dark chocolate is fine because dark chocolate is just pure chocolate, whereas milk chocolate has milk in it. And my daughter was going out with some, and they were on their way. There's this restaurant about an hour from where we live called Big Judd's, and they have this challenge where they do like this big hamburger. And if you can eat it, you get a shirt, you get put on their walls. Just one of them restaurant challenges. So they were all going there to do this challenge. And her friend, and my daughter, without thinking, had some tasted like dark chocolate. So she's like, oh, not a problem. But then she started noticing like there was dark chocolate. So she's like, oh, not a problem. At a hamburger place, and her friend's like, oh, it's I made it myself. It's dark chocolate mostly with some milk chocolate mixed in it. So she's like, well, there we go. I'm not participating in this challenge now. But luckily her friends were willing to wait with her. They went to go do something else. And I think she only ended up waiting like 2 hours. But her friends were willing to wait with her. So that was a good thing. I was happy for her that she has some good friends who understand cultural differences and are willing to work with her on it.
Mm-hmm. Are eggs considered dairy?
No.
Okay, so you can have like steak and egg breakfast, and that's not a problem. Just no cheese on it. What about mayonnaise? Mayonnaise is with the egg, so that's fine.
We're in absolute what the fuck territory.
Oh, sorry. Not me. Like I've never explored kosher restrictions before. What's going on? Sorry, I'm new here. Ignore me.
Cool. Man, if mayo didn't fit that category, Rav, I don't know if okay, so I eat like mayo on like everything. Almost everything.
Rent me questioning. What? Aren't we questioning? We're not really questioning Jewish beliefs, though, are we? We're questioning details of what is kosher and not.
I will say, though, Rav, when I started going kosher again, losing bacon and cheese on my burgers was like the thing I was like, oh, ugh.
So you said you're not kosher because of religious beliefs. You're now kosher because of like
cultural reasons.
A cultural nod. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
So one thing when I became atheist, and one thing that I really, really struggled with. So keep in mind, my grandparents are Shoah or Holocaust survivors.
Mm-hmm.
And mine and Rav, our ancestry, have these laws. And when we go and we read in the Tanakh, we read stories, whether or not you believe these stories actually happen, but they're stories that for us have a cultural significance to them, and they have lessons that they teach that we can glean from them. And so when we hear, about the different exiles and, especially in Babylon, and we hear stories about individuals who recognize the plight that they were in, and despite that, they didn't bow a knee to Babylon. They still followed the law versus those who caved and gave in. And so when I became atheist, I quit wearing my zitzits. I quit wearing my kippah. I quit wearing those, but it's always been something where I kind of was in like an identity crisis. Like, I'm Jewish, but have I forsaken my heritage? Have I forsaken my culture? And stuff like that, or going to visit my family and stuff, because my family's still very much religiously Jewish. And I was like literally like in a crisis, like. And as I've thought more and more about it, I just feel like I'm more connected with my culture, with my history, again, with my brother and sisters. When I still participate in this, I feel more whole when I do it.
So you feel closer to them through sharing their denial of certain things?
Through sharing our culture.
But that practice is based on denying yourself of things that you enjoy, right?
I mean, you could look at it that way. I mean, you could look at it that way, but I
But
don't.
I'm missing the point. Okay.
Yeah. It's like
this is what we do. It's the we.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah. It's just it's who we are.
Is it for you giving you a greater sense of belonging?
Yes. So yeah, don't get me wrong. When I was first going back to keeping kosher, because I did not even do, because when I was talking with my now wife and stuff about it, I was initially like, because she was like, so are you gonna do like your last bacon cheeseburger? And I'm like, no, I'm just cutting it, like I'm just starting. So there wasn't
no
like
Last Supper syndrome.
Yeah, no Last Supper syndrome, nothing like that. And when I initially thought about doing it, that did cross my mind, was like, man, but the bacon cheeseburger, because I always tell people, like, because the first time I ever had bacon, I think I was 17, might have been like near the end of my right before I turned 17, but it was like 16, 17 is the first time I had bacon. And I would always say, like, I feel sorry for people who grew up eating bacon, because you've had it like your whole life, but when you've never had it and then you have it for the first time, it's like the nectar of the gods.
It's not that good.
Well, that's because you've had it your whole life.
Oh yeah,
right?
right. I'm like, it's fine.
And so when I initially did, I'm like, man, that's going to be the hard thing, but it really hasn't been. It hasn't been. And don't get me wrong, shopping sometimes, especially where I live in Idaho, like, it's not like you go you go there and every grocery store is like kosher conscious or anything, right? So sometimes it's sometimes to get like your kosher meats and stuff is a little bit more expensive. Because there's a process for it. It's not just the fact of the meat itself, but there's a whole process for it. So it's a little bit more expensive.
Did I just hear your smoke detector?
It wasn't cyber. I've got it. There's a list so nice, I gotta read it twice. So thank you, Rav. Both sides saying Tanika, MJ Noble, Donna B, Diamond, Shell, Everlasting Godstopper, Danny Grax, Noctis, Amore, and Morgan LeFay. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I really appreciate you. Purple, you are just joining us, I'm going to need your age for TikTok TOS, but also I have a feeling that, well, but let's find out. Purple, I need your age.
I'm 23.
Okay. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in Christianity and Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, not yet.
Why not?
I think like how I read is I just let the Holy Spirit.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I think like Bible story. I haven't really sat down and really like read it front to back.
Do you believe the stories that you've heard from it to be true and literal?
I believe
There
they're
it is.
true. Some of them are true, and some of them are like not necessarily literal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Some of them are true, but not necessarily literal. So none of the stories are false.
Yeah, none of them are false.
So the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those are true stories.
Yes, I believe that there was a point in time on Earth and in the heavenly realms where the veil was so thin that these sort of interactions between God and humans could actually happen. I believe like now we're being stuffed with processed food and
just to clarify, do you own a 9-volt battery?
oh yeah, I need to change that, my smoke detector.
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty noticeable throughout the conversation.
I'm sorry. Let me try to close this door. It's not coming from my Alright. Oh yeah, it is coming from here. Let me see. Alright. Yeah, that should be good.
Do you
But yeah,
do you have faith that Jesus will wake you up if there's a fire?
well, if it's my time to go, it would be my time. But I don't know if that's how God wanted me to go.
If he does wake you up when there's a fire, can you dab him up and say, I said, what's up?
Yeah, sure.
I appreciate it.
Cyber.
If
But
your time to go is completely preventable by you replacing a battery, is it actually your time to go?
if I went, then yeah, it would be my time to go.
So I have a question. You mentioned that you get led to scripture by the Holy Spirit. What are your views of individuals of other faiths who feel like that they've got some kind of religious entity on their end leading them to their scriptures?
Well, I don't form like any opinions on other faiths because I've been through all of the faiths before I was saved by Christ. Like I've dabbled in Satanism, Hinduism, all different types of faith, but none of them really resided with my spirit. Now, when I read the Bible, it resided with me.
Resided.
Because I was always searching for like a truth, like a meaning, like why is all of this? Why is the world
You
the
said
way?
you haven't completely read the Bible, right? You just read parts of it.
Yeah, I haven't read it front to back, but I am pretty well versed. Like any questions somebody asked me about like the stories or anything like that, I'm pretty sure I could answer.
How do you reconcile the contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2?
for him. Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals of the sky. He brought them.
Yep. So, like, are there any other questions or?
It's interesting. So you don't think there's any possibility that the translation here is an error?
It could be.
That they could have seen an error and then tried to fix it?
Yeah, I believe so. I've seen, like, watching like a history documentary and thing, that when the Bible was translated, they kind of had to put it together like a puzzle piece. So there were missing pieces and everything that were filled in. So
Do you think the words now and had could be kind of like that, filling in the pieces?
yeah.
Kind of like
What do you mean, like two different
creation stories. One where the God creates everything in 6 days in this order, and then another where God creates everything not really listed in days, but in a different order.
It could be. I mean, I don't really have the answer to that. It could be. There's no, like, shooting that one out. So
Does it matter to you if the Bible is entirely true or not?
no, because my relationship with God is just too strong.
Do you think Jesus ever made a mistake? Right. So, I'd like to point you to. Let's see. Make sure we. Yeah. So, could you turn to Matthew 21,
Yeah.
verses 15 through 16?
Mm-hmm.
And really, you can read verse 16. You can read verse 15 if you want, but it's not really necessary for this.
Okay. And you said, I'm sorry, what were the verses again in Matthew?
Are you in the NIV still, Purple?
Yes.
Do you, from the lips of children and infants, you, Lord,
praise of children and praise him. So that's why he was probably rewording that in his own words. Because it says on Colossians 2:15, 2:14, what he did on the cross, how he blotted out
You're saying Jesus is rewording the Old Testament
not
in his own words.
yes, that's what I was saying. Basically he's putting it in a context so it could be used in dialogue.
So it couldn't be used in dialogue the way it was.
Where Jesus was spoke.
It's going to be Matthew 21:16.
Okay. Matthew 21. Okay. Matthew 21:16, he says, from the lips of children and infants, you, Lord, have called forth your praise. Wow.
It's very different than Psalms 8:2, isn't it?
Let me see. You have called forth your praise. And then in Psalm 8:2, he said, through the praise of children and infants, you have established a stronghold against your enemies. So in Christianity, praise is a stronghold. It's actually a weapon that we use in spiritual warfare. Praising God is actually a powerful way to defeat any forces of evil. Is actually how we feel like love overcomes evil. So we're praising God instead of like retaliating and things like that. So I will.
Jesus isn't talking about strongholds.
I know he's talking about praise, which can be a stronghold against your enemy.
But he is literally saying, right? Yes, replied Jesus, have you never read? And then in quotations, so quotations means he's using a direct quote. So this is supposed to be a direct quote from Psalms 8, but we can see that it's not a direct quote, correct?
Yes, it's being like he's putting it in a context. He's putting it in his own words for, yeah.
Does he get to do that? Change the words?
I mean, I think he does. When I pray, like
Why?
I don't necessarily remember every single word for word, but I have revelation of what was being said. So like it's a connection because when God doesn't hear the words that
Wouldn't it
come
make
out of
sense,
him.
though, for Jesus, if he is the Son of God or God himself?
I'm pretty sure he knows the words and has had revelation of it. But I just believe he was just basically like putting it in his own words. Like I don't think he was misquoting it or anything like that. I believe he understood what he was saying fully, and he was saying that basically the praise that you have for me is a stronghold against your enemies that's being referred to in Psalm 8:2.
I'm going to let Kingfisher ask his question.
Okay. So, do you believe God to be omnipotent and omniscient?
Yes.
Okay, I have a couple of follow-up questions. Do you believe that if God were to be omnipotent, that he has the power, if he were to be omniscient, he knows how to get the message across?
Yes.
So, by these two, you would agree that God, if he were to want to get a message across, it must be interpreted correctly. you want to
quote this directly, so he's wrong.
why do we have so many different interpretations of the Bible?
I would say because, first of all, I don't the Bible wasn't written in English originally. So, how the Hebrew language works, there's layers to Hebrew. So, say, like for example, I'll take my name. My name is a Hebrew name. It's Holly. It's short for praise. But my name has many different meanings. Like if you take the first letter of my name and translate it to a Hebrew word, it means the second letter of my name, A. If you translate that to another word, it means the Lord. So the Hebrew language is a very deep language, and English is kind of vague if you compared it to. So there's a lot of things that's being lost in translation, a lot of things that are misinterpreted, misconstrued, and that's why I don't even think really pray before I read the Word of God. I ask the Holy Spirit for revelation and understanding, because I know that if I was to read the Word of God from my own eyes and without a spiritual background, I would be confused, and I would be like, wow, like this doesn't make sense. But since, God has opened my spiritual eyes and I've been able to have revelation through things he's shown me, messages people have given me.
So,
And wait, real quick, just clarifying question. What did you say your name was again? Don't need to give me your full name, but since you disclosed it already.
Halle.
Spell it one more time.
Halle.
Okay.
So, you had said that since God is omnipotent and omniscient, that if he were to communicate something, the message must be interpreted correctly.
Right.
But you had just said that it's possible for you to misinterpret it. So is God not omnipotent or omniscient?
Well, this is the thing about, like, I don't force anything on anybody. He respects free will. And I look at this, he even respects the free will of the devil that had cast him down to a lower realm and gave him kind of dominion over that realm. So he's going to respect free will. He's not going to force himself upon a human or force knowledge on anybody. As believers, we have to kind of seek out him.
But again, that doesn't really answer. The message would be interpreted correctly.
Right. But was it not interpreted by...
But you had said that you could interpret it incorrectly.
Well,
so is God is he omnipotent, omniscient, or is he one of them and not the other?
You ever researched quantum entanglement? Or are any of you familiar with quantum entanglement? Basically it's how entanglement? Or are any of you familiar with quantum entanglement? Particles of matter.
Sure.
Yes, it's called quantum entanglement. Types of matter can be entangled light thousands of light years away. And these two particles can have a chain and effect, or a cause and effect. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. A cause and effect reaction on each other. So I'm kind of like, when I put two and two together, it just reminds me of kind of how prayer works and how Jesus was able to pray to a source outside of himself that was the source of
entanglement, and learned that these pairs, that there had to be something already linking them together, that might change your perspective there.
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
Let me rephrase this in a different way. Is it possible that you don't have a full grasp on what quantum entanglement is?
Yeah, probably. I remember skimming through like an article about it, or
is it just an idea that kind of you've latched on to make your idea of prayer make sense?
Of how prayer works through that scientific research that was being done.
If you don't fully understand the scientific research, how can you say that it gives you revelation of how prayer works?
I mean, I have a grasp on it enough so that it clicks. Like I know I can explain quantum entanglement to somebody, or one could be billions of light years away, but they react with each other. So one can.
Why would they do that?
Science, like literally quantum
because
physics.
Science.
Well, no.
I thought you said you could explain it to somebody. You can explain how you think it works, or at least what the end result is, but not how it works.
So I don't know if y'all are familiar with what is it? Like quantum physics or physics in general.
What does quantum mean?
Quantum is what is it? Like ions, eons, things like those.
Is there
like
a
when you
definition of what?
Like nitty gritty of things. Let me search the definition.
While she does that.
And then I do have some questions too.
That's awesome. I just got to thank everybody for 100,000 likes. We're at 109,000, and I appreciate everybody being here and tapping the screen, getting us up to that 100 next hour. Hell, probably sooner than that. But did you find what the meaning of quantum is, Purple?
Yes, it's kind of like I said, like the nitty gritty when you talk about particles. It's science relating down to the smallest of particles.
Science of the very small. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad you looked it up. I think Cyber's got some questions.
Yeah. So you mentioned your name is spelled Hale, and you said in Hebrew it meant the Lord. Your name is and you said Lord.
English letters to a Hebrew word, Hale translates to.
Well, so I speak Hebrew, so looking at it, the closest word that we would have to that in Hebrew would be Hallel, which is we see this in like Isaiah 14:12, and essentially what it means is like it translates to like to praise, to worship, or light bringer, right? And this is the same word that we see in the KJV that you would believe is talking about Lucifer. It's translated in the KJV to say Lucifer. I just wasn't sure if you were aware of that or not.
Which one? The Halil?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a mistranslation right there because I'm familiar with the word Halil. And I know that's a sacred word in Hebrew.
But you said you used the KJV, correct?
Yes.
So the question then would be is if you're aware that the KJV is grossly mistranslating this word, and just to give you an idea, this is the verse is talking about, clearly it's mainly about the taunting the king of Tyr is what it's about. It's a taunt for the king of Tyr, but the part specifically is going to be in verse 12. Let me get down there real fast, where it says, so starting in verse 11, your pomp is brought down to Sheol, and the sound of your harps. Maggots are at the bed beneath you, and worms are your covering. How you are fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of dawn. How you are cut down to the ground, you who laid the nations low. So that's in the NRSV UE, but when we go to the KJV, the way the KJV will read this, get over there real fast. The way the KJV translates this is, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? And then let's go see, because you're currently reading the NIV. Let's go see what the NIV says. I don't think I've ever read it in the NIV. Nope. I'm in the N. Yeah, and in verse 12, it's going to say, how you have fallen from heaven, morning star, son of dawn. You have been cast down to earth, you who once laid low the nations. But nowhere in here with that same word is it saying like the Lord's sister or anything like that. It's literally talking about like a morning star to worship, to praise. But the question though is, you're a KJV purist, but now you know it clearly has a gross mistranslation. How do you reconcile this?
So, I've stations of the fact that there were multiple mistranslations in the Word of God. So I reconcile it basically by my relationship with God. Like I know verses, like, and I pray them, but I don't get too tripped up in the fact that duration that is lost, because I know that God doesn't even hear our words, like how I'm talking to you and how you he doesn't even hear our words, like how I'm talking. So it's the vibrations of your voice and things.
Okay. Do you? Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. If I do that, it might sound like I'm like trying to talk down, so I'm not going to do that.
No, I'm fine. I'm not. I don't take offense.
Well, so the hey, which would be Hallie, all it means is like, behold, breath, or like revelation. Like that's what it means in Hebrew.
So what about if you translate H? I know H translates to the word the.
No, ha does, but that's like a prefix. It's used like as a prefix.
So what about the LLE? What does that translate? Does that even have a translation? Does that even have a translation? The LLE, like if you translate every word to
You mean
a
every
letter?
every letter to a word?
Yeah, every letter to a word, to a Hebrew word.
Well, that's not really how like Hebrew works, but like Lamed would be the L, but it's like to learn or to teach. So like it would be revelation.
Mm-hmm.
to learn. You see how when we try to translate like individual Hebrew words one at a time, it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
So that's why we'd have to take the word as a whole, and then depending on certain prefixes and suffixes, it'll change. Like it would be like the whatever if we see a ha added to the front of it and stuff, but those are like prefixes. But your name, like as it is, if we're to translate it directly into Hebrew, and we go to like what we're seeing in the text, it means like light bringer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yep, not a problem.
Mm-hmm. Are there like any other questions?
Yeah, Purple, does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
No. I believe the gifts I've received, like the peace, because I'm not gonna lie, like I've been through a lot, and I feel like the only way that I'm even still living here and even able to communicate with people is because of Jesus, because of God and his words that he spoke and that I applied to my life, and instantly saw results. Like I instantly felt my, as he says, be changed by the renewing of your
You said
mind. Like made to worship something, whether it's God or whether it's some people worship whatever. I
Why do you
don't
think? Why do you think our brains are made to worship something?
Creator created it that way.
So you assume a creator created our brain. Wouldn't it make more sense for it to make us only worship it or exists?
No, because how God works is he doesn't want to force himself on anybody. He respects free will.
How do you know that?
Because of his creation and how he even explains in Genesis how he let Adam name the animals he created. We were always called to co-create with God and be in communion with him. So that's probably why he made the brain that way. But not everybody is going to put God on their worship. So
If you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that your Bible was true or that your God even existed, that any God existed, would that change the way you live your life?
I don't think so. I really don't. I don't, because I remember myself before I found God. Like I've always been a person who was curious, trying to seek the truth, and like always doing my research on stuff. So I don't really know. And having known the Holy Spirit, I don't know if I woke if somebody said like, hey, the Bible is disproved, if I would believe it. And that's where, and I like what somebody said, doesn't sound like a true choice to believe in him. Like I always question, is free will actually free? Because, or is everything just set in stone already? I always go back and forth between that.
Does it matter to you? Oh, go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask just real quick, because you said, you know, you've been struggling with scripture a little bit. You're aware that there's mistakes. You have something that talks to you. Is it possible that whatever this is maybe, giving you ideas that there's issues with the text, that there's translation problems, stuff like that, that maybe it's trying to guide you away from these texts, from this book. Maybe is it possible that it's trying to reveal itself to you as something different than this God, than the Christian God?
I think for some people, I think the Bible is specifically made that way because God doesn't want any fakes. He doesn't want people coming to him like, oh, I love you just because, you give me this, or I'll serve you if you give me this. He wants an authentic relationship. So it's not that the mistranslations pulled me away from God. They actually drew me closer and they made me more curious as to what the word of God was trying to convey.
So God is intentionally giving us misleading scriptures.
I want to say misleading.
What do you think would be the best description for God giving us things that intentionally are mistranslated?
I would say so that the people who are going to follow him are going to follow him, whether it's translated right, whether it's translated wrong. Don't. That's what, because like I said, like he wants authenticity. He wants the real. He wants the raw. He doesn't want. He wants a relationship too.
Well, the question was, though, if we don't call it deception, like if you had one word to describe it outside of deception, what word would that be?
Mistranslation.
Well, no, we know it's a mistranslation, but if the mistranslations aren't there to deceive people, so if I was to say, one word that I can use to describe these mistranslations is...
One word I would use to describe these mistranslations are... I wouldn't call it deception. I would, like, the King James Version of the Bible does have some, like, demonic influence to it. I'm not even going to lie, because King James was a demonologist and he did study demonology. So, and I'm not judging him or anything, but, I'm just saying that's just his background. That is the person who translated the scrolls. So at the end of the day, it's like, who knows what was really lost and who knows what was added, and there's really no proof. So
what word would you use?
I would say it's just a... I'm honestly stuck on mistranslation. Like, it's literally some things were just lost in translation. It is what it is.
Is it possible in your mind that everything in it is an error or even made up?
Well, I've never really thought about that before because of the revelations I do have of God.
What revelation?
Like with certain things, like like I'm in the church, so of my lifestyle, because like I'm not gonna lie, like I still do smoke weed and things like that.
You can't say that on our live.
Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, so yeah, my lifestyle they wouldn't approve of. So God has opened my eyes to the verse Isaiah 44:22, where he says, "Return to me, for I have redeemed you." So basically, what he's saying is he's redeemed his followers' souls from the earth, so that they don't have to reincarnate here back again. But you see how the word of God doesn't talk about reincarnation. He was the asile to come.
But my question then is, though, is if you're aware that there are things that are lost in translation, that these books potentially, certain translations potentially have demonic influence on them, and just mistranslations, how can you trust that that's what that actually says?
I don't see. I'm so spiritual that like my best answer to that would be when I pray out of the Bible. My answers are answered. I mean, my prayers are answered. Like there's been times where I pray for a miracle and it's came.
Does God answer your prayers often?
Yes.
Would you say accuracy rate?
I would say 100%, even if the answer is no.
Okay.
The answer is no.
All right. So in John 14, Jesus is talking to his disciples, and his disciples are curious if just show us the Father. And Jesus says, you know, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. The works that I've done, I do them through the Father. Will do the works that I do. In fact, they will do greater works because I am going to the Father. And he says, anything that you ask, whatever you ask, I will provide it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it appears that Jesus is being serious. He's like, hey, you guys are going to do greater works than I do. I healed people. I walked on water. I calmed the seas. I withered a fig plant at least once, possibly twice. I did these great miracles. I resurrected Lazarus. I brought him back from unalivement. So my question for you then would be, is you said you get 100% accuracy for anything. Would you be possible for you to say a prayer and perhaps in this prayer give all 153 people that are in chat right now so that they can be touched by the Spirit and they will all believe in the one true God?
At the end of the day, it's up to God's discretion, and then it's up to man's discretion. And if He puts the Holy Spirit on them and they don't accept it, they're not going to be saved. If they don't accept it, then it's not going to come to them. That's why He says, pray with faith, ask in faith.
And real quick, we've been blessed by the almighty Will Dot. If you're not following Will Dot.
Yeah. Hello, Will Dot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Will Dot's got a question before we move on. We did have a poll earlier, and we will be moving on very shortly, but I want to make sure you get your question in.
Given some the issues with the translation and error, how can you be certain who's answering your prayers is God?
I'm certain because I'm reading out of His word. I've had supernatural like encounters with the Lord, so I'm not gonna just sit here and try to like explain this in a carnally or like a fleshly mind or like from this third dimension. Like I've had revelations and dreams and things like that where that just show me that the God I'm praying to is the one in the Word of God. And it's kind of like lucid dreaming almost.
You're saying that you had dreams that you feel like you're in control of, and that's revelation from God.
Yes.
Could that not be you designing a dream that feels like a revelation from God?
And it's amazing because it could very well be, but proving like that we live in alternate realities, when we dream.
When did they prove that?
I gotta look on Google really quick, and I'll be right back.
Go ahead. While she does that, again, we will be moving on shortly, so if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. But thank you guys for 117,000. I haven't done yet, so if you haven't already, you can add it to your story or repost or just share it to somebody you know might be capable of questioning their beliefs.
And you can run across the street. Like here, it's almost 3 a.m. Run across the street, bang on your neighbor's door, say, "Hey, there's somebody on TikTok. They want to know if you can question your beliefs," and guide them here.
That's what too, as long as you're in one of those states where it's safe to bang on a door at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So I found I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I found an article by CERN that kind of explores the topic of multiple or parallel realities. And it talks about the realities and dimensions. How like after the fourth dimension, the third dimension we perceive space, which is height and depth, sound. Now out of the fourth dimension, they don't perceive time like how we perceive it.
Who's they?
Not they, but like if I was to put myself in the fourth dimension, I wouldn't perceive time like how it is here. It's not linear in the fourth dimension. So, and then you keep going up the dimensions, new spectacles are being broken, basically. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm trying to explain it, but it's called shrink theory. It's called shrink theory if you want to do your research on it.
I see. So you're talking about the dimensions in string theory. Is that proven science?
It's not proven, but yeah, it's a theory.
Wildot, are you crying to ask questions?
No.
And real quick, I've been reading the chat just a little bit, so clarifying things. So what this is called the Socratic method of dialect. And so the thing is, can you question
What do you think, Purple? Do you think you've questioned your beliefs?
No. Well, a little. I'm so indecisive. Like, I think I question them a little. Like, I've entered this conversation with open-mindedness, but just the experiences that I've had and like the revelations I've had, just, I don't know what could really tear me apart. Like, I'm really waiting for somebody to like come at me with something of like disprove, like take me away from the faith. Like, I don't think there's nothing that can.
I'm not allowed to do that in this live?
Yeah.
Do you have a line of questioning or a final thought, even, Cyber? Something?
No, I think we're good. No, but I got nothing.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
I appreciate you, Purple. I hope you do ask some questions. Maybe look into some of the claims of your book and see if they all pan out the way they should.
And thank you for coming up and being responsive to the questions.
Absolutely. That is. So many people are not.
Like Morgan here. Morgan, I'm pretty sure, is asleep. Yep. I gave her a chance. You can request back up, Morgan. But if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to burgle your gods or debate you, prove you wrong. I'm not here to shame you. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, of Clue. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 34 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in the God of the Bible.
Have you read the Bible for God?
Yeah, many a time.
And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Sure, yes, I do.
We've got a lot of wind noise. It's a lot of background noise. It's hard to hear you. You said you do believe them to be literal?
Yeah.
So you believe in a 6-day creation and Adam and Eve in a garden?
That I do.
Why?
It's simple, really. Actually, because of my experiences in this world, that is one. And two, because when I looked around, let's say when I look around me, everything that I see, there is no way there isn't an intelligent being.
Is there any way,
created
Alf, you
all
can
that.
get to a quieter place? It is very hard to focus on your voice with all the background noise.
Oh, okay, can you hear me now? Better?
I hear you fine, but I also hear wind and children.
Yeah, that I get. So I'm trying to get in now. But can you hear me now?
Yes.
So yeah,
Why do
so
you
as I
believe
was
the
saying,
stories to be true?
as I was saying, I believe the stories to be true because of my own experiences with the Father, and also because when
So
I
you've
look
had
around me,
experiences with the God of the Bible.
oh, a whole lot of them.
How do you know that your experiences were with this God, or a God at all?
It's simple, really, because even when you read the Bible, it tells you you know them by their standing in front of you. Like, if you have the Spirit of God in you or the Spirit of the Father in you, you know exactly what you are dealing with. And I can give you an example.
So you're saying,
if you want me to.
You're saying that anything in front of you, you know what you're dealing with. That doesn't tell me how you know that you've encountered the God of the Bible.
No, actually, I'm not saying I encountered him personally. You do know that in the Bible, it is said no one has ever seen the Father. But then you can encounter his messengers.
Wait, you say it says no one has ever encountered or seen this God. But who did Jacob wrestle? Did he not see?
He wrestled the Son, the perfect image of the Father.
Where does it say that?
It doesn't have to say that. It tells you, okay, that the Son.
Where does it tell you?
Where does it tell me that the Son is the perfect image of the Father?
Where does
is that what you're asking?
Where does it tell you that Jacob wrestled the Son?
No, I'm just asking you, or I'm just telling you that the Son is the perfect image of the Father. Do you know that, yes or no?
I don't know why you're trying to get me to agree to something when I still haven't
I'm
gotten an
not trying to
answer.
get you to agree to something. I'm trying to make you understand why I said it was the Son that wrestled with Jacob. In fact, throughout the Old Testament, it has always been the Son that appeared to the Israelites, not the Father. Never. It has always been him. That
Where
is
is
why,
that written?
or if you go to the New Testament, let me get you the quotation. Jesus, or I don't call him Jesus, so I'll just say the Son. I've said it many.
While Alf is off app, thank you guys for
No, I'm here.
120,000 likes. We're
I'm
at
here, China.
150 of us watching, and if we all keep tapping that screen, I bet we can hit 150,000 likes before the next half hour. But, you know, we don't have to keep tapping. I do appreciate all of you.
So can I give you a verse now?
Can you give me a verse that says what?
That tells you that the Son has always been there. It was him that has been throughout the Old Testament and never the Father.
Yeah.
So you can go to John 8:58.
Okay, that's the one where he says, before Abraham was born, I am.
Good. If you want more context, you can continue reading it.
So because it says that, then it was always the Son, not the Father.
Yes. No, what I'm trying to tell you is
How
the
does it
Bible
say
is
that
very.
it's not the
The,
Father? Does
let me
it just Jesus saying that he is the Father?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is the Bible is connected throughout the Bible. Every single thing is connected. And that's what I'm telling you. The Son, okay, has
You
been
say
the one.
everything is connected. Is this
Yes, everything is
is this
connected.
something that was up to make Jesus seem like he was always in the text?
No, it won't even be that way because number one, when Jesus or when the Son said, because before Abraham was, I am. He didn't just say he was like he existed. No, the I am there is the name that was given to Moses. So if I'm not mistaken, I think the people wanted even to kill him more for calling himself God that very time. That's why I told you to read the rest so you understand the context. He didn't just say I am. No, the I am there is the name that God gave to Moses because when Moses saw the bush of fire, God told him, I am that I am, or I exist. So
Right.
when
So are
Jesus
you
said
saying
that,
are you saying that this is? Are you just trying to be as gross as possible? Um, that Jesus is God.
no, I am saying
Why
that
not?
Jesus is in the form of God, as in he has all his attributes. He has the
You got
power
so
of the
quiet,
Father
it's
as
hard to
well.
hear you. All we hear is your footsteps.
Yeah, I'm getting inside right now, so everything is going on.
Now there's an echo. Alf, are you actually invested in this conversation, or you're a little too
Oh
busy
yeah.
for it?
So please let me just get inside my
Yeah,
room,
we're
and then we
definitely
continue.
not gonna. We're just gonna mute you for a minute because that's just obnoxious. Why is it the most adamant, non-questioning believers are always the ones with the worst audio?
I'm just gonna say you have fun with this one. You can. I actually debated him last night, and you can throw scriptures at him, and he'll just be like, "No, no, no."
Well, that's a debate.
Well, I think that's probably going to answer most of my questions right there. But I'll let him answer it when he gets back. In the meantime, since it seems is likely we'll be taking up a new guest soon, if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. That last part is kind of key. So if Alf, you are in a quiet place where you can answer what might be one of the last questions, you can go ahead and unmute. I have a feeling Alf is not. Oh, I think you got muted again there, Alf. Unmute. Yeah. Okay, so it's a lot of echo. That's what I thought. So, Alf, can you question your beliefs?
I do all the time.
What does that mean, to question your beliefs?
It just means to question it.
Can you
To
elaborate?
make sure what I read is correct. To make sure my beliefs are aligned. Like, I don't know how to put it, but I mean, I've read a lot of books, like the Sumerian book, the Anunnaki and all that. The CTL, how do you call it? I forgot the name. It's kind of a weird name. But I did read all that. I also read the Quran. So, yes, I question my beliefs.
Could your beliefs be mistaken? Could you be wrong? Why are you so certain that you cannot be wrong?
Like I said, I've had so many experiences with the Father that there is no way that, I mean, I could be wrong.
Why did you request up here?
What did I request? Well, you asked if we could question our beliefs, and I do question my beliefs a lot. And my answer is always
I'm sorry. How are you actually questioning your beliefs if you've declared that so it's dishonest questioning?
No.
With the goal of not being wrong.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I mean,
so what is
sometimes
it
I
then?
do ask myself, I mean, I've asked myself a lot in the past if there's a God. I've asked myself a lot in the past if, meaning when I told myself there's a God, and I've asked myself a lot in the past if that God loves me. I've asked a lot of questions. And through all that, I've got answers from Him. And that is what I'm trying to say. So when I get the answers like that, because you are asking if we've ever asked questions about our beliefs.
That's
We are not
what
saying
questioning your beliefs means, and I'm sorry that you think that is.
Oh, okay.
I'm really sorry to hear
can you
that you
explain
are
to
so
me?
dosed to these beliefs that you can't question them at all. You can't consider for a moment that you could possibly be mistaken, or that the scriptures could be mistaken, or that your interpretation or some other interpretation along the way could be mistaken. That absolute certainty, that dogmatic belief is, I think, quite dangerous.
For the book, I do know it has changed a lot. Like, a whole lot of things have been removed from it. Some have been added that I know. But I also know that then there is no way he will let them or the people who have changed those words or removed those things. He will not let them remove the most important parts of it. It is the same that goes when you read Job. When the
You're
devil,
saying so no matter what changes, God would not let the most important part change. And what is the most important part?
and I think it would be for people to know that he is out there somewhere and he loves them, and
So the
that
most
all they have to
important
do
part is for people to know that he's out there and love him.
love them. Yes, exactly. And that if they reach out to him, he will answer.
So Alf, if people reach out to him and he doesn't answer, does that mean that the most important part is false?
It does mean they don't have faith.
Oh, it means they didn't have faith. Does anybody have any questions for this guest?
Yeah. Actually, given your experience that's responding,
Yeah, so like I said, it is based on the way they work, and if the spirit, like the spirit of God inside you, tells you that, oh, okay, this is what or who God sent. And if the spirit, like the spirit of God inside you, tells you
where you always put stuff like me off a lot. Like people, even like in the Bible, people go as far as they will kill their children for this man that they've never seen or like can't
Slow down.
touch or anything. It's a lot of questions.
Slow down. I don't know where the Bible says not to provoke your children, but it sounds to me like you don't actually believe the Bible, TikToker.
Yeah.
So then why would you say you're believing in Jesus?
I told you in the beginning it was like a difference between like a Bible reader and a Jesus follower. That's why I felt like there's like that disconnect with a lot of people like spreading that word. They're just a Jesus follower, and that's what I probably got caught up in.
Who is Jesus?
The Son of God.
How do you know?
That's what they say.
In what?
The Bible. You know, and it's like, that's what I'm saying. There's so many different Bibles. There's so many different like pieces of Christianity, and there's so much people saying they read the Bible, but they're just spreading word of what they think, like what they think the word of God is. And that, like, you know, messes around people's heads like mine, you know, that think Christianity is this way, but it's like, what is somebody really supposed to believe in? If they just keep on, like, in terms of Christianity, like, what is really somebody supposed to believe in? There's like all these different parts, and there's like different Bibles, you know? Everything says so much. It's like, I don't even know if I to believe anymore.
Why would you believe any of it?
Exactly. I can't see it. I can't touch it. You know, God, they say God has a kid. He was killed and resurrected. There's so many people that are killed wrongfully. You know, that were good people. They were never resurrected. So it's like, why?
Boring. Sorry. I mean, it's perfectly acceptable to be questioning and excited about questioning. But when you say that word that many times, it tells me you're either. Yep. It's boring when you do that.
Thrayle's one-liners.
It might be rude. Maybe it's a little rude, but maybe, I don't know, coming up here and just saying words you know you shouldn't say on TikTok over and over, maybe that's a little rude. Oh, that was quick.
Their screen name was Little Bo.
It was. Hello, Deej. Goodbye, Deej. Hello, QB. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 19, about to turn 20.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I've primarily been like, I'd say agnostic. I didn't exactly know what to believe. I was mainly atheist, but my mom taught me about like Revelations and the mark of the beast and all that when I was younger, and it all kind of scared me. But the more and more I get older, I start to like believe in Jesus and the morals of it a lot more.
I'm sorry, the more you
The older I get, I believe in Jesus. Like I've read into the gospel and I start to believe in Jesus a lot more for sure.
Have you read the rest of the Bible?
I've read the Bible front to back, but I've been reading more.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true?
I believe man can twist things, but with so much overarching correlation and evidence, I believe something had to have occurred, yes.
What do you mean overarching
Yes.
correlation? What does that mean?
I mean, you look in like the Quran and different things, and they mention Jesus as well. Like it is not just Christianity and the Bible and the gospel.
Does it not make sense for a religion based on another one to name different characters from it?
Well, I mean, it names characters from it, but that kind of gives a correlation to something being true. But of course, all of these religions can't be true. And
real quick, gotta thank Diamond for the Rock beat. Thank you so much for that. That was awesome. So you're saying that because the Quran mentions Jesus, then therefore the Bible would be true?
Well, what I'm saying is
so much stock into what the Quran says.
Well, because I mean, if everyone believes in a religion or doesn't believe in a religion. So if you were going to look at which of these religions are true, you need to look at actual evidence and not what you just believe in. And all of these religions talk about Jesus. Like there is overarching evidence even in other religions.
Sorry, you say all of these religions talk about Jesus. All of these religions.
Pretty much. Not every religion, but a lot of them do, yes.
So if Norse paganism doesn't talk about Jesus.
That's a different example, but I mean, yeah, it doesn't talk about Jesus. Not every religion does.
Okay, so then what was your point?
I mean, Jewish, they believe in Old Testament, but they don't believe in Jesus. And the Quran, they believe that he was a prophet, but they believe Muhammad was like divine. These religions, what?
So then, again, why do you believe the Bible is true?
Because Jesus comes along making absolute truth claims. He says, the way to the Father is through me. I am the will, the why, like the way to salvation. No other religion has done that. He has made absolute truth claims.
That's not... You're saying no other religion says that there's only one way?
I mean, they don't necessarily even know what happened after the afterlife. I've heard Muhammad was, they still don't even know what happens in the end. And Jesus promises, like, you put your faith in me, everything will be okay. There will be a life afterwards. And that's something to take into consideration.
Excuse me, Thrayle.
Yes, Tavium, go ahead.
Did you just say that that Muslims don't know what's going on in the afterlife?
I mean, if you have an interpretation from me, I have not read the Bible or the Quran fully, so I don't want to say like what I'm saying is fully fact, but from my understanding.
Oh, bro. Okay, so one of the most comprehensive, and one of the most grotesque pictures of the afterlife lies in the Quran. Okay? Moving past that point, you said that the Quran mentions Jesus. It says that Christians call Jesus the Son of God, but Jesus will denounce them and send them all to hell.
But why do they think Jesus would denounce them?
Because,
and I understand that, but why does the Quran say that?
Because the Quran proclaims Jesus to be a prophet, no, the Son of God.
Okay. And I do understand that. So that was kind of my point, that it mentions Jesus. Of course, it doesn't believe in Jesus as Son of God, but it mentions Jesus as a prophet, which gives evidence to Jesus being real.
So your claim here is that Jesus existed.
Well, he definitely existed. And with him existing, I mean, why would so many people put their faith in him if he did not perform miracles and do these things?
Okay, but like aside from the miracles and all of that, you mentioned the Quran.
Okay.
To support your claim that Jesus existed, correct?
Yeah.
Yo, what just took a spot?
And you said what?
He's gonna lynch me for this.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He's gonna kill me.
Confuses me too, because I feel like all these different religions turn me away from it, but it seems so backwards to believe in the Old Testament and all these things like in Abraham that come basically prophesizing Jesus, And then Jesus comes along and the Pharisees literally
Okay,
kill him.
wait. Just 1 second, 1 second. Thrayle, you don't need to nuke me. I'll drop. I'll be a good boy and drop.
Okay. All right. Now that I have a moment, I have a question, right? Yeah. You said earlier that Jesus made absolute truth claims, and that's something to consider. Why? I mean, okay, let's say it's all relative. There is no God. I mean, we're here for whatever reason we make in our own morals. If there is an absolute truth, if there's someone who came along that was divine, a part of God, was a way to get to the afterlife, that is something to definitely take into consideration. And I just enjoy the truth. So if there's a way made absolute truth claims. So, if I made an absolute truth claim, would that give you reason to believe it? I mean, you could always be delusional, yes, but I mean, I have an open mind, and I think it's good to hear people out and listen to things and take things into consideration. That doesn't mean just because you said something is right that it is right, but it's not just like Jesus came along saying, this is the way, I'm right. He like had actions and miracles and so much divine wisdom to like back that up. But
do you believe those miracles actually occurred?
I mean, do you guys think he did not rise from the dead or raise Lazarus or break bread and like turn it into multiple to feed people?
Why do you think he did?
I mean, man could have always lied to get people to be controlled or something, but I don't even feel like the gospel would be a way to control people. Like it compels people to be able to change and to grow into something better. Other religions seem
I'm sorry,
to just...
Kirby.
Yeah?
Kirby, I'm sorry, but the question was, why do you believe you perform?
I know man can twist things and interpret, but there are so many people that saw Jesus. There's a lot of corresponding evidence. Even the Quran mentions Jesus as being real. So if he was a real person...
QB.
Yeah.
So because the Quran says he's real, you keep mentioning
I mean,
the
even,
Quran
okay,
as
even...
though the Quran is the final word on what is real and what is not. But as Tavium had mentioned, the Quran doesn't say it's the Son of God or that he was necessarily performing these miracles, does it?
You said, like, yeah, I mean, going off the Quran, he's not the Son of God, but it's still evidence that there was someone named... Yeah.
I'm sorry for that. We moved past the point of that he existed or not. We're now talking about...
Yeah, we're talking about the miracles.
Okay. We all agree. Well, some of us might just agree for this conversation that Jesus existed, but we're past that point. We're now talking about the miracle. You with me? You don't have to mention the Quran anymore.
Okay.
I agree with you. Jesus is real. Jesus existed. Now let's talk about the miracles. Okay?
So why do you believe that he performed miracles, Kimmy?
Well, the free will to choose what you believe in. Like, you won't have an overarching, like, overwhelming proof that you have to believe.
Free will. That doesn't tell me. I'm sorry. He came in a time when you have to have free
I mean, think about it. They didn't have
doesn't
phones and
answer the
shit back then.
question. That doesn't answer the question.
Like, you won't have an...
Tell me.
But, I mean, because he's the Son of God.
Why do you believe that?
I mean, the gospel that's the absolute truth claim. He says the way to the Father, the way to God is through him.
Back to Wildot's point, if somebody makes an absolute truth claim, do you just believe it because it is?
But other people believed it too. Like, there was a whole book about it. Yeah,
So
no
if
man
other
Christians.
people jump off a cliff, will you jump off too?
We're using
hypotheticals, but no, actually. Maybe I'll think about it, but no, I won't just immediately jump. I question. I do like the question. Yeah?
Jesus, let's talk about that. Thank you. Okay,
I think Wildot had a question. RC.
Sorry.
Even if Jesus performed these miracles, why would you think he was who he said he was?
Because he has so much wisdom. I mean, these things are supposed to, even if it's written by, okay, let's say it is written by man and he's not the son of God. The Gospels, this is thousands of years ago, and everything that he's talking about does reign true in our society, in our world of today. He had the wisdom to talk about all these things thousands of years ago.
Everything he's talking about rings true in our world today.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, of course, there's some things that are in that
Tell me
time.
about the part in Luke when he says to hate your father and mother and sister and brother and even your own life. How that rings true in our world today.
He's deacant.
Uh-oh, he's probably looking it up. That part when Jesus tells you
wanted
to
to
hate
also
your
ask-
family.
I wanted to also ask about the part where he said that his second coming would be like one of the disciples would witness it or something like that.
Yeah, everyone.
Taken out of context. Of course, taken literally, yeah. But it's saying that you should believe in God and like not hold this world like. It's a lot of things are taken out of context.
How
because
do you
people
know
can't
it's
understand.
taken out of context? Like, how do you know that?
I mean, it definitely couldn't be. Maybe he is talking quite literally, but Jesus talks in not just literal terms. Like there's other forms of expression that still ring true.
So it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you follow Jesus because you admire the morals and lessons that he teaches. Would that be a safe assumption to make?
I feel like everything I've thought about in life, Jesus is the true way. Like to be the best person, to be the most kindest person, better morals, everything I've thought about and felt in life, everything going wrong with the world, it makes sense with what Jesus was trying to teach and accomplish.
So if I were to tell you that there were another religion that preaches the same morals and ideals, but is not
It doesn't.
Christianity,
It doesn't matter. To Satanism, it tells you to believe in yourself and to do unto others as they do unto you. And wow, all of it sounds so good, but it's just trying to get you to live in this world and to get you to only care about yourself. And people like there is things that can be taken out of use of what.
But like there is an actual religion in this world right now that believes in all the previous gods and has one of the best moral system in the entire world right now.
Yeah, but especially with something coming so prevalently. I mean, I don't just believe in religion. I was primarily atheist.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it, QP. I'm sorry. 80 or 60 years ago? It's recent, yes, but there is actual recorded merit. Thrayle, you know what I'm talking about, right?
What is the religion called? I've not heard of it.
You know it's called Thrayle, right?
I might.
You said what?
It's Baha'ism. It's Baha'ism.
Baha'i.
Baha'ism? Did you say Baha'i?
The Baha'i faith.
Oh, the Baha'i faith. Okay. Well, yeah, and I mean,
it believes in Jesus being the true Son of God.
We can tell every time he's Googling something, because we can't hear you, QB, when you leave the app.
I'm so sorry, brother. I'm just trying to look up this Baha'i. I mean, I feel like I'm definitely new to a lot of this religion. I mean, my other friends and stuff believed in God a lot more, but I've always thought about things, and the evidence is just pointing me towards Jesus for sure.
What evidence?
I mean, the gospel. I mean, I know man twists things, but like all religions, a man twists things. It's either
How
like
is the
nothing
gospel
or something
evidence?
is right. You said what?
How is the gospel evidence?
Because, I mean, it's like, okay, let's say exactly Will Dots or something point. I come along saying these absolute truth claims. If I have nobody that ends up believing in me and I just die out, then yeah, it's some crazy fucking lunatic. But if I come along doing miracles and saying all these things and people actually believe in me and things hold true and people write about me thousands of years ago and still believe, then there might be a shred of evidence, especially if other religions that don't even say he's a son of God say he still existed. And there is archaeological proof of things in the Bible. They found the chariots.
Stop.
Sorry, I wanted to
You're
finish
just
the
shouting at
comment.
people. No,
I was
because you're just
trying to reply to a
shouting.
comment.
Stop.
Nope,
Am I
don't
loud?
reply to comments.
fuck?
We don't do
Stop.
that here.
Okay, I wanted to reply to a comment.
Nope, not gonna happen. You can type out your response to the comment in the comments. But wow, what a freight train Just
I have a big question for him when he catches a breath.
As do I.
I don't know.
Great catch,
Yes,
Morgan.
QB. Yes, you were that loud. Okay. So, I think Morgan will probably frame it better. RC has been waiting the longest, that's true. Go ahead, RC.
Okay, so you said that your evidence is the Bible, but you also, or the Gospels, but you also acknowledge that the Gospels have been twisted. If you acknowledge that, how can you trust the Gospels at all? That's my question.
See, and that's my point, though, because I feel you, like man twists things, but that's why it's so different. Jesus is making absolute truth claims. He is saying he is divine. He is not just man.
But
Speaking past RC's question.
Let me elaborate. So it's like, so if the Gospels have been twisted, what has been twisted?
By with your own understanding, and yeah, we will fall short sometimes and have different perspectives by trying to read into these religions and try to follow the word of God for yourself, not what other people believe, what other people have twisted it or said it is. Follow and read it for yourself and believe what you believe.
Okay, but
like get your own understanding and your own interpretation of things, and
Lean
don't
on
let
that
someone
own
tell you what to
understanding.
believe.
Stop, QB.
Yeah.
That's very cool, but her question was, how could you tell from the gospel itself? You are Q, you're reading it. You
Yeah, you want to read the gospel and not listen to other people telling you what the gospel is.
So do you have any evidence outside of the source material and personal testimony?
I know there's more, and I'm getting more into this. I wish I was a bit more. Yeah.
QB, the question wasn't quite finished yet, so take a breath.
Apologies, I'm sorry.
Stop. Take a breath. If you'd like to go ahead and finish the question.
Yes. Do you have any evidence outside of the source material or personal testimony?
All right, I thought that was your question. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, I know there is more, and I'm very new to this. I wish I had more evidence, like I was more prepared, but I know there's at least one. I mean, they talk about in the Old Testament, Moses parted the seas and
That's
stuff.
the source material.
Okay, I was gonna say they have found archaeological evidence underneath those seas that there was chariots. I mean, it's like I don't feel like chariots would be under the sea exactly where Moses is supposed to. Exodus, Moses is parting the sea.
Sorry.
Trying to get sorry. Yeah.
You say there's evidence of chariots under which sea?
To be honest, my friend told me, and he believes in Christianity, and I need to have my own interpretation. But
So it sounds
That's
like
definitely
maybe you
something
should do
you should
your
be
own
researching.
yeah, but I mean, I could do it right now, but I don't want to get treated like a dumbass because I go out of this chat.
So listen though, if you take that, research it, and then come back, we'll be happy to continue this conversation.
Okay, I mean, yeah, give me a second. I can always mute and come back in a sec.
Oh no, I mean,
you
like,
don't have to, but
yeah.
Didn't you just okay, go ahead.
I do want to state, though, even if chariots were found, do you know how many humans in history had chariots? You need deep information, right? You need to look at the history of humankind.
How many different societies had them?
How many people were called Jesus, for example? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we have many Johns today.
Well, Jesus actually kind of was a common name from my knowledge, too.
There we go, then.
Title.
So,
It wasn't his name, by the way. His name was Yeshua.
Yeah,
Jesus
sure,
is
you're right, Tav. You are right. But my point is, you're going to have many people with these names. How can you specify that they are the Son of God or, so on and so forth?
You're like saying the chariots or something? Like, how would that tie to God for sure? Well, I want to really research into that, make sure it isn't just some random ass sea, random chariots. But I mean, chariots at the bottom of the sea doesn't sound like something that just happens. Like, they don't just randomly find that. And in the lines with the biblical.
I mean, we randomly find archaeological evidence for humankind everywhere, including in the ocean. The ocean has risen.
Could
Consider
chariots not
those
fall off boats?
Right. Consider those societies and whether or not they had any kind of naval prowess at all.
Also, I just looked them up. They're actually they're actually not chariots. They've been mistaken for chariots, but they're just natural rock formations.
In the Red Sea?
Yes.
Okay, well, fair enough. But I mean, I still feel like with that, it doesn't just immediately discredit it.
I mean,
they discredited it themselves. They did the research.
Sorry, I'm not saying that that is still evidence, but I'm saying I don't believe just because
That's fair.
Marine biology also.
I just
Go
want
ahead,
him to listen to the questions and try to absorb informations, not just to try to answer everything. You don't have to speed run answers.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening. Did you say you had questions? No, and I will say I've researched, but I mean, it's 420.
Hang on.
Yeah,
You said, do you have questions? And then you just started speaking.
It went silent. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure.
I think Will Dot has 2 questions.
Okay.
All right, these might be doozies. Is your belief influenced by the fear of annihilation?
It used to be, but I feel like I've come to terms with that for sure. Like I said, I was originally atheist. I thought more scientifically and logically minded, and then we're all gonna die. It's all kind of relative, but I feel like there is something more going on, and so it's like it feels like one of these religions has to be right, but Jesus just feels like the right path for me.
This is going to address that really quick. Why do you think a belief like this is necessary?
I mean, I don't think it is necessary, but sometimes without believing in something, people are definitely very twisted and just kind of serves entirely necessary. That's kind of like me and my friend talk about this. Like, he believes you have to believe in God or something to have morals, but I do feel like you can still be a good person and care about things without believing in God. However, I do even acknowledge a lot of the moral teachings of today derive from Jesus's Sermon on the Mount.
When you said you feel like there's something else going on, what did you mean?
I mean, don't make me get into it, bro. Gaza's gone. There's a lot of evil in the world. I mean, we're either there's no God and we're all here by chance. It's moral relative, or there is evil in the world and there's a Holy Spirit. There's good energy as well as evil energy in the world.
What is evil energy?
I mean, people that are greedy and kill fucking babies. There's definitely evil. Epstein, bro. Fucking don't get me started.
Wow.
I mean, do you guys don't think
We were
there's
doing so good, too.
Yeah.
We were doing so good, and he just rattled off one after another.
Yeah, he's clearly desperate to believe in this stuff.
I feel partially responsible as an atheist debater on TikTok because I think that's largely why he spoke so fast and tried to get out so much.
Especially when you start there's gotta be something. And I'm like, that's like,
He wants us to believe. That's boring, QB. We're not here to be convinced. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. And it seems like you can't. Not only can't you, you're arguing for your own understanding, which you have formulated through assumption and word of mouth.
It is a shame. I just advise researching. And, oh, my mind went blank. Make sure that you find several sources, not just 2 or 3. You want more than 10, really.
Not just a YouTube
Look
video.
for both sides. And not just friends. Friends can spew everything. Sometimes I get things wrong. We're human.
He did the thing he said that no one should do, like trust the word of men. He said that man can twist words and stuff, and then he just went off on the chariot. Like something he just, trust me, bro,
I was waiting for someone to mention that.
I wanted to say that, but I also wanted Will to have his questions.
Oh, and he leaned on his own understanding, didn't he? I wonder if his book says anything about that.
I think I went almost a whole 2 months without hearing about Ron Wyatt.
I don't know how you did it. Did you hide from TikTok completely?
There was a 2-week period where I did, yeah.
That'll do it.
You want to reset?
I wonder if any of these are actual requests or if they're all ghosts in the queue.
150K.
Hell yeah. Appreciate y'all for 150,000 likes. And there's still 160 of us in here. If we just keep tapping that screen, I bet we could break 200K easy. And then maybe somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that might actually come in with the courage or the curiosity required to question their beliefs. Hello, it's me, Evie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Am I live?
You are live.
Oh, I'm 29.
And do you have a belief?
You're a recording.
Yeah, I
You're
believe
recording.
that
The rest of us are live. What God do you believe in?
I pretend to believe in Jesus.
Pretend?
That's awfully
Yeah,
honest.
because I feel like I have to.
Is that like what I do with Islam?
Right.
Is it a social thing?
Yeah, it's like when I get into trouble, I feel like if I pray and watch a bunch of Christian content, then it goes away.
Oh, it's self-assurance. But why do you think that?
I don't know, man. I feel like it's because um I'm the chosen one.
That took a hard left.
Yeah.
What do you mean chosen?
Well, this one time I was sitting in my room and I seen Jesus, and then I realized like, oh, I'm the chosen one. But the Jesus I seen wasn't the Jesus black, and it was really scary, but like I also felt comforted. But then I realized that the Jesus we all talk about is not the real Jesus, so I just pretend to like the white Jesus.
I see. So you still believe in Jesus, but you pretend to believe in
Yeah, like I met the real
commercial
Jesus because I'm the chosen
Jesus.
one, but
I see. So when you say
but
that you met the real Jesus, how is it that you know that who you met was Jesus? And not some other person or a
Well,
figment of your imagination.
no, because I seriously thought it was Tupac. But then when I went to worship Tupac, he grabbed my hand, he brought me right back up, and was like, "No, I'm Jesus."
Grabbed your hand.
I
Yeah.
think this is a troll.
I see.
But I thought it was Tupac because I love Tupac, when I thought it was Tupac, like I would
Yeah.
rather worship Tupac, but it was Jesus.
No.
Boring.
How are you all doing?
Yeah, we're doing great, Noctis. How are you?
I need a new bag. Just forward it to my address, please, and thank you.
I wonder if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, that are capable of questioning their beliefs. I wonder if that person might be able to request up and, I don't know, question their beliefs.
I don't know, Thrayle. That's a big ask for a lot of people.
I don't think it is. I think they think it is.
Have you ever met a
agree.
Tupac believer? Those
Yes.
really have a tough time questioning. You can drop me if you want. I just wanted to talk with the previous guest.
Well, I appreciate you, Tav. See, there's one less scary questioner questioning what it is you should question. Can you question your beliefs? Hello, Jay Jacker. I think you've been up here before, but I need your age for TikTok TOS. I think that's as far as we got last time, too. If you meant to be here, request again. If you have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, because that's what we're looking to do, to see if you can question what it is that you believe, and why it is that you believe. Can you question those things? Is it scary to question? Are we scared?
Sometimes, late at night.
Sometimes late at night.
I like my light on. No, I'm kidding.
I imagine you enjoy the dark, but you can dash that. Hello,
Hey, what's
Slate.
up?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Sure, I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not from beginning to end, I'm still reading it.
I see. Do you believe the stories that you have read to be true and literal?
Well, I wouldn't say all of them are true. I'd say that the majority of them, and yes, the majority of them, I said it just like that, because that's what I believe. The majority of them are stories to set of examples for human beings, like moral examples in some way, shape, or form.
Does that mean they are in some way false?
Was that?
Does that mean that the stories are in some way false?
Probably.
I see. So if the stories are just moral examples,
Right.
the God.
I mean, I do believe in the existence of the Christian God. I wouldn't say that, like, in terms of the Bible, for example, I do believe that the New Testament is more important to me as a Christian.
I see. So if the Old Testament contains contradictions or errors, that doesn't matter.
If
But
the
the
Old
New
Testament contains what contradiction, then that doesn't matter.
That's what I'm asking.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it contains too many contradictions. I could only find one so far, only one.
Which one?
So in Leviticus, it says, God says to, to, I think that the nation of Israel, the children of Israel, however you wish to call it.
What do you mean?
So to user is to lend out money and to ask for interest. Let's just say you borrow $100 from me, I ask you for 125. That's
Yes,
usury. Yet in in Deuteronomy, Moses, who supposedly speaks God's word, said that the Israelites, to put it this way, because I don't want to say the other word, I'm not sure how TikTok will take it, says that don't user between yourselves, but with others, so with non-Israelites, you can user. So I do find that to be a contradiction.
I see. So that's the only contradiction you can think of in the Old Testament.
That's the only one that I found so far. Because, mind you, I didn't read the entire Bible. I'm still reading it, though. I'm actually reading two Bibles at the same time. I have one in my native language.
What about the creation? Do you believe the creation story to be true?
The creation story, this one is very complicated. I do believe that the creation was true in some way, but not in the exact way that is portrayed in the Bible. I've read in some...
in what way is it true?
So I'd say that God did create the universe, but not in 6 days or 7 days, actually. I wouldn't say that he created man in his own image. Obviously, there are multiple people on the planet. They look very different in terms of ethnicity, race, and so on. So there are many things that make us look very different to one another. So if we are truly created in God's image, it means that only one specific group of people was created in God's image. People who all look the same. And I do not necessarily believe that, And hold on. Sorry about that.
Not sure I like where that's going.
Okay, yeah, I understand. And this is why I say, I wouldn't say I believe this, because if you say God created man in his own image, there are numerous different types, ethnicities, race of people. So which one was the first, and how did the others come to be? You understand? And this is why I'd say
these are excellent questions, but what is it you do believe about creation?
Yeah, but at the same time, I believe in the Gospel of Luke. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to have to look that up again. It says that for the Lord, 1 year is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a year. The way I personally see it is that God created the universe with evolution, with the expansion, with survival of the fittest, and all of that stuff. But it wasn't in 6 days. Because once again, for the Lord, 1 day could be like 1,000 years and vice versa. So...
Could be like 1,000 years.
What's that?
Could be like 1,000 years. So you're saying that it's...
I said could be? Did I say could be?
6. Are you saying that it's 6 God days?
Not necessarily 6 God days. It's very hard for me to express myself in this case because I don't believe that my vocabulary is contains all the necessary words to explain it.
Go ahead, Will.
Please.
Was the Bible to be given to mankind, or to be like the interpretations of man?
To be the interpretations of man? I wouldn't say so. I said the Bible was created by men who were inspired by God. But I wouldn't say that the people who created the Bible just had a belief in God, and that was it. Like, and they interpreted his like God's doing in whatever way they wanted. I don't say that.
Okay. So, if this was inspired by God,
yep.
Why would they mix up the meaning of day?
Why would they mix up the meaning of day? Okay, that is actually in terms of that, like it could be considered like a metaphor in that case. Like in like the New Testament, for example, Jesus speaks in metaphors all the time. Like for example, when he said turn the other cheek, he didn't actually mean allow all the evil to do you wrong, allow all the evil people to do you wrong, and you don't fight back. No, it doesn't mean that, because in that time, a slap on the cheek with the back of the hand was a form of humiliation, pretty much like the normal slap it is nowadays, but only when men slap other men or something, or women slap men. But at the time, like a slap with the back of your hand was considered a very bad form, a very bad way to humiliate somebody. And when he said turn the other cheek, it's pretty much like saying slap this one with the with the front of your palm. Yeah.
Why
Please.
is violence acceptable?
Why is violence acceptable? Can you please
you're
expand
speaking.
on that?
You're speaking as though a slap on the back of the hand makes any difference to the one that's at the front. Realistically, it doesn't. Why is this
I
acceptable?
mean, it kind of does. The back of the hand hurts more. I know from my own experience.
Fabulous. On you, Thrayle.
I'm sorry, is it okay if I just take a little bit of time to appreciate how chill and beautiful Thrayle's voice sounds?
Sure. And while you take
Yeah, you might as well butter up someone whilst you say.
No.
Absolutely.
This is just what I believe. This is just what I believe. I don't want to be a bum kisser, to put it this way.
Before we go questioning that belief, do you remember the question that Will had that ended up with you talking about slapping people?
Do I remember the question that I was asked when I was talking about, like before or after I talked about slapping people?
Right before.
Right before. Why would they misinterpret the definition of a day? Was that it?
Why would they mix that up?
Oh, why would I mix that up? I don't know how to answer to that, I'll be honest.
I don't know is a fair answer.
I mean, if you want, I can try, but I'm most likely gonna fail.
If you don't know why they would mix that up, why would you assume that that is the meaning in Genesis?
Probably the easiest way for me to get out of this is God works in mysterious ways. But that's not really the smartest thing for me to do. So again, I don't know, man.
I don't know is the more honest way. Does it matter to you if this God is real or not?
I mean, it does. To me personally, it does.
How can you verify it?
How can you verify that God is real? That's a good question. Well, there's no actual way to verify that it's real so that you can prove that it's real for other people except for yourself. That's for sure. I'd say through different experiences, but then again, this could also be just me interpreting these experiences as God. So, sorry. So, damn, that's a complicated question. I'm not gonna lie. I like the discussion.
If it's complicated and it's difficult to prove that a God is real, to verify it even for yourself, why would you believe in one?
I mean, it's what I personally find to be, what I personally believe to be the truth. I've done research into like a few religions.
You say it's what you personally find to be the truth. How have you found it to be the truth?
Yes, that's correct.
No, I'm sorry. How have you found it to be the truth?
Well, I've done research into a few different religions, into monotheistic religions and also polytheistic religions.
Did you do research into this one?
Into which one?
Christianity.
Yeah. I've done research in like a few branches of Christianity, not all of them. So the ones I've done research in.
And when you researched Christianity, did you research the origins of the Gospels?
I mean, yeah, I've researched the origins of the Gospels. I know that the Gospels were not created all at the same time. They were created by different people who were either inspired by God or who is said to be inspired by God.
Do you know any of the people who wrote the Gospels?
Thomas, even though Thomas is not like a canonical Bible Gospel. John.
You say that these are the people who wrote those books?
Yes.
How did you verify that Mark wrote Mark?
How would I verify that Mark wrote Mark?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that I verified that. I just took it. As it was, like the Gospel of Mark, the Gospel of Luke. I was like, they're called like that for a reason.
Have you looked into where those names come from?
Have I looked into where those names come from? No, I have not.
Is it possible that those books were not always named what they are now?
Is it possible that these books were always named, as in like the Gospel of John, to always be named the Gospel of John?
Were not always named that.
What they were named? What were they named, my bad, sorry.
Is it possible they didn't have names before 300 years after the unalivement of Jesus?
I mean, I would say it is possible.
If that's the case, if it is possible even, that these Gospels didn't have names or attributions of authors until 300 years later, then why would you believe that, for instance, Mark wrote Mark?
Why would I believe that Mark wrote Mark? Silly reason, because it says it's the Gospel of Mark. That's
Have you read the Gospel of Mark?
I've read some of it.
Some of it?
Yeah.
Does it say anywhere in there that it is written by Mark?
No, that I know of.
Does it indicate in the text as it's written that this is a first-hand account of someone speaking? I saw this, I saw that.
Is it like a direct account? I wouldn't say so.
Is there any indication that it was written by Mark at all, other than the name?
Other than the name, I wouldn't say so.
So then why do you believe it?
Why do I believe that it was written by Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Again, because of the name. I just took that as a, what do you call it?
Took it for granted.
Yeah, I took it for granted, yeah.
Could it be written by someone else?
It could be.
Could it be that some of the other Gospels are copies of this book that...
I wouldn't call them copies. I wouldn't really call them copies, though. I would say that it is possible for the other Gospels to have the same, to be the same as the Gospel of Mark, like not necessarily written by Mark, you know?
So it's possible that some of the other Gospels are not written by who they say.
I would say it's possible, yes.
If they're not, if none of them are written by who they say they are, then why would
Well,
you
obviously, we don't know that.
Are there any contradictions you're aware of in the Gospels?
In the Gospels, like within the Gospels, like separately, I wouldn't say so, no.
So if one of them says that zombies got up and walked around a city and people saw that happen, and the other four don't say anything about that, I'm sorry, other three, if they don't say anything about that, then is it possible that would be a contradiction?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a contradiction. I would say that if it truly did happen, if let's just say in the Gospel of Luke, it says that zombies raised from the dead and walked around the city. But in the other Gospel, it's Matthew. Okay, it's Matthew. So in the Gospel of Matthew, it does say that, okay. But if in the other Gospels it doesn't say that, I wouldn't necessarily call it a contradiction. I would call it just some information that was left out. Because a contradiction
Doesn't it
is
seem
when...
like important information?
Was that?
Doesn't that seem like important information?
I'd say so. I'd say so.
So if that's left out of the other Gospels,
I would say so, yeah. And it also
if
depends.
one Gospel says something happened that didn't happen, is it possible that they all say things that didn't happen?
I would say so.
If that is the case, then why would you believe it?
I don't know, honestly. I don't take everything that is said in the books of the Bible as, 100% word by word truth.
Do you have reason to believe that Jesus rose from the dead?
Reason to believe, I mean, actual, factual, face-to-face evidence, no. I would say that from like historical accounts, because the thing is, I didn't actually read too many historical accounts about this. So what I'm going to say here, like the information I have about this is very limited. Hold on. Sorry about that. But yeah, the information I have in regards to this is very limited. But I do know that there are some historical accounts that talk about a man who was named Jesus, who lived in that area at the time, who was a religious leader, and whom people claim to have rose from the dead. Again, whom people claim to have rose from the dead.
Which historical accounts is that? If all there are claims from people 100 or more years later, then
yeah,
say that Jesus existed.
Thrayle, we lost your audio.
Yeah, I was about to say your microphone, the volume of your microphone just went down.
Excuse me.
Don't worry.
I didn't hear your response.
Well, because I didn't get the question.
Yeah, your audio cut out.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Just in
But
time to hear me
you're
cough.
back. No, actually, the cough was while the audio was low, so you're good.
I see. So, if these claims about Jesus raising, or even there being a Jesus at all, are from 100 or more years later, then why would you believe he existed or performed miracles?
I mean, in terms of performing miracles, again, the thing about performing miracles are just pure claims. But in terms of him existing, I would say that he existed because there are people who actually observed his crucifixion, like his
Can you tell me who
execution.
that is?
Was that?
Who did that?
Let me search it up. I'll tell you.
Appreciate you. And while Slate does that, we're at 160,000 likes, which is amazing. You guys are incredible. I appreciate all of you. If we keep tapping that screen, sharing the live out, we should be able to get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And, yeah, if you haven't already, you could also share the live, add to your story, or repost. And all of that helps get us out to the algorithm, get a few more people in here questioning their beliefs. I wonder what he'll find as far as people who witnessed the unalivement of Jesus. There's a whole lot of us in here. Do you think any of them can question their beliefs?
That all depends on if they can request out.
We do have a couple of them in queue, so we'll probably be moving on soon. But Slate, what did you find as far as...
So what I found that I
go
found like 11 different names of people, out of which 2 of them I'm going to leave out because they are his mother Mary and Mary Magdalene.
You found 11 different names of people who were there and wrote historical accounts.
I would say so, yeah. I wouldn't say that all not 100, oh my God, I'm sorry. All 11 people wrote historical accounts, but I would say that some of them did. Like, for example, one moment.
When you leave the app, we can't hear you. So whatever you just...
I know you can't hear me. So I'm just reading the names, memorizing them, I'm telling
you. Okay.
So, for example, Mary of Tlopas, or however you pronounce it. Sorry, I have a speech impediment. I can't pronounce K and L together.
So Mary of Clopas.
Yeah, and Simon of Cyrene, for example.
So before you go down your list that you memorized, you said Mary of Clopas wrote an account of seeing Jesus crucified.
I wouldn't say that she wrote one, but I would say that Simon probably did. Simon of Cyrene, I think it's...
Simon wrote an account. Where do we find this?
Let me have a look.
These are some interesting claims.
Huh.
Yeah, I've never heard of Mary of Clopas.
Yeah.
Right. Or Simon, whoever it was.
Mary of Clopas. Why does that? I feel like I've heard that somewhere, but I don't know where.
I don't know, but apparently she saw Jesus.
I'd love to read her account.
Yeah, so in terms of how do we know that, for example, Simon of Cyrene witnessed the crucifixion of Jesus? I did find that in 3 different Gospels in the Bible it says, like, his name is mentioned, and also that it is mentioned that his what do you call it? In the New Testament, to be more precise, in 3 Gospels. I'm telling you which ones they are. Just a second.
So he's a character in the New Testament.
Do you have
Who is?
any evidence of this person
Matthew, Mark, and
outside of
Luke.
the source?
Outside
Do
of the
you have
source,
outside of this source? Do you have any evidence that this person was real?
let me have a look. 2 minutes. 2 seconds, sorry.
No. No is the answer.
Yeah, you're right
You're
with
getting
that one.
too
No is the
sassy,
answer.
Thrayle. You might have to drop me.
Oh, well, I appreciate you, Noctis, as always. Thank you so much.
Love you all.
Love
Take
you,
care.
Noctis.
Have a good one.
Take care, Noctis.
So, yeah, the answer is indeed no.
Indeed, no. So there's no one exterior from the New Testament characters
I wouldn't
that
say
you
so.
can claim saw the unalignment. So if the book is the claim and the claim has no corroborating evidence, why would you believe it?
If the book is the claim and if the book has no what? I'm sorry?
Corroborating evidence.
Corroborate. Okay. Why would I believe it? I don't know, honestly. I don't know how to respond to that.
I don't know. This is a great answer.
Mm-hmm. You've given quite a few.
What?
I don't
What'd you say?
knows. You've given quite a few I don't knows, and I appreciate that, especially when they come from a place of honesty. But I am curious, Slade. Is there some way in which belief in Jesus is serving you?
Except for, I would say so. Every time when I try to, achieve something and I pray to Jesus, I did achieve it,
So you feel like you're achieving what you want to through praying to Jesus?
I would say so, yeah.
Do you feel like you could achieve what you want to without praying to Jesus?
I don't know. Probably. It depends.
So if you could, would that mean that Jesus is not really the factor of your success?
Maybe.
So then, how could you verify that Jesus is helping you or not helping you?
I wouldn't say there's like a direct way to do so.
If you were to wake up tomorrow and find that there was no reason to believe that the Bible was true or Jesus existed, in fact that all of it was false, would that change the way that you live your life?
The way that I live my life currently, I mean, I probably do some research into it. I would probably do that, and if what you said right now would be true, then I wouldn't necessarily change the way that I live my life. Like, I'd still be living my life, but I wouldn't be a Christian anymore. Like, I wouldn't necessarily I don't really go to church. That's the thing, because I don't really have a church in close proximity to me. My branch of Christianity is not really that common in the United Kingdom, which is where I live. And
what branch of Christianity is it?
Orthodox Christianity. I'm Eastern European, pretty much. So I grew up around Orthodox Christians. I was an Orthodox Christian like the first part of my life. Then I switched to something else, and I came back to it.
What would you say is the best critique you have of your own belief?
The best critique? Can you please explain to me what that means?
Belief could be wrong. Some doubt that you could have, some question of how you come to that belief.
Okay, so in which way would I say I'd challenge my beliefs, correct? In which way would I...
What would you say is the best challenge to your worldview or your beliefs?
The best challenge I would say is probably Genesis, because it once again says that the world was created in 6 days. Obviously, I don't believe that because there is plenty of evidence to show that the world isn't 6,000 years old. It's also at the same time plenty of evidence that the world as a whole, the age of the world, of our planet especially, is not in the thousands but in the billions. And this is probably like the greatest challenge, I would say. But then again, to me personally, I'd say that science as a whole explains how it happens. Faith explains why it happens. I would say that to me personally, the question of why is important, mainly because I would like to believe that there is a higher purpose of life than just living it, you know?
Do you want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible?
I mean, yes, I would love to believe as many true things. Like, I already have like a set of beliefs which I'm not able to discuss on here. If I were to do that, the entire stream would be flagged and your account would probably be banned, and I don't want to do that, you know? So I do believe that some of the things that I believe in are true. I have ways of proving it. Again, not gonna mention anything because you know, I don't want you to suffer because of my silliness, to put it this way.
Yeah, I'm not going to take that bait. Does anybody else have any questions for Slade?
No.
Maybe somebody in the chat?
Slade, I appreciate you coming up. And
I appreciate you for having
me. I hope that you keep asking questions. And
Always.
maybe if you come up with some new answers or become, I don't know, more open to questioning the ones you have, you'll come back and we'll definitely have more questions. But I will say, Slade definitely earned some W's for all the I don't knows. So definitely
Sure.
W's for Slade.
W's for Slade.
Welcome, servant. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 41.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
All of that and more.
All of that and more. And which god is it you believe in?
The Christian God, Christianity.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, but I don't want to use that as a reference or evidence because I also go under the alias the Morning Star.
I see. So you don't want to use it as a reference because you also go by the alias Morning Star.
Absolutely.
But you believe in the God of the Bible, and you believe in...
Absolutely. It's a story, but that story is life or bread.
Do you believe the story to be true?
Absolutely.
Do you believe the other stories of the Bible to be true?
All of it's true.
All of it's true. So a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, all of that's true.
Sure. Why not?
Why do you believe that?
Why don't I?
Yeah, you said you do, so it's not a don't. So why do you? That's a really ridiculous retort.
I know, and I'm trying not to be silly. And when you're talking about unicorns and rainbows, you kind of become silly.
Well, you're the one that believes in unicorns and rainbows.
Well, if you
follow
created
a
it, you
certain
should be able to
translation.
believe in it. Why wouldn't you believe what you create?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm there, man.
You're annoyingly not answering questions and being
I'm trying. Usually I do this with parables or stories, but sometimes those stories or parables become highly offensive, and that is not what I'm here to do.
What are you here to do?
Connect everyone, society. Usually when I do this, I'm outside. It's a little cold right now.
Well, we're not here for you to connect everyone. If you decide that you're actually open to questioning your beliefs, though, you're welcome to request backup. But until then, I'll move on to somebody who might actually be able to question their beliefs. I don't know why you wouldn't read the room first. We're questioning beliefs, not acting as a pulpit or a central hub for your networking ambitions, or whatever the hell it was. Hello, Paul. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sorry, did you say something to me or did you whisper?
I said, Paul, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
For sure. I am 41, turning 42 next year.
Happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
All of the above, yes.
What god do you believe in?
Well, I'm taught by Protestants, but I suppose I believe in the Trinity, the God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Absolutely, yes.
And do you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal?
I think I recognize what that last guy was saying, that creation is a difficult pill to swallow. There's a lot of evidence against it, and it doesn't really stand up. There are some signs in Genesis that you can read it as a metaphor, like the way that I think there are three things that line up with another three things, and then in the end, it ends on the seventh day. But so I don't know what I believe about the old stuff. I don't. Yeah.
I'm a little confused what you mean there. So you don't know, you were about to wrap up though, you don't know what you believe about the Old Testament, if it's true or not.
Basically, once you get past the people who live for 900 years and basically everything after Noah's Ark, I suppose, I think, I believe.
Why?
I just don't think the Bible strikes me as a book people made up. Like, it's not a very flattering book for a people. There's a
Doesn't it
lot of
seem like
mistakes.
people made it up to the Noah's Ark?
I take it that the creation account is a story that was passed down, and whether it's true or not, I don't know. But like basically, once you get past Genesis, even the story of Joseph in Genesis, which is a huge part of it, I don't see that as being a made-up story.
You don't see that as made up?
No. You're asking the question, so I'll try not to ramble too much.
Right. You've also got excuse me, a bit of an echo. Well, only sometimes, strangely enough.
Okay,
like
let me know if it's too much.
Yeah,
I'm happy to
so
leave.
it's not there now, Paul. So do you believe in uh, in Jesus and the miracles and the resurrection.
Yeah, there's tons of evidence that Jesus existed, and then you think,
You
well,
see,
what motivated his followers to die so readily? It just seems
you say that
unlikely.
there's tons of evidence he existed. Where is that?
Sure. So you've got obviously the four Gospels, but you've also got
Do
a
you have
letter by
evidence outside of the source material or personal testimony?
Yep, I don't have personal testimony, but I've watched a documentary, so I can tell you that there's a letter by Mara Bar Serapion in Josephus's history. There's a mention of
I'm
Jesus
sorry, just to back up. What was the
in
first one?
Mara Bar Serapion.
What is it that they supposedly wrote?
Yeah, in that letter, it's a father, I think, writing to his son, and he says that to his son that the Jews should not have executed their wise king. That is very likely to be Jesus. It's hard to imagine it being someone else.
So, you're saying that somebody... When was this letter written?
Not very. Oh gosh, it's been a while since I've looked into this, but it's around about the Christian era, like maybe 100 years after Jesus died, or maybe 50.
So maybe
Close.
100 years later.
It's
So
pretty
how
close.
does that verify that Jesus existed? If
Well,
the
okay.
stories were already being told at that point.
Well, I mean, so like, are you saying a story just spread like wildfire, and that he wouldn't be referring something? I believe if he's like, honestly, if he's talking about the Jews should not have executed their wise king, it probably happened in his lifetime for him to be speaking like that, or I suppose it could be
That
something in
seems
recent
like
memory.
an assumption, though, doesn't it?
It is. I haven't done, look, I'm not a historian, but I
Is
know
it
that
possible
there's.
that there's no first-hand accounts?
So yeah, obviously, when you start looking for close first-hand accounts, you have to go to the New Testament. But there's other things like graffiti.
So
I
the New,
mentioned this
so
in
the New
chat.
Testament is the the only thing that you would consider a first-hand account.
Um, yes. There, I
And
think
who
the
wrote
outside of the
who
Bible,
wrote
it's
the
not
first-hand
first-hand.
accounts? Who
Yeah.
wrote any first-hand accounts in the Bible?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I believe.
You think Luke and John are first-hand accounts?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I know Luke was a doctor. Um, yeah, it's likely that Luke is okay. You're probably right. He's probably collecting oral testimony from other people. Um, I think you know the start of Luke, how he says he wants to write an account of things that happened.
Hmm.
So
So not a first-hand account.
I'm willing to say that Luke might not be a first-hand account, but I believe that Mark and John would be.
Why would John be a first-hand account?
Because John was a close friend of Jesus. He's the disciple whom Jesus loved.
Which John?
Sorry, what's John?
Which John?
John.
Oh, I believe it's the John who was one of Jesus's 12 disciples. That's who I think it is.
That's who you think it is?
Um, I'll look again. I don't know the history, but if you read John, he refers to himself like in a sort of a humble way. He sort of says he'll talk about like himself, but sort of play down his role. I can find it if you like, if you want me to find something.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, give me a minute. I'm just gonna minimize this. Okay.
Did anyone else notice he sounds exactly like QB?
No, I didn't.
Like who? Oh,
QB.
QB.
QB. Yep.
Interesting. He hadn't brought up the Quran yet.
But that's a plus.
Mm-hmm.
QB, we know Jesus is real.
Oh,
What you got, Paul?
sorry, if I've overstayed my welcome, I can go.
No, not at all. What'd you find?
Oh, did you not hear me when I was talking?
No, my friend,
No,
we can't
when
hear
you
you when
leave
you're
the
outside
app,
of the
Oh,
app.
when I
can't hear
minimize
you.
the app, it doesn't go into the mic. Okay. If you look in the second last chapter of John, he talks about Peter and the other disciple running to the tomb. That when he says the other disciple, he's talking about himself.
Why would
Is
it say
that,
that? Why
yeah,
would
is
it say
that
the
a
other
normal way for
disciple?
people to refer to themselves?
I guess he's being humble. He doesn't
It doesn't
want.
sound like humble. That sounds like third-person narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everyone else is named apart from himself.
So
And
you assume that because everyone else is named, that this character must be John writing about himself.
yes. Actually, I have a question for you. Do you know how the Gospels got their names? I've always wondered about that. Like it's the Gospel of John, but was that like written at the top of it when they wrote it, or?
That's
Thrayle,
a
you want
great
that one?
question. It's a great question. Have you ever tried to look into it, Paul?
No, I haven't.
Is it possible that those names weren't always there?
I'm willing to accept that it's possible, but I tend to believe that the names must have stuck for some reason.
Could it have been a tradition added later?
I would, but yeah, I do wonder. It's not like Paul's letters where he starts off by saying, like, he introduces himself by name. The Gospels tend not to be like that. I know Luke, he talks about himself a little bit, but yeah, in John, which was the one that I was referring to, it's the bits where John is mentioned as being the disciple whom Jesus loved. And like in Mark, there's a bit where there's one guy left who doesn't have any clothes when they're getting raided by the authorities, and I've always assumed that was Mark, but I guess I haven't looked into it yet. I've got too many other things I've got to do. Like I've got to study and get a job, and yeah.
Is it possible that these names didn't get attributed to the stories until 100 or more years later?
You're asking the wrong person, but I'm willing. If you're asking me what I believe, I would say sure, that's possible.
If that is the case, then what reason would you have to believe that they were written by any of the disciples at all?
Well, who wrote them then?
Another great question.
What if they were all written by different people expanding on a myth?
There's enough evidence outside the Bible that talks about Christians and maybe not Jesus by name, but they like something obviously shook up the world at that time. And I think there's, yeah, I think there's plenty of evidence that Jesus existed, but when
Are
it
you sure?
comes to
What
being
evidence?
resurrected, that's the myth part, I suppose, is whether he was resurrected.
You say there's evidence that he existed, but what
Yes.
evidence?
Sure. So Josephus mentions Jesus, but
Where?
to be fair, I don't know the name of it, the Annals or the. It's Josephus talks about Jewish history. He was a historian who worked for the Romans. Um, and to be fair, I will say this: the bit where Jesus is mentioned in Josephus, it's likely that a monk rewrote it because it's quite a positive reference for it or for a Jew. It's very unlikely that
So then,
Josephus.
so
Yes.
then why would you mention it if it's not actually likely to
The
be
thing was,
Josephus
the
writing
the
it?
the mention was there. It was already in there. It's just probably been edited by somebody who didn't like what Josephus was saying.
So is it possible that the mention wasn't
Well, it's
about
possible, but
Jesus at
like
all?
it's possible that the thing is, like, if there's no mention of it, I don't know why it was added, I suppose. And there's like Josephus records a lot of stuff. Like he
Could it not
records
have
the
been added later to bolster the claims of those who were saying Jesus existed?
um. Well, okay, so let's forget about Josephus. There's graffiti of a Roman worshiping a crucified donkey, and it says so and so worshiping his god. So obviously there is somebody who was crucified.
When was this?
Oh, this is so. It's I can find it if you like. I'll have to minimize the app, but
Was Jesus the only person crucified in that time?
he's the only person crucified who would have been worshipped as a god.
How do you know that?
Because there are just no other crucified gods from that era that I know of. I'm sure we would have heard of it.
How do you know?
Well, obviously I didn't live there. Maybe may I ask, like, what about other reasons for, like, we're talking a lot about Jesus and all that sort of thing, but what about like the idea that you obviously believe your lives have value. How could you stomach the idea of yourself just ceasing to exist?
Paul, what we believe doesn't make a difference to you questioning your beliefs, does it?
Fair enough. Sorry, my bad.
Tav, did you have any questions for Paul?
To be honest, I forgot the one I came up for.
Okay. Paul, if there, did I already ask you if you had no reason to believe that this Bible were true and your gods exist? If there was reason to believe that it was false, would it change the way you live your life?
If there was reason to believe the Bible was false, I guess that is something, because the Bible is sort of what led me to my faith, because I always found it had, I used to use the expression, it had the ring of truth about it. I just sort of felt like it wasn't made up. So yes, if the Bible were called into question, I think I would probably be shaken a little bit. I do have other reasons for believing in eternity, but the Bible is pretty key, yes.
When you say you have other reasons to believe in eternity, do you mean an afterlife?
Absolutely, yes. Something after this life.
This life.
So there'll be a day of judgment when everyone will be resurrected and judged. After that is finished, I believe there'll be a life not too different to this one. I think we'll live forever, but we'll have work. There'll always be something to do. We'll be in God's presence, so He won't be far from us. There won't be sin. There won't be crying or anything like that.
Before I ask my next question, I do have to really quickly apparently be a moderator too. So, yeah, no caps in chat. That's really boring. And nobody needs you shouting at them. I did look up that graffiti, by the way, the Alexa Manos graffiti about the donkey crucified. Looks like it's dated to about 200 AD.
Oh,
So
okay, 200, yes.
quite a ways after Jesus. So you need an afterlife to. Does it give you comfort? Why do you believe in this afterlife?
I feel like myself, and I'm sure other people have a sense of, I have a sense of my life is important. I feel like the decisions I make, the things I do, they're important to me, and I can't stomach the idea of, like, if we all just sort of, if we cease to exist, that means the function of memories in our mind won't exist, and it's like we
Why
won't
would
even
you think the
remember.
functions? I'm sorry. Why would you think the functions of memory would go with you to whatever eternal afterlife?
Well, it's a physical
You said
resurrection.
that there would be a place absent of suffering, right?
Yeah, but it's a physical resurrection. We don't become.
Wouldn't memories lead you to suffer?
Would memories lead me to suffer? Yeah. Well,
Is it
they
me
would, I
cooking in
suppose.
here?
I'm sorry. It could be me.
Nope, it's me.
Are you the only one that carry your memories?
Well, I suppose if God is omniscient, he has my memories too, but I don't think other people in the world have my memories.
Why not share them?
Share
That way
my memory.
memory doesn't disappear.
Oh, I mean, like, are you talking about, like, writing books?
Not necessarily writing books, but sharing things that have happened to you in your life with people that you care about.
Oh yeah, and I do. I'm very close with my family, but I'm the only Christian in my family. Um, but when it comes to sharing memories, it's good and all. But even if, like, say I write a book, if I'm not going to experience anything, and I won't even remember having written the book, I won't even remember having ever lived. It's just so absurd that, like, this is just like,
Absurd.
it's like, why not just die right now and just forget everything? What's the point?
Paul, stop. Having a kind of existential crisis in the face of nihilism. You're saying that if there is no afterlife, if there's no eternity beyond, then this life doesn't matter. Wouldn't it mean more for this life if there was no afterlife? Wouldn't it make this life matter even more, not less?
I see what you're saying, and I do understand that. You live once, so why not make it the best thing ever? But it's just so cruel, not even remembering that you remembered. It's just gone.
What do you mean cruel?
I just don't think we would live and have this sense of importance in our lives about, like, I believe, I'm not
Why do
a,
you need a sense of importance?
oh, it's not that I need it, I just have it. And I'm not even like, I know I'm not a particularly good looking guy, I'm not smart, but there's a sense where I feel like I matter, and I just can't accept the idea of just
When you
losing
say there's a
everything.
sense you matter, what is it you matter to?
Um, well, when I do something good, I feel good. If I do something bad, I feel bad. I want to write it.
So you feel. It's about how you feel. You feel
Um,
good, you feel bad.
oh no, other people matter too, but I guess it's a bit like what Kierkegaard would have said, is that we're all alone before God in some sense. So I don't believe I'm more important than other people. I just feel
I
like at
didn't
some
I didn't
point we're
imply that you did. What you're important to, I guess, when you say that in the scheme of things nothing matters, what is it supposed to matter to?
well, I guess having a creator and someone who's like someone who knows me, who um who cares how I treat other people. I guess to be recognized by someone.
So
It's not just that,
acknowledgement.
other people too. Like I want my family to be saved, but they're not at the moment.
So you
Um,
want people to be acknowledged
yeah, well, I want people to live. I want people to live together happily.
together happily.
Yes.
So when you talk about this eternal afterlife in the Christian religion, that would be an eternal. I'm getting an echo again. Whatever you're
It's
doing.
your voice coming through my mic,
Yep.
isn't it? I'll turn it down a bit.
When you're, yeah, there's no. I can't. You're just gonna have to mute, Paul.
Okay.
So when you're talking about an eternal afterlife, where all of these people gather together, your loved ones who right now aren't saved, um, you want them all to be there with you in this golden city, shaped like a cube, worshiping at the feet of a god forever.
Sorry, I don't know how to mute myself. If I did, I would. But I'll go on. It's not that they have to be around me. I just want people to be happy, and I suppose they don't
Do
have
you
to live
think?
with me in the afterlife. But I know a lot of Christian media talks about us worshiping for eternity. I'm sure that's true, but I think we're gonna live well. We're not just going to be bowing down and
You're
worshiping. We're
going to
going
live
to, yeah.
in mansions in a golden cube.
For us to do to keep us busy.
So just to be king, worshiping at the feet.
I know you're talking about the cube, though. That's from Revelation, and the city is described as a giant cube.
So are you prepared to be a Borg?
I
Afterlife
know.
capitalism, baby. Let's go.
I know it talks about a new heaven and a new earth. So I don't know if I take Revelation literally, but if there's a new earth, like to call it an earth, it has to be a little bit like the earth we've got now. So yeah, I'm sure it'll be a good life.
So if it's a new Earth like the Earth we have now, with a big cube that's half the size of the moon landing on it, I mean, isn't that going to tear itself apart gravitationally?
Well, God created gravity, but I guess I figure Revelation is probably metaphorical, not to be taken literally. I mean, there are
Why
no
did they
seven
measure the
bowls, there are
size of
no
the
seven.
cube if it's not literal?
A lot of it isn't it all in like 12s and like 12s of the 12 tribe of Israel. There's like 12 different stones on it. Am I right or am I wrong?
So you're saying it's symbolic?
Yeah, yeah. There's like going to be a heavenly city.
Symbolic Borgs.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you symbolically want to be a Borg?
Uh, the Borg are pretty cool and all, but I think the whole losing your individuality is not going to be something that I'm going to have to face.
Are you sure?
I'm dead sure.
Fascinating. How are you so sure that you won't be losing your individuality when you live in this giant cube worshipping at the feet of this god that wants everybody to think the same way?
I mean, we kind of already do think the same way if we live in the same society, you know.
Are you sure about that?
I think you're probably an American or maybe Australian. I think you're an American by your accent. It's not too different from Australia.
What about me? What do I sound like?
Oh, can you speak again?
What about me? Do I sound American?
European.
European.
Wow,
So do I think the
Tav,
same?
you got an upgrade. Or is it a
Don't ruin it,
downgrade?
Thrayle. Shut up, please, God. Oh my God, you ruined it.
Which European country?
Yeah, try to guess which European country.
I'm just gonna randomly say Greece.
Oh.
Close enough.
Oh.
Very close. I'm not European
Not
at all.
European, but it's as close as you can get in Europe, I guess.
Yep.
Sorry, should I be making way for somebody else to have a chat now?
You will be
No,
soon,
no,
Paul,
yeah,
but don't worry. I think Tav and Morgan might have a few questions. RC, are you even still awake? That's what I thought.
I haven't quite formulated how I want to ask my question yet, so if you're ready, Tav, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you assume that we all think the same because we all come from the same culture. I'm from a completely different culture. Do you think I think the same?
There are certain assumptions we can make, like if you're on TikTok, you probably have a reasonable quality of life. I know that, like, I think poverty, if you were in, and that's something we shouldn't take for granted, but I'm assuming that, like, in your country.
Okay, but I'm sorry, but have you seen the Syrian and the Gazan refugees on lives?
That's terrible what's going
They
on,
also
yeah.
are on TikTok. Yeah, but they also are on TikTok.
I've had a few of them speaking to us before, once or twice.
Yeah, I have nothing against them. I was just saying that if you're struggling to survive, you're probably going to have different priorities than somebody who's got a cozy life.
No. I don't think you understood why I talked about the Syrian and the Gazan refugees. I brought them up because you said being on TikTok gives me the assumption that you have a cozy life, and I told you that but there are those. How do you
You're
square
right.
that circle?
No, I'm wrong. I am wrong. I remember seeing Pakistani bricklayers talking about how hard their job was while they were on TikTok. So yeah, I guess I was wrong about TikTok meaning that you're from a comfortable life.
Okay, so we can't really make assumptions just from talking to people, correct?
Okay.
Morgan, do you have something to say?
Why does the concept of nothing after unalivement, why is that?
It's just so hard to put your head around. If it's like if I'm dead and I can't remember having ever lived and I have no memory and I'm nothing, it's like it's just everything I know is gone and there's nothing, and it's so hard to explain this. It's like why not just be dead now? Like, how would I know that I'm not dead now? It's because I'm alive now, I suppose. But when I'm dead, I'm not going to remember, so I'll never know that I lived. It just seems so why would life be like that? Why would it just
But
be a
that wouldn't
flash?
be life, that's death.
Yeah, but I mean, lots of people have died, and we're saying that they're all gone forever. Because their lives had probably so much more meaning than we would ever know from reading what they wrote or knowing about them. There would be so many little minutiae of their lives that are just gone with them forever. It's like it's yeah, I can't stomach that. To me, that's not gonna fly.
What?
Somebody's dog or partner sleeping. I'm hearing a very rhythmic breathing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Me?
Also, I very rarely do this, but we're about to miss a gift goal. Just a few bubbles left. Are they bubble gums? I don't know. But also, if we tap the screen and share the live, we should be able to get a few more people in here to question their beliefs. We're at 180,000 likes, which is amazing, guys. If we get a few more taps in, we could break 200K before the hour.
If there were to be irrefutable proof that there's nothing after death, would that affect how you currently operate within your life?
I think it would. I would, because, as you've seen, it's a very important belief of mine. So, but I do feel that we are never going to get that proof. Death is just a door that once you go through it, no one comes back, at least until we all come back on the same day. So, yeah, it would shake me up if that were true.
So I'm curious about that comment as well, because that's the second time you've said that. What do you mean by we'll all resurrect?
So the day of the Lord in the Bible, when it's clarified by the New Testament, it's a day when everybody is resurrected at once. There's some kind of judgment takes place, and then afterwards you have the two different realities of heaven and hell, or new creation and hell.
Where are those places?
I guess could you say they exist now? Heaven isn't actually somewhere where we like heaven is God's dwelling. There is a new creation which we will live in, but I think also in the account of the new created earth. So heaven is where God is, so I'm not there. And what was the other thing?
No, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time following. I mean, is this like extra dimensional? I mean, I'm trying to understand. I'm sorry.
Maybe it is extra dimensional. I don't know how we can't reach God face to face. It says that if you see him, you would be destroyed, and that's why we don't see him. But yeah, maybe because if God created time, he's kind of outside the universe, but he also knows everything in it. So yes, extra dimensional. That's fine. I can go with that.
You're supposed to ask questions, not give answers, Morgan.
I didn't give answers. It was leading to the next question, and now you've made me forget. Damn it, Thrayle.
I do that sometimes.
You do that all the time. But I still love you. I'll pause my questioning here. I'm not gonna back to it.
I will let Heretical Apothecary ask a question. Good morning, Heretical.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Tav.
Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. I do have a question. You said something about God created time. So what do you mean by God created time?
Well, if God, okay, so like, I guess I can't really prove it, but I assume that if God was before the beginning and he's after the end, then time is something that God isn't subject to.
But your statement was that he created time, not that he's not subjected to time.
Well, it's like time is just another part of the universe. So if God created the universe and time is part of the universe, then he must have created time as well.
How is time part of the universe?
When a planet is heavy enough, it warps not only space but time.
What is time to you then?
Oh, to me, it's just like how long have I been talking? I don't know. To me, it's just the passage of minutes. I check my watch, I can see how much time passed.
And so you think that the planets and everything in the universe goes by the time on Earth?
Oh, my dad would know more about this. My dad did physics.
Well, unfortunately, your dad's not here. So I'm asking you.
True. No, time. I don't know how time is like if black holes are real, they have to be real. Whatever happens as you go into a black hole, that's not something that I can explain. So if you're saying, do I think everything follows my conception of time? No, it doesn't.
Well, it wouldn't be your conception of time. It's that I don't. What is your definition of time? For just reiterating this really quickly.
Okay, everything that happens in the past, or everything that has happened is in the past. The present is the most solid thing we have because there's only one present, and anything that happens before the present, well, not happens, but anything before the present is the future.
Thrayle, do
It's my
you have a
dog
question,
snoring.
Thrayle?
Sorry. Bob, stop snoring. Wake up. Sorry, go on.
It's okay, Paul. You can leave them sleeping.
Okay, I'm ready for more questions.
So
Yeah, I think we're done.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else. I tried.
That's alright. I'll stick around and see who else shows up. Thanks for having me. It's been really nice talking with you guys. How do I disconnect? Well, can you boot me?
Wait. Let's check if Thrayle's it. Thrayle? Thrayle's not here.
Yeah,
Do we have any mods in the chat? Can someone boot him?
Huggy,
I'm
can you
here.
chat Paul, please? Oh, there you are. Paul, please. Oh, there you are.
Had to kick some gods out of the way of the mic. Are we done questioning Paul then? Is Paul out of answers?
Yeah, I believe we've come to a point where we don't have any more questions.
That's really sad.
No, it's okay. I've been here for a while. Let someone else step up.
Sorry, Paul. Thrayle does that sometimes.
What do you mean sometimes?
He does it all the time. He does it to people
Yeah,
he
all the
likes.
time. Sometimes he does it to us.
My two favorite skeletons in the same panel. What is this?
Yeah, Heretical's been here a few times.
Okay, there's a request I want to give, Thrayle. There is an account that the name's written in Arabic. Ma'almi. Reddish picture.
They have not requested.
God damn it. Ma'almi, request up, please. He's from a really interesting branch of Islam. I wanted to ask him a few things.
Which branch?
He's a branch of a branch. The Shia branch has like multiple branches under it, and
I'm
he's
familiar.
from a very specific one. One who I've never encountered out in the wilds before, an Ismaili branch. So I wanted to ask him.
Really?
Less than 20 seconds left on that gift goal, guys. If we don't hit that, I may just call it a day. Oh. And there it went.
Tried.
We did. We tried. Well,
I don't like how they set this up. It's weird.
the gift goal thing, it's all
Yeah.
weird. They've messed everything up. They hit it. But we still tried. Thank you to Will.Tallow, it's me. Thank you to Heather's Descent, Cat to Witch. I saw you really making a push at the end there. Thank you to Robot Heather. Good to see you again. Thank you to Claire, to Heretical Apothecary, to Diamond, to Rooted in the Pines, to Morgan Le Fay, to BBY, and to Shell. Thank you all so much. I do appreciate you, even if we came just a little shy of that goal. I really appreciate all of you. I don't see any new requests. No one else with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. You think he swiped, have you? Yeah, well, he didn't request. Yeah. I do see 838.
Oh.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have no belief. Too limiting. But I do have a perspective.
And a lot of weird background noise. So if anybody who can directly answer questions has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, go ahead and request on up. 838. You could always try again. Just fix whatever that weird background noise was.
And be just a little tiny bit excited.
Uncomfy.
Dude sounded annoyed to be on the panel.
He certainly did. Sounded like we were putting him out.
How you doing, Heretical Apothecary?
Well,
I'm
you coming back after subscribers.
I'm doing fine. My son just decided to jump up way too early in the morning.
Okay, Timmy.
You can go in there.
That's cute.
Yeah, how are you doing, Tav? You said the other night you had a fever.
Yeah, I'm still a bit feverish, but I'm better now.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you're feeling any better.
My head is kind of pounding, otherwise, I'm all great.
I'm sorry, my friend.
That's okay. Thank you, guys. And I really wanted to talk to that smiley. God damn it.
That is like a very rare, I guess, subsect to encounter in the wild.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said that's a very rare subsect to encounter in the wild.
Yeah, them and the Alawites, these two. I've never met any of these two before. I mean, to be fair, I've only met one Mu'tazila other than me, so. But we're growing. We're
And
getting
that
there.
wasn't too long ago, wasn't it?
– 2019, the year of our Lord and Savior COVID. And the other one was, yeah, a few months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gums Mozzarella. The mozzarella sect of Islam. No, it's a sect called the Mu'tazila. Mu'tazila.
Mozzarella. Not mozzarella.
Wish there was a mozzarella sect.
I wish there was a believer in you who believed in a thing or two that they could question too.
All right.
Welcome back, 838.
Thank you. All right, we can try that again. I switched headphones, so my apologies about whatever might have caused that.
Sound.
Really? What is
It's a high-pitched grinding sound, like you're rubbing
Really?
hair against the microphone.
Interesting. Is it too?
It's kind of annoying.
It is.
Yeah, do you
Hold
have
on.
belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And what god is that?
It has no name.
Why do you call it God?
It's the terms that humans use for it. But I mean, it has many names. Too many. But in the end, it has no name. It just is. But yeah, higher. Do you want me to change headphones, or can we discuss this way? Oh, and I also wanted to say I like what you guys do here. I've been frequenting this live from the comments for about like 2 months now. So I like what you guys do in the space here.
Are you walking? Is that what that sound is?
No, I'm sitting. Do you want me to change headphones?
No, it's all right.
Okay.
So, you don't know what it is, but you call it God.
Oh, I never said that. Well, no. If I must use a term, then yes. It's really just me. But yeah.
What do you mean it's really you?
There's no separation. So, whatever is emanating
Are you
my
saying that everything is God?
Mm,
That you and everything and all of existence, all is one, and there is no separation. It just is
so
God.
let me clarify a little bit more. I know that I am an extension of what is making that hum that is permeating existence before nothingness, before the void. So, with that being said, then everything still stems, animate or inanimate.
You know you are the hum before the void. What?
Are you asking a question, or are you?
I'm just trying to clarify what you were saying. What do you mean you are the hum before the void, or whatever that phrase
So
was?
everything right now that you're perceiving as perception is a vibration. So that vibration is a hum.
Are you sure that everything is a vibration?
In this universe, yes. I'm
Are you
quite
saying
sure
it
that
is a vibration or that there are vibrations?
it is a vibration, and there are vibration can modulate and move at different wavelengths.
Vibrations move and modulate at different wavelengths. Does that mean different speeds? Are you
Yeah.
saying they wiggle faster and slower?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in your estimation, everything not just is wiggling, but is wiggles itself.
I
The
like how you
wiggling
put that.
of wiggles
Exactly.
are all wiggling. All
Yes.
just wiggles.
Yes. You got it. I'm not being condescending as well. Wait.
Stop, though.
Okay.
Stop. As soon as people say I'm not being condescending, I can expect that the next thing they say is going to be condescending.
It wasn't going to be.
So rather than go there, you keep saying that you believe in everything vibrating, and that the vibrating is everything, and you are part of that. So that's the God. The everything is the vibrating.
Well, it's an aspect. So we're in time and space, right? So,
Are we?
I mean, one state of being is time and space, yes.
One state of being.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other states of being?
Yes.
How did you verify that?
Oh man. Go into Okay, hold on.
If you're saying there's other states of being besides time and space, how did you verify those other states exist?
So, so mentally, right? I don't know, when you have a thought, right? What do you see? If you don't mind me asking, it's for the whole panel.
Who's to say that anybody sees anything? Some people have aphantasia, right? They might not see anything. So,
right.
What does seeing have to do with answering the question about other? What was the word you used?
States of being.
States of being.
Mm-hmm.
How is it you verified other states of being exist?
Well, that's actually a really good point, right? Verifying. I guess you can't really verify it, right? So I agree.
So if you're relying on other states of being existing in order to understand what your vibrational energy God is, then what are you really accomplishing?
Well, that question assumes that it's an objective, like there's a goal, right? There is no goal. It is whatever you want it to be.
Why did we end up talking about other states of being?
Well, I brought that up because of I thought you might have been. I was trying to bring in like a cohesion on the vibration and the different wavelengths when we were talking about the wiggling. Yeah,
Doesn't
I
sound
like how
like
you
we
put
got.
that.
Doesn't sound like the wiggling got very cohesive in the end.
Yeah, it's a process. Well, if you don't mind me asking, Thrayle, as respecting your space here, can I ask, what is this? Might I know from your own words, why is your prompt the prompt?
Can you question your beliefs?
So you want to make sure that whoever comes up on the panel, just asking that initial existential why, right? I like that.
Can
Like how
you
you think.
question your beliefs?
Hmm?
Can you question your beliefs?
Well, then again, like I said initially, I don't have any beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Can you question your assumptions, your assertions, your acceptances of reality?
I definitely can, and I will always. Gotta stay assured.
What do you think the best critique or question about your assumptions or assertions of reality is?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
What is the best question or critique of your acceptances of reality?
Hold on, that's a very profound question. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
92,000 likes. I appreciate it, guys. We're almost to 200K. And if we just keep tapping a little bit, I bet we can get there in no time.
Damn, you stumped me. It just is. I just, at this point where I am as far as awareness with things, I'm just at that stage where it's just like it is what it is. Yeah.
What if it isn't?
Wow. Then it just is. I'll just accept that. Acceptance.
What would you say is what is something that you know?
Something I know. I know that it's a bit cold right where I am, but
How do you know that you are there?
yeah. Damn. You're good.
I appreciate you, 838. I don't really have any more questions for you. That last one was just for fun.
I appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
I can drop if anything. I enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah.
If anything.
Appreciate you, 838. I'm going to go ahead and set you down. Hope that you keep asking questions. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
And don't forget, there's always room in the shed.
There is always room in the shed for one more.
Hello?
Hello, Jess. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
Yahweh?
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part. I have. Can't remember every single thing, but yeah, I've read it.
really quick, I'm going to thank Morgan Le Fay, Robert Paul, and Heather's Descent, as well as Heretical Apothecary. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. So do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe them to be, well, first of all, they're written by men. And there's a lot of people that think that it's literal and word for word. That I'm not one of those people. I guess I could say like there's more symbolism and
Symbols.
as well as just kind of a story. Well, it has to do with the time period it's in, what's going on then.
So when does it start to become true?
When I'd say the New Testament for sure. Or actually, I'd say the Great Flood would be the first.
I'm sorry, the Great Flood.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't believe in the creation, you don't believe in Adam and Eve, but you believe in the
I
flood.
I believe in that. I mean, it's
What do you mean?
my beliefs are not strictly. I was raised Catholic, but I have I've taken a lot of philosophy and theology, so in my experience, it's more like did the Big Bang happen? Yes. How we came to be is probably more scientific than Adam and Eve. And as far as the flood, Noah's Ark, of course, I don't believe that he put to the same animal. Like that's not possible. But there was I mean, recorded a flood in pretty much every religion.
Are you sure?
Almost every religion, yes.
What do you mean, almost every religion?
I was going to ask that.
There's mention of a flood, a great flood.
I think Heretic's got a question.
So, not every I don't know. I can't say every religion, but I can always point out mine. Norse paganism. I don't think of any.
I didn't mean. I mean.
Most
I didn't
Northern
mean. I
European
just
religions
meant
did not.
like major religions, like the most, like Hinduism. Just
Where's
the
the
bigger.
story in Hinduism?
I'm sorry?
Where's the flood story in Hinduism?
I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I haven't read. Like, I wouldn't be able to tell you, like, what chapter or whatever story.
Is it
Like,
possible there isn't one?
is it possible there's not a story?
Not a flood story, yes.
It's a bit just in period altogether.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
In Hinduism.
In Hinduism, I mean, sure, it's possible. I'm not.
Is it possible that you're drawing assumptions in order to validate your flood story?
I believe it's possible that I may have named an incorrect religion. Yeah, but the flood story is something that is in multiple, not only religions, but it's also um, something that's been found in, like, on, for example, the pyramids, Mayan pyramids,
I'm sorry, pyramids?
the Mayans.
The Mayan pyramids.
Yeah,
You're
the
saying
pyramid.
Mayan pyramids tell you of Noah's flood?
They don't say Noah's flood. I said the Great Flood. I didn't say Noah.
I'm sorry. Explain that one to me. I'm not sure I understand how you're coming to that
Is it
conclusion.
I'm
possible that
speak.
is it
I'm
possible
speak.
that there are completely different myths in different religions, and some of them occasionally contain floods, but that even those flood stories are different?
That's possible. Hmm.
Then how does that verify your great flood?
It just verifies that there is at one point, or that there was at one point, a Great Flood. Something, a
How
reset.
does
A
I'm
lot
sorry,
of
how does
people
it
have.
stop? How does that verify a reset if only one religion refers to it in any way related to a reset, and any of the other
But I'm
ones?
not saying one religion is.
Oh, can you
I'm
tell me one of the other ones?
not off the top of my head, but I'm not talking about religion. I mentioned the Mayans.
The Mayans had
Is
a
the Mayan
religion.
is the Mayan flood story a reset?
It, yes, it would. I mean, it's something that's documented, carved, documented.
What's documented?
The flood, a great flood, is documented on the walls of a Mayan
A flood is
temple.
documented, or is a
The
story
story,
documented?
the story.
What makes it a great flood versus just like an average flood?
Just okay, the flood. Then I'm just saying the Great Flood. You can call it the flood. Doesn't matter what you call it. The flood, main word.
Is it possible that floods are just a theme that are occasionally used in different cultures, in different stories?
Water drowning people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is that not a thing that occurs in different parts of the world?
Yes, all over the world. Yeah.
So, why would the presence of floods in stories indicate a global, singular flood?
Because the stories all um, are around the same time period.
Yeah, can you tell me what time period the Mayan flood is?
I can look.
Yeah, it'd be great. While she looks, we're at 199,000 likes. That's so close to 200, guys. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of you tapping the screen. And everybody who hasn't already, if you want to, you can share the live by repost, be able to question their beliefs. We're waiting, I guess, for Jess to find out when the Mayan flood was.
Mm-hmm.
When the great Mayan flood was, or is this
The
one just
great-
an average?
It might just be an average Mayan
I
flood.
think we're determining that as well.
Question, I wonder, was there even a flood, or is this a
Allegory.
legend, yeah, an allegory? Is it completely a symbolic story about some kind of
Overwhelm.
200,000? You guys are amazing.
Way
I
to go,
appreciate y'all.
W audience.
Hell yeah, best audience on TikTok.
At least in this corner of TikTok.
I don't know, I've been around a lot of different corners.
This is very true.
This is an amazing audience.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we're
welcome
here,
back.
Jess. We couldn't
Oh,
hear you until
okay.
now.
Oh, you.
Yeah, when you're like
Oh.
that. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
can't hear you when you leave.
You have to come back to the app
She
to talk,
left
my
again.
friend.
Do you think she's been talking this whole time?
I think so.
No, I haven't. I've been
good.
looking it up. I've been reading. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
If you look up Mesoamerican,
Mesoamerican.
Where is Mesoamerica?
Mesoamerican flood myths.
Sure.
Mesoamerica is that would be like Central America, like Mexico,
Is that what
And
Central
where-
America.
Where were the Mayans located?
They were located. It's the south of southern Mexico, over by the Yucatan, and then from there it goes all the way down to let's see, Guatemala. I know has one, and probably they mostly lived in that area. That's where the Chichen Itza is in Cancun, or outside of Cancun.
So Mesoamerican.
You keep forgetting it's the Mesoamerican Great Flood.
So the Mesoamerican Great Flood. And did we find out when that was?
Sorry, I'm still looking
That
Yeah,
was
she's-
the exact date.
Yeah, I think she's looking for that date.
And then we've got to find out when the Noah flood was. And if they don't line up, does that mean that they weren't that great?
Catfather Sebastian made a comment and said, "Oh, hey, Thrayle 2 is on the panel."
Thrayle 2. You gotta do the voice.
Listen, I typically have a deep voice, but there's just no way.
Do
I
it.
just can't. I haven't even had coffee yet. I haven't had anything to eat yet, and I can't perform under these conditions.
It's usually it's the just rolling out of bed voice that usually people get the closest.
But when do you go to bed?
Right.
What's a bed?
Yeah, Deli McDeli. We did start at 11 last night. That means we've only been live for like 8.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of more questions to ask.
Okay, so it says 300 BC.
300 BC. Interesting.
No, she's gone again.
I wonder where that date came from.
Get
I'm
Paul
also
back up here.
curious what the source we're pulling this date from is.
It's a carbon copy, or that's carbon dating.
They carbon dated
Yes.
the Great Mesoamerican flood, or was this a different flood?
It's the Mesoamerican flood
I see.
carvings. If you can look that up yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, the carvings. So they carbon
Mm-hmm.
dated the carvings to
Mm-hmm.
300 BC.
Mm-hmm.
So the carvings themselves were carved in 300 BC.
According to
Yeah, when
science,
was the
yeah.
flood?
I believe it said that it was 1,000 years before that.
Does it say that, or are you guessing?
Well, I'm looking back and forth, so I'm kind of just, yeah.
So it's like 1300 BC.
Yes, is what I'm guessing.
So in 1300 BC, there was a flood in Mesoamerica. According to what you've just
According to the
Googled
Mesoamericans, yeah.
Okay. And when was Noah's flood?
Oh, okay. Every question gets a teacup.
Every single one. We might as well just be interviewing Google at this point.
Well, we're just having a tea party. It's okay.
What kind of tea though? Because I'm pretty particular.
Look, now I have to make a new picture.
Is it iced tea? Or is it...
Could be.
Is it hot tea?
Sweet iced tea. It's too cold for sweet iced tea.
There's a big, it's either 30,000 or 12,000 BC.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Ooh.
Neither one of
Yeah.
those is 1200 or 1300. Shit.
That's a big old number.
That's a big old gap too, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I mean,
So not the same flood then, huh?
I'm not sure. Oh, like I said, I'm not even sure if I know.
A few dozen thousand years to make its way around the world, like a tide. No, that doesn't work either, does it?
I mean, I understand this is questioning, right? So you wanted me to question my beliefs, but now you're just sounding condescending.
It might have been a little bit condescending. I apologize, Jess.
Okay.
It was meant as a joke and meant to be lighthearted.
Okay. I'm sorry.
But you are
I've
seeing.
never talked to you before, so.
So you are seeing then that there is a gap in.
Well, of course, there's a gap in what I could pull up as quick as possible.
Is it possible that there was no global flood?
That's possible.
Can I ask Jess? And this is not meant to be condescending. It may sound that way, especially if the answer's what I hope it is. But I'm going to ask it anyways. What shape is the Earth?
It's not exactly spherical. It's like more
like a smash
ovalish.
sphere.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I hope then that it sounded condescending. I didn't mean it to. I had to check.
You had to check.
Had to check. So
No, I didn't.
You don't
think that-
believe in the flat Earth on 4 pillars?
No. No, I don't.
pressed like a wax seal?
I've never heard any
With a dome, a firmament. You've never heard any of that?
no, I've heard of that, but I've never really looked into it.
So, if the book, the Bible, says that it is that there are 4 pillars holding it up, and there's a dome, and
No.
it is like a pressed seal.
Yeah, no.
You don't believe that?
No, obviously not. We've seen it. Gravity.
So does that mean the book is wrong?
I wouldn't say, like I said at the beginning, I don't believe everything word for word. I don't take everything from the book, which a lot of Catholics and Christians do take it word for word. I don't. I think it is a sign of the times. And what they knew back then, as far as, science goes, is what they wrote on.
It's not about being the Word of God.
It's pretty much. I mean, it's more of prophecies, I guess.
Are there prophecies in the book that actually come true?
Well, say, Jesus did exist.
Is that a prophecy?
That's not a prophecy, no. But I'm just speaking on as far as, I guess, things that I would say would be in the book that are true. That'd be one of them. As far as prophecy goes, I don't know of anything else really that I would. I mean, I've read the book of Revelations. I've read it. It's who's to say?
It's kind of weird, huh?
Yeah.
Do you want that kind of afterlife?
No, and I also don't. I believe in God, right?
I'm still trying to figure that part out, Jess.
Right. I believe
say
in
you do,
God.
but
I
then-
believe in a higher being, creator. But I don't subscribe to any particular, like, specific
So it's not really.
book, I guess.
Yeah, it's not really the biblical God. It's something like it, something that rhymes with it, but it's not really.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah.
Is it
I guess you could
Jesus?
say that. It's I do believe in Jesus. Yes.
Why?
Real. Um, as a prophet, yeah. Why do I believe?
Why
I'm
do you
sorry,
believe he
in him?
existed?
Yeah, that's a good question. Also, good
Because-
morning, Kat.
Good morning. It's 3:30 in the morning for me, but yeah, good morning, you guys. Sure.
And just all of the things that have been found, about him actually being a real person.
You'll have to be more specific.
That existed.
So, this is not a debate, and I'm not telling you you're wrong, and I don't do that, and we don't do that here. But I would advise you to look into these things a little bit deeper, because you may find that they might not be as sure as you think they are.
Well, give her a chance. Let her. She hasn't gotten a chance to even like say anything about it yet, right? Just
Right.
just be specific on the examples of why you think he's real. Don't give like general like, oh, because the scholars say so, right?
It's based on just DNA that has
DNA.
been found, and the
DNA.
oh God.
Can you talk more about the DNA that's been found? I'm not.
Yeah, it's on
heard that.
the blanket
the shroud
that was put on
The
another
Shroud of
yeah,
Turin?
shroud of exactly. I'm
So
sorry. It's
what
okay.
if you looked a little further into it and you found out that the shroud was weaved with was not even invented until much, much later in time?
Then I would question it, yeah.
I would advise you to do that. I think that you should read a little bit more about the shroud, and because you may find that that is the case.
Not just the make of the shroud, but also the patterning of the stain.
Okay. I'll look into that.
So if you were to find sufficient evidence that showed you that like most of these things that we see about Jesus being a real person are either just blatantly not true or very likely untrue, would you maybe start to doubt the realness of Jesus? The realness of Jesus.
I would definitely have to, look at it differently. Yeah, I mean that's whatever can be proven as fact, then that's what it is. So yeah, I mean,
Does Jesus have to be real for the story to be meaningful?
no.
So does it matter if he was?
In my opinion, no. It's more about the again the like not symbolism, but the teachings itself are not. It's not like.
What do you find meaningful in the teachings?
That you're supposed to help, the sick, the poor. There's just different, I guess, morally, it like I feel is there's nothing wrong with what it says.
I'm sorry, Jess. I missed the very beginning of you being up here. Did you say that you came from a Christian denomination of some kind, and have you read your Bible all the way through?
And I have read it all the way through, but
It's
been a while.
It's dense. Yeah, and it's dense, and it's a
Yeah,
lot, and I get it. I just wanted to be like where everybody else was,
Yeah.
So is it necessarily that you believe in the God or in Jesus, but you just find some of the guidelines or the moral teachings helpful? Is it like do you have to have the God or Jesus to still find these things true or helpful?
That's a question that I've heard before, and I have sat and thought about that. I believe when a lot of people don't have faith in anything, they tend to just kind of wander around I mean, what can happen? What's going to happen to you besides, say you steal something, you know, nobody catches you. What?
Can you tell me what you mean by faith? Like, can you tell me what faith is to you?
What faith is?
Mm-hmm.
It's a belief, a strong belief, without like physical or I guess like visual proof.
Do
You
you
have. Mhm.
you said you think people just wander around without faith. Like, do you think faith is necessary? And what is it necessary for?
It no, I'm not saying that people that don't have faith just wander around doing that. What I meant, I guess, is people that don't have any source of like or any idea of morality is more of what I meant, I guess, because that's what I connect faith to in my mind. That's totally not, you know,
Do we need the Bible for morality? Do you need the Bible to like have morals?
no, no, I don't. I don't,
What
but
is it about this like belief system that is still compelling or still like what is this for you?
for me, I've had my own personal experiences, so um, I guess you could say spiritual experiences that keep me believing in what I believe in.
How do you separate spiritual from emotional?
Spiritual from emotional.
Yeah, like how do you determine what is a spiritual experience and how do you determine what is an emotional experience?
A spiritual experience would be something, it's not just a feeling, it's backed by fact, by
Spiritual is backed by fact?
like like I don't even know how to word this correctly. Obviously, but I'm speaking of more like supernatural, more than, you see what I mean? Like than
What
emotional
what
versus
would be a super
supernatural.
what is a supernatural experience versus a average natural experience? What is the definition between the two?
I don't know what the definition is between the two, but
What's the symmetry breaker?
Yeah, what makes this one super and what makes this one it's all right. It could be better.
Like the bright line, the clear difference.
All right, guys.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify because that's
I
not
know,
very.
I know. It's been occluded and clarified repeatedly. Do you understand what they're asking, Jess?
mm, I do, but I don't really know how to. I guess I don't know how to explain it.
What is supernatural?
Also, something you can't. It's just unexplainable. An experience you have that you can't explain, but
So if you can't explain it, then it's supernatural.
well, I mean, you guys know what supernatural is, like ghosts
We might,
or
Jess, but this is to
okay.
get you thinking, right?
I'm thinking, yeah. So
So what does it
that's
mean to you?
the same thing that it would mean to anyone else. I mean, it's something that happens that you can't explain, but you, and real as in, I mean, what is real, right? But
You're getting there, Jess.
yeah.
But so far we're not there. We still don't know what you mean quite. But go ahead, too.
Yeah, how do you confirm what is real? I don't know if I think he asked something similar when I came up before, but I never really understood what you were saying. How do you justify something being real versus something just being in your head?
That's a good, I mean, that's one of the biggest questions. What is it called? Philosophy.
I mean, I can give you an example for me and see if you can piggyback off that. For me, I'd say something that is real will tend to have more than one confirmation. So
Exactly.
let's say I'm feeling something, but I'm also being able to visualize it. I'm also able to take samples of it. I'm able to use my other senses to determine if this is real or not, right? Is this something that you're able to do with the supernatural?
Yes, and also it's kind of, I don't know why I'm sorry, I haven't slept at all. So I'm working on like one brain cell, but
You have
what
more
is
than
it?
one?
It's like, huh?
Jess, you're doing better than people who've slept and come up here prepared.
Who said? Oh, thank you. Who said?
Not
Do
all
you
of
have
doing
more
a
than
great
one?
job.
I'm just
Like,
surprised
It's
that
heretical. Don't pay him any mind.
I'm just being a
Okay.
jerk because I don't have any brain cells and I'm still up here. So if you have one, you should be awesome up here. And you are doing great.
he shares his brain cell with the orange cat, you know?
Hey man, I love orange cats. I got my own. um. Oh God, what is it? Is it confirm? Is it
Confirmation
when
bias?
somebody else can confirm? Yeah, when another person, let's say like me and you are in a room and we're seeing each other, right? And so because somebody else's perception, I can forget what you know. But even that has like you
Limitations?
can question that because what if the other person isn't real either? So I don't know. It's just
So, like, if I were to say Jesus came down and talked to me, or whoever, whatever, right? I'm definitely gonna grab like my phone and record it so that I know for a fact that it's not just me that's visualizing this, but there's like technology able to observe it as well, right? Is this something that you are capable of doing and with these experiences, or is it all more like just internal?
I can't prove my experience, but I can prove for example, remote viewing. I can prove that I've been able to do that.
How would you prove that?
With a newspaper article.
How would a newspaper article prove remote viewing?
In my instance, or in my situation, there was a house in Nebraska that my aunt purchased, and months before I went and visited, I started seeing construction. And this is in my dream state. I can lucid dream and stuff too. Um, but there was an archway, and it just every time I would go through a door that would be on it like opposite ends of the room, and I'd go through it, and it would be more constructed, and then the next door, it, um, I remember the dream because uh, I had gotten a metal rod like stabbed in between my like Achilles tendon, and and it hurt in real life. So I woke up, and that's the only reason I really remember that dream. Um, and 2 months later, um, I go to my aunt's house, not even thinking about this dream at all. I mean, I have a lot of weird dreams. But yeah, that same archway was like as soon as I walked into the house, I turned to the left and it's that archway. And I'm like, it's a weird feeling.
An archway.
The pretty much an exact replica of what I envisioned in my dream.
Pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. Could it have been different? Could you have not?
No, it was the same.
How did you verify it was the same?
Because I dreamt it and then I saw it in person 2 months later.
And because
What
you
does
saw
the
it,
newspaper?
yeah,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
trying to. Well, you're right, Kat. The newspaper hasn't
Well,
come
I
up
have
yet.
not finished yet.
2 months later, is it not possible that you have decided that the arch from your dream was the arch you encountered and made it fit?
No.
2 months is a long time for
Right.
remembering a dream.
Right. I do when these things happen, that I do remember them because of how odd it is.
Interesting. What's the newspaper?
So, as I'm walking through the home, so before the newspaper, because the newspaper has to do with the house mainly, and what happened in it. There was a family that lived there. It was uh, the mayor, his wife, and a stepdaughter. And a lot of times, like when I walk into spaces, um, kind of like reading a room, you know, you can kind of feel the energy of people and how everything is. Like,
What
I
is
don't know,
energy?
not everybody can do that, but um, what
Yeah, what is
happens,
energy?
um, emotional energy,
I don't know what you mean.
just the feel of the room, like reading the room.
The room has emotions.
No, the people in the room.
So there were people in the room.
No, I'm trying to explain what I'm trying to explain what it feels like or what I felt. Like, have you ever walked into a room where everybody's talking and they stop talking when you walk in? And
So
you
that
get
would be
that
people.
feeling?
Yeah, people, going
Okay.
through the people doing in your story.
There were no, no,
There's no people.
there's no people and no. No, I was just trying to explain it in a way to where like you'd understand kind of what I'm talking about. Like that feeling that you get like when something is off. You go or say you're in the woods, you feel like you're being watched kind of thing. Does that make sense?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, when it's called clairsentience.
Clairsentience?
Yes.
I'm listening.
And
What
it
does that
is
mean?
clairsentience is it's whenever you have you're very sensitive to emotions, uh, very sensitive to the way people feel,
Is that
and
what
just
clairsentience means? Sensitive to the way people feel.
sensitive, exactly. Well, just extra
Yes,
sensitive.
that is correct, Thrayle.
Yeah. And so, that is what happens when I experience these things.
What was the thing you experienced?
Well, when I was walking up, I passed the that archway, and to the right there's a staircase, and it's very narrow. I mean, this is an old like farmhouse in Nebraska. Probably, I think it was built in the 1800s or something. So um, it wasn't remodeled or anything. Um, um, I wouldn't say fear. Well, more like a lot of anger, um, was there. A lot of like rage is a better word, I think.
Were there any people?
There are no people, no. And this is all in my
So you're
in my head.
in your head. So
Hmm.
what is it that makes you think that this was anything but something in your head?
Well, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah, it'd be great if we got
So, and I'm seeing these, because I can also see certain things as like flashbacks. The pair of muddy boots going up the steps.
Can we get
And,
back to that? Like, is this
and it
leading? Is this all building up to the
this is all
newspaper?
building up to what my explanation. Yes.
I see. Is it going to turn out that you intuited something bad happened, and then you looked it up and found out something bad happened?
I mean, not as simply as that. No.
Oh, not as simply as that.
Yeah, like if when you see somebody, like when you see uh, a little girl like jumping out of a window in an old ass house, and you remember that, and then you see a picture of her in the newspaper.
I see. So you're saying that you had a thought or some kind of vision of this little girl jump out of the window, and then you saw a
No,
picture of her in the newspaper.
no, that's not it.
Oh, I
So,
thought that's what you just implied.
no, I mean that is, but you're simplifying it too much. I mean,
So it is what you're saying, but it's not.
okay, so I see this little girl, okay, and
How did you see her?
again, it's in my, it's not,
It's in your mind.
well, it's not,
Was it somewhere like in front of you?
yeah.
So you saw it with your eyes.
Yes.
Okay, and so with your eyes you saw a little girl in this house.
Yes, with a big pink bow, long blonde hair. And
Sure.
she
And then you,
jumped out of the second story of
I
the house.
see. And you looked her up and you saw a picture of her in the newspaper with a pink bow and
No,
blonde
because I mean, how would I look her up?
Okay.
That's the thing is, like,
So,
I don't know why I saw that, and I was freaked out. I don't know why I saw the muddy boots. I don't know why. See, these are all things that are happening that I don't understand, right?
so you didn't find a
I
verification
did.
picture.
I
Okay.
did. What ended up
Good fucking
happening
God.
was, oh my God. Well, if you'll let me like finish, it would go by faster. Um, when I found the newspaper, I found out that the stepfather had killed.
I made it go by a lot faster, didn't I?
And she fell.
I was waiting that whole time for my true crime creepypasta, and then this is the anticlimactic ending I get.
You'll have to wait for the next season.
This is what they do, people.
Hello, Heretical. It's nice to see you up here.
Hi, Kat. How are you?
It would be a lot better if I had a true crime creepypasta.
I mean, we can go back to questioning Jess. I couldn't at the moment.
Just needed a break.
It just didn't feel like we were ever gonna get there. And despite the fact that I asked multiple times, like, is this where it's going? And she said no, and then
No.
took it right there. And then it's really, then you're just being disingenuous so that you can slowly build and tell your story because you want to tell the story, not because you want to question your beliefs. She did great up until we asked her about the actual shit she believes in.
Sorry.
Hello, impolite questions. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hello, impolite questions. Did you mean to be here? Gonna guess not.
Curious about that name to see how impolite we could actually get.
I feel like they've done that before. I don't know if I've ever actually spoken to them. Hello, Sunflower. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 49.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the Creator. I believe in multiple gods under the umbrella of the Kingdom of Heaven.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
I haven't read the entire Bible, so I can't say yes or no, but I believe in the Word of God.
How do you believe in the Word of God if you haven't read the Word of God?
I just said I haven't read the entire thing. I've been shown particular passages that apply to my life as necessary.
Do you believe the stories within the book to be true?
Yes.
Do you believe in a 6-day creation?
Sure.
You believe Adam and Eve were the first two humans?
Yes. There were other, if you go by the story about Lilith being the first before Eve.
What story about Lilith being the first?
Yeah. Where is that story?
Well, Lilith was
Where is the story?
From what I'm understanding, Lilith was given to Eve, but didn't want to be.
Asking you where this story comes from. Where did you read this story?
I can't get, like I said, I get information from the Creator and from other sources. I'm anointed by the Creator.
You're anointed. What does the word anointed mean?
Look it up. Google it.
He thinks it's a
No, I'm asking. I know what it means. I'm
Okay.
asking you.
I was chosen and selected by the Creator.
What does the word anointed mean?
I'm not going to be a dictionary for you folks. I'll answer.
Did you have oil rubbed on your head?
Listen.
Did you go through a ceremony? Oh,
that's not how it works. That's religion. I'm not here to promote religion.
That's not what anointing means.
That's literally what anointed means.
The Creator has selected individuals along the way to help guide humanity. I'm here to help humanity.
Good morning, Rav.
Perfect. That's exactly who I wanted to see, actually. Hello, Rav.
You're here with a genuine Messiah. Well, at least so he says.
I heard. I've been here since he came up. So, I'm with you. Yeah, every step of the way.
He says there's a select few. Sunflower.
Yeah,
yes.
What was the name of the prophet that anointed you? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
What was the name of the prophet?
What was the name of the prophet that anointed you? What was the name of the prophet?
Creator, source, the Creator has anointed me. So I am anointed, okay, by the Creator himself. And
he just likes saying it over and over. He doesn't even he just
so
we understand that you don't know what that word means. That's what we understand.
Yeah. So you guys are looking for intellectual and definitional meanings for everything that actually have spiritual essence to them. Okay.
What is the spiritual meaning of anointing? Yeah.
It's the essence of God.
How do you identify that?
Well, within every man, woman, and child is the Spirit of God, the essence of God.
But that wasn't what you were talking about. You weren't talking about men, women, and children.
That wasn't
well,
what was
I
asked either.
I am included in all that, and so are you all.
Sunflower. What?
You can just call me son.
No, I'm going to keep calling you Sunflower. So why did you request up here?
Because I wanted to clarify a few things and join
Okay,
in this.
well, we're not interested in being clarified. Do you read the prompt?
It's about beliefs, right?
Do you read the prompt before you request up?
I looked on here and it showed that you guys were talking about beliefs. So
what does the prompt say?
Go ahead and tell me what it is. Wow. So you guys just get people up here and just badger them to make yourself feel better?
No, Sunflower. I'm asking if you can read what the prompt says. That's not badgering. It's really simple. It's a yes or no. If you can't read it, I'll read it for you. Can you read the prompt?
Go ahead.
So you can't read it.
It's your show. Tell me what you would like to talk about. I'm happy to engage.
Fuck's sakes. No, you're not.
I'm telling you that I am.
Then you're lying.
Then engage. Oh, okay. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm just not putting up with liars.
How bizarre.
Happy to engage my ass.
Well, no, you can't be the dictionary because you don't know what the word means.
No, you don't understand. He's anointed by the Creator. You just don't fucking get it.
I was waiting for him to find out who Rav is.
It's like I manifested Rav. I was sitting there asking him about the word anointed, and I was like, where's Rav right now? Because I don't need to be grilling him about this. Rav would be much better at it. And then Rav appeared, like magic.
I do
Pray
love
for the
anointing.
creator.
I'm gonna have to question that belief.
I think it's telepathic. I think he heard my telepathic call at this very early hour.
Yeah, that's definitely questionable. Hey, Eric, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, 30 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in the inner power.
What does that mean?
The ki, the chi, prana, tonali, spiral energy, the soul, the
I'm sorry,
spirit.
can we back up?
Right.
What was that?
Okay.
What was that first thing you said?
Ki.
Did you say chi?
Chi.
Tonali. What are you saying?
These are all the same things. Using various.
Well, what is the thing?
What is the thing you're saying?
The inner power.
The inner power.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Your intention, your focus, your awareness.
Where is that inner power at?
In your body.
Like, can you specifically locate it for me?
Well, it's everywhere you're consciously aware. It's about intention, power. To be grounded.
So where is that at?
What is God like about this?
What is God? God
Well, I do like that
within.
question, but no, that's not what I asked. I said,
Oh.
what is God like about this? Like inner power, like you said, like intuition and like that.
What is the question?
So what makes this godlike? What makes
God-like.
this?
I feel like this is the unifying thread.
Unifying what?
Unifying thread to consciousness. To
What
the
is
collective
consciousness?
I'm sorry. Yeah, what is consciousness?
Like your ability to think, your ability to question.
And what was the unifying thread?
Your awareness of
the inner power.
Awareness is the unifying thread for your ability to be aware.
Yeah. You have that.
Wow.
That power within you. That energy.
Where did you get this idea?
Awareness is the unifying
Everywhere.
thread for your ability to be aware.
Everywhere. What do you mean you've been learning? You didn't say anything.
Awareness is the unifying thread for your ability to be aware.
Yeah, like martial arts.
Martial arts is your. I'm sorry. Martial arts is the unifying thread for your ability to martial art.
No, it's a practice that will
Practice
help you
is the unifying thread for your ability to practice.
The unifying thread is
I'm being
your
profound,
energy.
like you. Energy is the unifying thread for your ability to energy. No, that doesn't work. What is energy?
It's like what makes things alive.
Energy.
Energy is what makes things alive.
Yeah, without energy, death. That's what you get. But
You sound profound. Sorry, that wasn't for me.
Breath. That's a good one. Yeah. The awareness.
That's for you. Why do we use words if we don't know what they mean?
Well, maybe because we don't look them up. Maybe we don't look up.
Well, then why are we using them if we don't know what they mean?
Which Which mean?
She's specifically saying you are using words out of their context and you don't seem to know what they mean. She's talking to you and about you, just so you are completely aware.
I know, I was just trying to be nice.
I can explain.
We'll start with
word.
energy. What is energy?
Well, you know, there's varying energy, like light.
There is a simple, straightforward.
What is this, Pokemon? What do you mean different energies?
Gotta catch up.
Yeah, different explanations, different.
There is one straightforward definition for this word. It's super easy, like super straightforward.
Oh, give it to us then.
Well, I didn't use the word.
Okay. Educate me, maybe. That would be helpful.
Unfortunately, if you use that...
Why are you using the word energy, Eric?
Energy, because I feel it.
What do you
feel
feel?
it in my body.
That's right. Movement. Getting it.
Movement. Are we just... is this word
vibration.
association? Are we just playing word association now?
Energy is the ability to do work. That is what energy is.
Work. Sure. Life.
No, it's like science.
Okay, what is the etymology of science?
Oh my god.
Tell us, what does science mean?
Why are you up here asking other people questions when we're supposed to be questioning you? Read the prompt.
We're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on.
As your attorney, I would advise you to say something like,
yeah,
your ability to do spiritual work. Something, just say something of any value.
Yeah.
It's okay, like people using words that they and not knowing what they mean, like, is such a pet peeve of mine.
I mean, it's fine if you can give some other meaning that is coherent and works. I don't know. Is anything other than just word association, vibration, frequency, kinetic,
Literally every
heat,
time
light.
they just start rattling off other words that don't define this word.
Tomad says, I don't know what synergy is. I use it a lot. You should probably look up synergy.
It's like...
Are you using it cohesively with a group?
Sunflower.
Hey guys, did you know that Sunflower was anointed by the Creator to help humanity?
Holy crap.
In case you guys missed that part, he's in the comments letting us know.
Yet again, for the 7th time.
I just would wonder, like, what's the product of that? I just would wonder what the product of that is for Sunflower. If he's here to help humanity, how's it coming?
Is there ever
I don't think he can help humanity because he's too busy telling humanity that he was anointed by the Creator.
Right. Well, that's how he's helping, is to let you know that he was anointed. I just wonder if there's ever a day that he wakes up and lunatic on a street corner screaming the end is nigh. Well, I don't scream it every day. I just put it in text.
Right, like he just walks around every day telling people that he was anointed by the Creator, and like that is his only mission in life. Do you think that's what he does? It might be.
Now he's doing his own word association game in the comments. If anybody has a coherent thought in their head and can question their beliefs, go ahead and request on
If, of course, you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning it, I would like to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. And we can bring back Jess. We spoke to Jess earlier.
Hello.
Hello, Jess. Why did you come back?
I've been here the whole time. I've been listening.
Do you feel that you can question your beliefs, Jess?
Yeah, I mean, I question them all the time.
Do you feel that you can question your belief in astral projection, or what did you call it? It was
Remote viewing.
remote viewing.
Mm-hmm.
How many fingers am I holding up?
I don't think it works like that, Rob.
No, it doesn't work like that. Thank you. It really, it's
Yeah, that's
yeah.
clairvoyance.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it'd be cool if it
I
did
don't.
work that way.
It would be really cool. That would be dope. I wouldn't be in Texas. Damn sure.
Mm-hmm. So what is it that actually convinces you that you have the ability to remote view? Before, you had told us a story that meandered around a newspaper that we never got to, and a dramatic reveal that someone had unalived in a house. What did that have to do with remote viewing?
The remote viewing was the construction of that house, as well as the way in which the unaliving happened.
Wait, hold on. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying is remote viewing?
When you can see something, it doesn't matter what point, like in time, it can be in the past, in the future, but you're seeing like a certain place, like you're there.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so as far as the newspaper went, it was raining that day that they were unalived. He
Muddy boots, raining
he
that day, young
threw them.
alive, something. We're not getting very clear responses, Jess.
I'm just shortening it up for you because you got pissed off like earlier
I
that I was
didn't get
taking too
pissed
long.
off.
Well, you kicked me off, so I'm just making it shorter. Um,
You're not really, though.
well, no, I'm not because I'm explaining it to you, but okay. Um, he murdered his wife and his stepdaughter and threw them down the well and went back into the house. He's the mayor of this town. They find this out. So this was big news, and it was on the front page of the newspaper article, which I spoke of earlier.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
How does any of this verify remote viewing?
It verifies it for me because I'm the one that saw it. What do you mean how?
How does it verify to you remote viewing?
Because I experienced.
You
You
haven't
you
been
know
clear
what
at
I
all,
just
Jess.
explained what remote viewing was.
Was it you having a dream 2 months beforehand? Is that
No,
the
no,
remote view?
no.
What was the remote viewing? When did that occur?
When you go to a certain place.
So you
It could
went to the
be at a
place.
different
So you,
time
just to
period.
clarify, just to clarify, the whole story is that 2 months prior to visiting this house, you had a dream about an archway. You go to this house, and there's an archway, and then while you're there, you have a remote viewing experience. You haven't described what that is
No, I
yet,
had a
except that
clairsentient experience.
a clairsentient experience where
Yes.
you walk in and you feel emotions in a room where there are no people.
And I
And you say,
see.
okay, and that's when you have the remote viewing. Is that when it happens?
No, the remote viewing was the 2 months before.
About
Holy
what period
fucking
of
shit.
time did this event happen in? Like what period
It,
of time was the unaliving?
I
Like what
believe it
time
was
frame?
1820s, 1830s. Yeah, okay.
You know,
Well,
remote
that's a
viewing
funny
is
time period.
none that occurs in real time, right?
Oh, what part of the 1820s, 1830s? Like, where was this? Like, what was happening?
Well, I found out who the family was, and I found out by searching the house and its occupants, its previous occupants. Like, I went through the, every city has their, the public library where they have old newspapers, and I went through public records and found out what happened.
I guess I'm not understanding what the part was where you were involved, aside from going to this house and like going to the newspaper section, the periodicals and such. Where do you come in?
She felt things and then saw things.
At the library.
No, at the house.
I thought you saw things months before.
Yeah, 2 months prior.
What did you see 2 months prior?
An archway.
The same archway in the house?
Yes.
How do you, I mean,
How do I know? Because visually I saw it, like in my mind and with my eyes in person. The house was not remodeled.
And what's the significance of the archway, I guess? Or like, what's the significance of seeing this thing?
It's how she
That it was
recognized it.
it was unique.
Ties the room together.
No, I meant it's unique, memorable.
No, but
Like,
Rav will know what I meant.
Yeah. Does it not? But why, like, okay, like, let's just say all this happened the way that it happened.
Okay.
Like, what, what is the significance of that?
That, but I don't even know how the questions began, to be honest.
Let's just say that you are able to, or you have like flashes or visions or something. Is that like what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any ability to control this? Has this happened any other time?
Yes.
And what is the significance of this? Like, okay, so you saw an arch in your mind, then you see this arch in real life, and then you read and learn about this family.
That made it real. That made it concrete. That this actually happened in history.
But what
And
happened
it
exactly?
wasn't just me making, like.
Well, you didn't know anything about the history, you just saw an arch.
I didn't know exactly. At the time, I didn't even know anything about the house.
But what happened that you looked up? I missed that part, I guess.
Oh, the stepfather, the mayor, he unalived his wife and his stepdaughter. No, there's no. It was more of with clairsentience, you get a lot of
feelings.
People, not people, but I guess
Feelings.
beings trying to communicate with you.
Oh, really?
Through feelings.
Through feelings, and they can tell.
How do you know that they're trying to communicate with you?
Well, that's the example. That's one example. Is
I mean,
little girl. That was the little girl.
Just speaking from a paranormal investigation perspective, that
Mhm.
was a residual that particularly didn't mean anything.
Not well. The way that I guess it did tie everything together for me, or why it was important to me.
There's the wreck.
Since my aunt, she was thrown off the stairway, and broke her arm. Nobody was there. No, she said she was pushed.
She said so it couldn't have been her own fault.
Or a misinterpretation of what happened.
She couldn't have made any mistake at all.
It could have been, but it's very coincidental that beneath that staircase was the well where
correlation
the
does not
bodies
equal
were
causation.
thrown.
The well was under the staircase.
Yes.
Huh?
The well is under the staircase. But it hasn't been remodeled or redesigned at all. Do you
Just
realize
that
how
part.
ridiculous it sounds, Jess?
What, that they added something to the outside?
Oh, the staircase was on the outside.
Yeah.
And the well was underneath the staircase.
Yes. Because of what happened, they wanted to cover that up. Whoever.
They wanted to cover the well.
So I'm pretty good at things on the internet. Like, it's like a hobby of mine. And I didn't have a ton of information, but I had Nebraska and Mayor and, the other details, which are like Nebraska, the population isn't like that all that huge. I can't find anything from that time period about this story. I can find one from 1915, but the details aren't the same.
What city?
Jess, what city? What city did this happen in?
Is it near Lincoln?
This happened in Lincoln?
Outside of Lincoln, Nebraska.
Outside of Lincoln. In the 1820s. Is it?
I mean, if you've ever been in Nebraska, it's all corn.
Is it possible, Jess, that you have some of the details wrong still?
What year was it again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was 1820. It was in the 1800s. I know that much. I'm not exactly sure on the day.
You said there was a photograph
of. Yeah.
Womp womp. I think that's how they say it.
There was
So,
photography.
Lincoln wasn't even founded yet in 1820.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's outside of Lincoln. I'm just giving you a point of where it is. The city's name's Tecumseh.
I was gonna say that's one of the main things I just found was that the town wasn't even founded at that time. So
Yeah, Tecumseh, Nebraska.
Also did not exist in 1820.
When was it founded?
1856.
Okay. So see, yeah, I got that detail wrong. I said it was sometime in the 1800s.
That's 100
That's a
years
large
too.
gap.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes is a long time to a lot of people, but you're talking about
I mean, I'm
almost a
just
century.
not like I'm not. I don't remember every single detail about that. I mean, I'm trying to just say what happened. Like, I didn't think that date would be that important.
There's a stepdaughter. You said there's a mayor and a stepdaughter. You're saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what. Yeah.
It's the house was built
And
in
she was
front.
blonde, and she had pink bows in her hair in the photograph.
The color was in when I saw what I saw in the house when I was there, but in the picture you can tell that her hair is blonde and long and has a bow on it.
So the bow in the photograph could have been blue, for all you know.
Sure. I don't see how that changes anything. I really don't.
What we're saying is that there's some details that are missing that are wrong, and then you're saying that, yeah, they're wrong, but that you don't see how that matters at all.
Because they're very, like, the details I had said I wasn't sure the exact date. I'm not sure, like, the color or the photo's not in color, so I can't tell you what color, but
Regardless of the date you provided, there's still no story in the entire state of Nebraska that matches that.
if
I think we have
you
an overarching theme here.
haven't been able to find it, as I can send it.
Let me say that joke again. I think we have an overarching theme here.
I missed it the first time.
Okay.
It's
It was
tying
worth
the road
repeating.
together.
It took me a second, but I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm not finding anything in the history of Tecumseh, Nebraska.
In fact, nothing in the entire state about a mayor, their daughter or stepdaughter.
Nope, nothing at all.
Well, I'll have to send that to you guys.
Is it possible, Jess, that you're mistaken?
No.
There's no mistake. There's no possibility of
No,
mistake.
because I wasn't the only one that found the article. My sister was with me.
Do you have a website that this is hosted on?
It's under their public, um, what is their public files, like historical, like, just where they keep newspapers from.
Do you have like a URL or something?
We'll look for it. I don't have it just ready, just because I don't normally just tell the story.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. If you'd like, you can just DM it to me. I'll look into it.
Absolutely. I
If
will.
you've got a link to something in the next few minutes, throw it in chat. I'd like to see it. But yeah, so far I'm not finding anything about the Tecumseh mayor of any time period doing anything like this. So is it possible that you have some of the details mixed up?
No,
It's not
because
possible at all.
it's
It had to be the Tecumseh mayor with his stepdaughter on the staircase in the well in 1820.
I don't think it's possible because I read the newspaper.
So it's not possible that you could misremember any of the details from the newspaper article.
I mean, everything is anything is possible.
It's
Honestly,
not possible
if you
that you could have
any,
tied
I
this
mean,
newspaper article together with your dream and decided that this must be the explanation for your discomfort in a house.
no, it's not possible.
Wow, it's fascinating how absolutely dogmatically closed-minded you are.
That's not
And
closed-minded.
Does anybody have any questions for this closed-minded, dogmatic person? Because I'm
Really?
done.
No.
Yeah, you're absolutely closed-minded and dogmatic. You don't see it. I'm sorry you don't see it. It's really sad
How am
you
I?
don't see it, Jess. But
Okay, well,
I'm not here to hold your hand. I'm here to ask questions, and it doesn't seem
right,
like you're
and
capable of actually questioning your beliefs. So we're going to move on.
I want the sunflower guy back.
He doesn't want to come back.
He thinks we're arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
Come back, sunflower guy. Please.
Your terror.
I even said please. I'm an agent of chaos. Please come back.
I wanted to talk to that guy the other day that came in here with this. He was so loud. I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before. It all kind of runs together eventually.
Loud.
It does.
I'm going to say Deathless Light came through this morning. He was actually subdued until the very end.
I'll say, from what I was told, it
Oh,
was
you had him up?
Yeah, we questioned a little bit. He tried to turn it into a debate. I tried to ask him. I tried to ask him if he thought this was a debate, but he couldn't stop shouting over me. So I dropped him and told him premise one, this is not a debate. He still hasn't invalidated that premise. Duragon. Hey guys, anyone know someone anointed by the Creator? I don't know. I've never heard of anybody ever being anointed by a Creator.
That was a good one, Durgon. That was a real good one. No, I was just asking for somebody anointed by the Creator to come up here, and they won't. But I really wish they would.
Jess asks if I project much. I don't know. Possibly. Maybe I do project. I'm not sure exactly how I'm projecting right now. But if you mean when I talked about you not actually being capable of questioning your beliefs and being dogmatic in your beliefs, then no, that wasn't a projection. That was an observation.
No, Sunflower, I don't know one, because you won't come up here and let us get to know you.
You want him back?
I do, I really do.
Oh no.
I have questions.
Sunflower didn't understand the premise and thought that this was a pulpit
we had a
for
chance
Sunflower to spread the word of the sunflower.
He's to spread the seeds of the sunflower.
There you go, to spread the seeds of the sunflower. This is not your pulpit, Sunflower. What we are doing is questioning beliefs, and if anybody does have a belief in a god, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We just want to ask you some questions.
No, Jeff. We're not closed-minded, and neither is Thrayle. It's just that you don't make any damn sense because you're not listening to what the holes of the plot hole that we have put into your story.
That's called projection.
Guys, like this is a spicy ass panel this morning.
I'm sorry.
It's progressively
No,
gotten
I've been
worse.
much spicier than usual too.
What phase is the moon in right now?
The moon is in.
They're teaming up on us in the comments.
Okay.
I know, it's great.
Yeah, they called us bullies.
I'm only
Aaron.
a bully if I care about you.
Aaron caught what I heard. I get it's a spicy panel, but why is it an ass panel?
Oh, come on.
That's mainly for me. That's the spicy can be you guys. I'll be the ass. It's okay.
Waxing crescent, that makes sense.
Good morning.
Oh no.
Wait, did you just say waxing crescent? That makes sense.
Uh-huh.
What is the moon doing that impacts what's happening?
It's in
Affecting the
Gatorade.
tides.
Pulling on water.
Yeah, the moon is in Gatorade and it's stuck in the microwave or fucking something like
Yep.
that.
The blue Gatorade specifically.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. That is one thing you cannot disconvince me of. I've worked in food service. I've worked in the medical field. I've worked in the military. I've worked overnight. Every single time there's a full moon, shit goes off.
Could it be a correlation with full moons and the amount of light given off
Oh,
at
absolutely.
night?
100%, because everyone's more awake.
Or at least able to see better, and so more likely to go out and do things that they wouldn't normally.
But it's still caused by the full moon. There may not be any esoteric meaning behind it, but
Spiritually outranked.
He's gotta be a troll. It's hilarious.
Checkmate atheists.
Checkmate atheists. So saith the anointed one. I wonder if we'll get any more actually questioning believers who can question their beliefs before we end the live, before it's time for our poetic outro.
I think we can get one more.
You think so?
I think so. I have high confidence.
Are you gonna do the Bert and Ernie method, like when you're fishing?
Maybe.
Like, here, fishy, fishy, fishy.
Here, fishy, fishy. Oh God, I haven't thought about that in so long.
I don't know if it works. I don't think it works for believers. I mean,
Well,
unless
it
you
might be
change
here, believer,
fishy.
believer.
Right,
Gotta
right.
change it up.
If you change the here fishy fishy to, if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to nod, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I'm not even.
Stop talking about the shed. It scares them away.
I'm not even here to make you look like a fool, although you may do that yourself. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
It's like you don't even want anybody to come up here. You're always talking about that damn shed.
You think they're
People aren't
afraid
gonna
of the
want to come
shed?
up. People aren't gonna want to come up if you're telling them that you're gonna take things away.
I'm not
And to hide them in your weird metal creepy shed.
I'm not hiding them. See, they're right there.
They can come and visit anytime they like.
It may look crowded in the shed, but there is always room for one more.
See, this is not inviting. That's not an inviting statement. It's not how you get people to like want to come and participate.
I think it's
unless they're into that kind of thing.
I mean, I guess
we're not gonna
that's a
yuck
good
other
point.
people's yums.
I think the inviting part. I mean, I think it's inviting. It sounds great to me.
Yeah, but we're creepy like that. Heretical. Be real.
What?
Yeah, I'm not going into any sheds that I'm invited into. I'm just telling you. I'll just say that right now.
Then
There
I'm
will be
asking where
no
the snacks
shed
are.
visiting for me.
But he's got gods and burgles.
I have questions for them.
and blueberry coffee.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay. I might go in the shed.
Mm-hmm.
You might be able to get me in the shed, but the coffee, yeah, no, the blueberry coffee I do like a lot. It's good stuff.
That does it.
Philly
Everyone in the
says, but
shed.
he has burgles. What is a burgle?
They're in your shed. You have to tell us.
Burgles of burgles.
Yeah, you're the one that's keeping them in the shed. Like, how are we supposed to know?
All right, I've got lore. I've got lore to make god of burgles. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
I see, Paul. I think we spoke to Paul already, but I'm gonna need you to remind me your age for TikTok TOS.
That's okay. I'm 42.
And you still
42
believe?
next year.
You said 46?
No. Sorry, I'm 41, turning 42 next year. I don't know why I got hung up on that.
Gotcha. And just a reminder, you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Absolutely. I'm your run-of-the-mill Protestant Christian.
Why
But I was
is that?
thinking we could talk about Pascal's wager if you like.
I see. Is that why you believe, Paul?
To be honest, cause a lot of Christians say that Pascal's wager is for people who are self-interested, but yes, I think Pascal's wager has an appeal to me, and I do talk about it to other people because I notice in the Bible Jesus is not shy about telling people that he's offering eternal life. So if he's just saying what people want, well then what's the harm in choosing to believe in God based on Pascal's wager?
So what's the harm in choosing to believe in a God that threatens you if you don't believe in him?
Well, he's the creator, we're the created, so it says in the Bible, as high as the heavens are above the earth, so my ways are above your ways.
Are you sure?
So because he says not only are his ways above your ways, but you should worship him or else, then therefore you should worship him or else.
I think, if we're talking about the or else, there's the fear of hell. That's one motivation. I'm trying to focus on eternal life, being eternally.
You wanted to talk about. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to talk about Pascal's wager. Doesn't that have to do with choosing to believe in order to avoid the damnation promised if not believing?
In the Ponceys, there are different versions of Pascal's wager. Some of them don't have hell. It's just I think.
So then there are other people's wagers.
No. Pascal wrote different versions of his wager throughout his work, the Ponces.
Is there one that accounts for all of the other gods that are not the Christian God?
See, to that objection, I'm very aware of the many gods objection, but this is where you have time to look into other religions and see if they make sense. In my limited view, Christianity makes the most sense.
How limited a
Islam.
view? How many other religions have you studied, Paul?
I read a book. It was by a Christian author, but he was trying really hard to
you haven't really
level.
So you haven't really studied other religions, just kind
not
of read
not
what
at a
Christian
university.
author
I've
had to
never
say.
been to uni.
So you don't know, for
So I have
instance,
a
like what the Baha'i faith is.
Oh, that's a tough one. That wasn't in the top 5, so no, I don't
see.
know that one.
What's
Go
in the
ahead,
top
Kat.
5? Sorry.
so
Don't answer that one yet, Paul. Sorry, Rev, but Kat's been waiting.
I'm so like you a few minutes ago you were talking about like he is the creator and we are the created, and so his ways are higher than our ways, and I'm just wondering, so like if you have a child, or if I had a child, right, and I like, would that mean that I have the right to threaten to like unalive my child if it doesn't follow my orders?
The punishment for a disobedient child was death. Yeah, no one follows that, but like, I mean, say your son or daughter becomes a heroin addict and starts killing people to get their fix. I mean, you've got to do something to stop that. You wouldn't kill them, no, but you would turn them into the law at the very least.
Have you ever known anybody who does that? Like, they're not out here running around. They don't really have the energy or motivation for that. But anyway,
Sorry.
like, so that didn't really answer the question, though.
What was the question again? Do I have the right to threaten my child? Is that it?
Yeah, like, do you have the right? Like, so let's say I had the ability to threaten them with eternal damnation because I could do that or whatever. Would that make it right for me to do?
I've struggled with this. Like, it is harsh, and but it's just, the thing is, God is God. He's not our parent. He's more than that. He's our creator. We're like ants to him. He can
What
sort
is your
of.
parent?
He can.
I know my parents. My parents. I won't name them, but very fond of my
What did they
parents.
do? How did you come about? Did they create you?
Yeah.
Really quick, there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, everybody. If you do want to voice your opinion on that question, go ahead.
So if they created you, that makes them the creator, just like God is the creator. God's like everybody's dad.
But the only way humans make other humans is by a process invented by a creator god. It's almost like we're not really the I don't want to say owners because that sounds weird, but I guess that's true. We don't own people. We just pass on life to the next generation.
Aren't you just deciding that this process was created by a god?
Yes, I am.
Rav, did you want to ask that question?
Yeah, I just, like you were saying that, first of all, you said that there were top 5 religions that you looked into. I'm curious what those are. More curious
Yes,
about the way in which Christianity is the most logical out of whatever you've researched.
okay, so I'll just quickly name the ones that I researched. Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Judaism was one of them, but that's actually number 6. I can't remember what the 5th one was. And there was a chapter on Christianity. So the top 5 religions in that book, I'll just say it again, they were Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam. Yeah, cool. I forgot myself. I have a bad memory.
So, if those are the top 5, what is it that makes Christianity the most, did you say logical?
Yeah, so in Hinduism and Buddhism, the goal seems to be some sort of non-existence or reconnection with the eternal flame. Um, that isn't something I'm interested in. Um, in Islam, heaven is
Reconnection with eternal flame isn't something you're interested in.
no, no.
I
It's
also don't.
too
Fascinating.
I also don't know what like where you get that idea from for Hinduism as being the primary focus.
It's well, I know in Buddhism it's end the cycle of reincarnation, and I think in
Uh,
Hinduism it's the
Is
same
it
goal.
endless?
Can be endless.
I'm so sorry, but this is just like not a decent representation of
Oh,
either
I'm sorry.
Hinduism or Buddhism. So for you to claim that you have researched these things and have been able to make a
Well, they were
functional
in a book
decision.
by a Christian author. That's where you learned.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. What's a good way to study other religions then?
I would go and experience them. I would go and ask those
Oh,
people.
Read their source text.
okay. Yeah, I was gonna read the Bhagavad Gita, but I never got around to it. I have read about half the Quran. I definitely don't agree with what's in there. Um, And I'm trying to think of the other one. Judaism, it's sort of eclipsed by Christianity in my mind.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because we have the Messiah. And
What is
also
Messiah?
Judaism.
What is
Sorry.
Messiah?
Um, I should clarify that. What I meant was, in Judaism, they can't even agree on whether or not we'll be resurrected. So, the
Sorry,
concept
Paul.
of eternal life is
You
much more in
said you
Christianity.
have a Messiah. I asked what a Messiah was.
Someone who comes to rescue us, to save us. And I know someone will say to save us from the same, like to save us from himself,
No,
someone might
no,
say.
that's not
What
what I was
makes
going
you
to say.
think that Messiah means someone to rescue you?
Um, I suppose, mm, have I looked into the meaning of the word? I don't know. I know Christ and Messiah are essentially the same thing. One is Greek and one is Hebrew. Um,
That's true.
I get the prophecies of the Messiah from the books of Isaiah, like the suffering servant and that sort of
So
thing.
before we go into that, I really
Rav
have
is
to.
eager to go into
Yeah,
that.
I'm eager beaver over here. Um, the word Messiah has a very specific meaning coming from Hebrew. You're right. It's the same meaning as the word Christos in Greek. What is that meaning? And if you need to look it
Oh,
up, you should do so because
I
there's a
will.
very
Give me
specific.
a minute.
Because Rav has some very specific questions coming on that. And before he gets there, we're at 241,000 likes. You guys are amazing. I appreciate that, and I'm sure we could get a few more people in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Did you get that definition, Paul?
The promised deliverer of the Jewish nation.
That's
Deliverer.
Paul
Where
would
does
say
that
that
definition come from?
Google.
Fascinating.
the word Lemashech in Hebrew is to anoint. Mashiach means anointed one. What does the word anoint mean?
That's to be singled out for a purpose, like to be a prophet or a king.
Well, that's the process by which one becomes a prophet or a king.
Right.
The anointing is to put oil on the person's head,
Yes.
that they are elevated from one status to another status by virtue of them having oil poured on their head by a prophet.
He was baptized by the Holy Spirit, and John was witness to that. I guess that's what people would say his anointing was.
So can that happen to anybody?
Well, I don't think many people could say that the Spirit came down in the form of a dove and rested on them. So I don't believe that can happen to anybody.
That's not.
Uh,
By the way, that
I
doesn't
would.
qualify as anointing. Just want to be clear, like that does not. That's not an anointing. There's no oil involved there. I would cede to you, John, being a prophet, just for the sake of this conversation, but there's no oil. So no Mashiach, no anointing. You can't be anointed by a dove. It doesn't really make sense. Um, and then water baptism. This is something that everybody was doing, and it is something that most Christians do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was baptized.
And right, and most Christians say that they are filled with the Holy Spirit, and that's how they're able to interpret the text through their own
And
lens.
okay, so
So
you're
I'm not
saying
really
I have
sure.
a problem?
Are you anointed, Paul?
Gosh, no, no.
Okay.
I'd like to be. Actually, you know what? There's a passage in you know what? I'm gonna break off on a tangent. No, ask me questions.
What?
He
I
was
was
about
about
to
to
say
ramble
how
on
he
about
is
something.
anointed.
No, I'm
Is
not
he not?
anointed. I'm not. I had oil put on my head and someone prayed for me, but that's
Yes.
something in the book of James because I have schizophrenia. So someone
There's
put oil
three.
on my head and prayed for me.
There's three types of unctions. One is a medicinal or healing unction. One is a elevation unction, and the third is a cosmetic unction. Um, and
Well, you know your stuff.
I should
I
should
hope
hope
so.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, Rabbi. Or yeah, Rob. What's your job again?
I'm a rabbi.
Oh, you're a rabbi.
Mm,
He
Oh,
is.
wow.
Are you Jewish? Are
Nice
you
to
a
meet
rabbi
you.
that's Jewish?
So silly. Okay, so not anointed. Do you know what the other prophecy? Oh yeah, you said Isaiah 53. So here's the three things that I think are foundationally expected for Messiah, um, a Jewish Messiah, one that's based on the Hebrew Bible. One, the first is to sit on the throne in Jerusalem. Did Jesus sit on the throne in Jerusalem?
Uh, I would say that I would say that Christians are expecting him to sit on a heavenly throne when he comes back, but has he ever sat on the throne in Jerusalem? Was there even a throne in Jerusalem when
Of
Jesus was
course.
alive?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, I mean there was Herod basically, but the issue was that the prayer for the Davidic king to be reestablished has been since the Babylonian exile. You can look at Zechariah to kind of see that sort of reestablishment. And there was that period in the Second Temple period, but essentially through the high priest that that's so. Yes, to answer your question, yes, but Jesus did not sit on that throne. Um,
I guess I'm taking Jesus at his word. He claimed to be the Son of Man from the book of Daniel, and to his followers, he backed up his claim. Whether he fits the exact prophecies, I am admittedly not very well versed, but I guess I trust that the world would not have changed so rapidly, and the religion wouldn't have spread unless there was some truth behind
well,
Jesus's claim.
popularity contests, are those really an effective way to? I mean, you know. Anyway, look, let's just give me 2 minutes because I really want to walk you through this. Um,
Okay.
yeah. So the uh, not on the Davidic throne, not seated on the Davidic throne, did Jesus restore Jewish hegemony and expel the Roman occupation?
Uh, Well, no, he predicted the fall of the temple, and then it happened 70 years later.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about that in historicity as well. But so, I mean, I guess the answer to my question is no, right? Did Jesus ingather all of the exiles since before the Babylonian exile?
And that's in the Old Testament, gathering all the exiles?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, well, I guess not. I mean, I'm sure when Jesus was alive, there was a lot of talk about whether he would be the Messiah or not. And I guess to die would have seemed to be the end of his method.
That's why the whole spiritual Messiah thing is a moving of the goalpost. And um, you know, if you have to invent a whole new story, what does that say about the legitimacy of the story being told?
Um, yeah, it's moving the goalpost. I see what you're saying. But I mean, why is it in Judaism that they don't believe in eternity? Like, or at least the Pharisees did,
Don't
the
believe in what?
Sadducees didn't.
Well,
Eternity,
first of all,
like
oh,
living eternally. The Pharisees didn't. No, the Pharisees did, and the
I think
Sadducees did not believe.
it's not about living eternally. It's about resurrection of the dead. That's not the same as living eternally. The belief in
Resurrected to
resurrection,
die again?
no, resurrection of the dead is different than eternal life. Resurrection of the dead implies that one day those people who have died will live again. Um, and there's a whole theological discussion, but that's the Pharisaic belief. It's not that they would live forever. It's that they
Oh
would.
no, no, you have to die and then you're raised again. But you're raised to eternal life, right?
That part is added by Christianity. That part's not in the Pharisaic tradition. The Pharisaic tradition is that that people will live again and in Olam Haba in the world to come. Basically, you have to put yourself through the. There's no question to be asked here. Um,
Well, I
I got a
know that
question. I got a question for
Oh,
you.
go
Uh,
ahead. Go ahead.
yep. If you were living in a time where all of your friends and neighbors were being mass unalived by a massive oppressive force, would you find it reasonable to hope that your friends and neighbors would live again?
But to live again and then to die again seems sort of pointless.
I mean, I guess that's fair. Um,
I
I
know
guess
it
what I'm,
probably sounds a bit cruel.
my question is more about the mentality that sort of produces a text like this.
Hmm. There are bits in the Old Testament that talk about life that I'm not sure about. I'd have to read
The
it again. I haven't read the Old Testament in a while.
the idea of eternal life comes very, very late, and is not about individual eternal life, but the eternal life of the Jewish people.
Hmm.
In other words,
Well,
sorry, Thrayle, it's not really a question. I gotta
one
get
thing I
going
like
pretty soon.
about Jesus is that it
Hang
seems
on,
that the
Paul.
movement he started. Oh, yes, yes.
Rav was trying to get to a point. I realize it
Yeah,
wasn't a question, but if you
yeah,
want to land that.
sure. Okay, so the question ultimately is if um, if the expectations of a Messiah are not fulfilled, and the so-called prophecies end up not actually being prophecies, but are really texts that are written by and for a group of people um, at a specific moment in time, responding to very specific historical events. Shouldn't you first acknowledge the context in which these texts arrived? And then, if you're going to say, oh, this bolsters my own understanding of my own life, just say that? Like, doesn't that seem to be more intellectually honest?
I didn't really follow what you were saying. Are you saying that I should say that the text means something to me, not to everybody else?
So, for example, in Isaiah 53, people will say, oh, this is clearly about the suffering servant Jesus. Well, in reality, this is Isaiah talking to Israel, about their experience in the Babylonian exile. And to deny that piece, I'm wondering how you feel about denying that reality and undermining the Jewish experience of suffering to serve one's own theological needs.
Well, one thing I do know is that people like me, whereas Jews tended not to make many converts, so I think I sort of feel more loved, more seen, more
like being chased.
Yeah. I mean, I went to a Christian school and it was right after I left when I converted, but I really the eternal life it's I think the last time I was in the chat I was talking about how it means so much to me. I just can't stomach the idea of forgetting that I've forgotten, not having
Paul,
any appreciation. Yeah, I'm repeating myself. Sorry.
what gives gold value over sand? Why is gold more valuable than sand?
It's rare.
Life.
Oh no, I don't think it would cheapen life.
If you have an infinite amount of something, the law of supply and demand, doesn't that change the way that you understand it? If you have, there's no. Why, let me ask you, Paul. Have you ever been to a funeral before?
I have.
Did you cry at the funeral?
No, I did not.
You've never cried at a funeral?
No, even when my sister took her own life, I wasn't able to cry for some reason. So,
I'm very
yeah.
sorry to hear that. I'm not trying to be so entirely personal. Do you agree that?
I think that is true. That like Christian funerals, they tend even like when Christians are dying, they tend to be more happy and because they believe that there's something good waiting for them. And so I think, yeah, there's probably a Christian funeral, there's a bit more joy than there is despair.
Alrighty, I'm all done. Thanks, Thrayle.
Yeah.
I gotta get my day started.
Thanks for talking to me.
Yep. Take care.
Paul.
Yes.
I think I asked you earlier. I think I asked you earlier when you were here before if it matters to you if what you believe is true or not. If I didn't, what is your
Does it
answer?
matter to me if it's true or not? It does, because if it's not true, then I mean, it's funny though, isn't it? Like, I suppose, because I'm pretty happy in life feeling like I don't have to worry about death. I don't have to worry about how much I make of myself in this life. But, so I guess there is a sense of, being happier in this life, and so I guess it's convenient to believe what I believe. But, I haven't had much issues with having my beliefs verified. Like, I've done a little bit of reading up on other religions. I've I've seen, like, I was able to tell you about the graffiti, the letter by Mara Serapion, Celsus, Tacitus, Pliny. I've seen a lot of
The
evidence.
graffiti, we talked about the graffiti that was 200 years later, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's
How is
still
that?
pretty close. And you got
How
to
is that
remember the
evidence?
Gospels as well. Oh, how is it evidence?
Yeah, how is any of that
Are you trying
evidence of
to get me to
Jesus?
believe that Jesus didn't exist?
No, I'm trying to see if you can question your beliefs, Paul. Can you
Okay.
question your beliefs, Paul?
I guess I've had them for a long time. There's been times in my life when I thought it was too hard and I'd just go my own way. But I always came back, I suppose. And I guess at this point, having been a Christian for about 25 years, it's hard to go back and start questioning the beliefs again, I guess.
Do you leave room for the possibility that you could be wrong?
The possibility that I could be wrong, do I leave room for it? No, I guess because, like, to live authentically as a Christian, it sort of helps if you've settled things. So having to go back to the stage of doubt, and keep asking yourself all the time those questions, it kind of undermines your yourself, I suppose.
Indoctrination?
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, like,
Do you
it's
feel,
not.
Paul, that it is healthy to believe something that you do not question?
Um, I would need a good cause to question it, but I know that I just had a very good chat with a rabbi who had some very good points, but
He asked you a very important thing about, I think, about afterlife, about how the idea, and I think I touched on it when we spoke earlier as well, the idea that an eternal afterlife might devalue this life. I'm curious, if you have an eternal life after this one, how much do you think this one will matter in comparison?
it matters because I want to join I want to join that life with people coming with me. One of my friends converted to Christianity. He's not a close friend, but it was good to see him convert.
But at least you'll
So
have
I
a
guess.
friend there. You'll have someone familiar. So,
Oh, look, I'm not
Paul,
too worried. Yeah, go on.
when you spend eternity, we spoke, I remember now, about the board cube. About spending eternity in the board cube, worshipping at the god's feet with your family.
And I told you I don't think we're just going to be lying on our knees worshipping
you'll
the
be a
whole time.
workforce. Yeah, you'll be a labor
There'll
force.
be work. There'll be creative projects, social interaction. There'll be good things.
Macaroni art.
Sure. Yeah.
Paul, do you think it'll ever get boring, that eternity?
No, because I find I forget things, like when you got, like, when we'll have so many things before us to do, you'll do one thing for a while, you'll get sick of that, do something else, and then you'll go back to it and you'll have forgotten all about it. You could probably
You'll have
just have
forgotten.
four. Yeah,
So you don't.
exactly.
So in eternity, you won't retain memory.
I don't know. It's like I heard there was this illness where people have a memory that's too good, and it causes them to have a lot of headaches and stuff. I feel like loss of memory might be part of the human experience.
Is it part of the heaven experience? part of the afterlife?
Can't say for sure. Don't know. Hasn't talked about that.
Paul, are there? You mentioned earlier that there are family members that aren't Christian, right?
Correct.
Do you think that they will be thrown into the lake of fire, as it says?
I don't even think about that, to be honest. I try not to think about it. I want them to be saved, but...
Sure. So when they are thrown into the lake of fire, as it says in Revelation, are you going to be happy in heaven?
No, I will not.
Well, but you're going to have that for eternity, right? You're gonna remember them, or do you think you'll forget them? All the people that get thrown in the lake of fire.
Oh God, I have thought about that. Like maybe I'll forget. It seems unfair, but I'm trying to get them to listen. But I
Do you think
suppose
if you forget them, do you think if you forget them, then that means that they didn't matter?
no, they matter.
In the
Everyone
grand
matters.
scheme
I
of
think.
things. Well,
No,
how would
I
they
believe
matter if
everyone matters.
they're getting thrown in the lake of fire, though, Paul?
That's because they matter. It's because they made choices and turned away when they didn't have to. It was those choices that got them there.
So, are you going to be happy in heaven then? Well, they're
Honestly,
burning in
I
the lake of
think
fire.
I will know something in heaven that I don't know now. Maybe God will share with me why he had to do things this way. Yeah.
Is there a reason why
No, like
that you think that you could find to be happy about it, about your friends and family burning in a lake of fire?
no, I will. I hope I never do find a reason to be happy about it. I guess when you try talking to people and they don't want to listen, you're frustrated. And then like I've kind of given up on it. I don't really talk to my family about this stuff much anymore because I've already tried. But I guess you do sometimes question: have I done enough? Have I said enough? Have I been willing to be annoying for the sake of helping people? And I'm not good at that. I tend to I'm a bit of a people pleaser. I tend to.
Paul,
Yes.
do you think that it is your duty to save them from the lake of fire?
Well, I believe it is. Yeah. I mean, like, who else is going to? Well, I mean, I suppose I could pray for someone else to show up in their lives, but here I am right now. So, yeah. And I'm guessing you've had this discussion with other Christians before?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't suppose you've ever heard a satisfying answer.
No, Paul.
Mm.
I wonder why you think the answers in the Bible.
Why do I think
are
the answers
satisfying?
in the Bible?
Especially when faced with the eternal damnation of those you love.
The thing is, it's
Wouldn't
like,
it make sense?
to me, when I read the Bible, it felt there was a strong sense of it just lining up with how I thought and feeling that it was true. And when I read the Bible, I learned that God is the creator, we're like ants to him, and it's sort of like, I kind of think, who am I to question? Like, like there must be something I'm missing, something I don't understand. Yeah.
Do you think that people who've never heard of Jesus will also be thrown in the lake of fire for not believing?
My private belief is that they will be judged differently. Maybe God will know whether or not they're, because I know that Christians say, "Oh, it's not about being good enough," but if you don't have the gospel, I guess it is. So I've always thought God would be able to judge people who haven't heard.
Wouldn't it make sense, Paul, if it leaves people up to their merits to be judged rather than whether they believe an unbelievable story? Wouldn't it make sense just to not tell them this story so they don't have to make the choice to believe or not?
You are on point with your questions. I thought the same thing myself, actually. I was like, maybe it's better. Like, I don't know. No, you're right. I have thought that. But again, it's sort of, I don't know. I trust that God wants us to evangelize for a good reason and not a bad one.
Wouldn't it make sense that the only reason to evangelize would be to spread an idea made by men?
Well, I mean, honestly, like, do I actually enjoy evangelizing? I suppose you can enjoy anything, but would I do it if I wasn't compelled to do it? Probably not. Like, it's more, I guess, the belief that it's important and that it serves a purpose that makes me do it. But yeah. Like, it's easy to be a Christian on your own. I've kind of gotten used to that. Um, I go to church and everything, but like, yeah, sorry. Don't know if I'm answering your question.
It's all right, Paul. I don't know that I have any more questions. I don't know if Kat or Heretical or Morgan, if any of you have questions.
Well, thank you for having me on twice, and I really hope your show keeps going. Booby.
Well, we will for a little while, but yeah. I appreciate you, Paul. I hope you keep asking questions. It sounds like he might be on the verge of really being able to question, but not really. Not
He's
really
like,
wanting to.
He's like right there.
He's like teetering.
I don't want to push him. That's why I want him to be willing.
Yeah. W Paul though, because I mean honestly he was acting respectfully and he was, trying and did his best, which is always what we
absolutely. Oh, do we think we could make 300K? I think we might be able to. It's entirely possible. We're at 243,000 likes already, which is amazing. And if we all just tap a little bit more, I bet we could easily break that 250 in the next 10 or 20 minutes. I think we could hit 300K before I read the poem. It's possible. It really depends on how many believers we get in the next hour.
It depends on how much you guys believe that we can get to that point up here.
This is also true.
Hello, Izzy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, of course. I'm 19.
What year were you born?
I was born in April 2006.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I am a Catholic. So, I believe in a Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have, though, arguably, just for context, Catholics don't have the Bible as the sole authority, so we go through things like the magisterium and the church. So I've read it, and I go from church teaching on that.
I see. Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal, or is there some variant of literalism that the church teaches you?
Yeah, so the church is very clear that the Bible in its entirety is not to be taken as literally, especially when we look at some of the things we would see in the Jewish Torah. I mean, traditionally Jews took stories such as Genesis and things like that to be allegorical. So we believe that there are parts of the Bible where theological truths can absolutely be taken from that. But it doesn't mean that the events literally had to have happened. So, like, I believe in evolution. I believe the Earth is billions of years old. But I think there's still theological truths we can take from something like Genesis.
Do you believe in transubstantiation?
I do, yes.
You believe that the cracker and the wine turned to literal flesh and blood?
Yes, that's a common question Catholics get asked. Yes, I do.
Why do you cannibalize the deity?
So it's not a case of, I would say, cannibalize. Saint Thomas Aquinas writes a lot on transubstanticulars of the stuff stays the same, feels like bread, tastes like bread, feels like wine, tastes like wine. What changes is the substance, and he kind of took those ideas. He was very influenced by Aristotle, who also talks a lot about like what makes somebody them, their substance, and then the form that they kind of take in regards to like how they look and things like that. So I would say that it's the substance, so the form of it, that changes, not necessarily the outside part. So it's not like literal skin or anything like that.
Right, but it is still the literal flesh of Christ and the literal blood.
Yes, in its substance.
Equals cannibalizing the deity.
In its substance, but the liturgy of the Eucharist, where we present and consecrate the host, that part of the Mass is actually, our Masses, we offer up a sacrifice to God every time, and we do that through Christ's sacrifice for us at the altar through the Calvary.
Why the focus on blood magic?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily blood magic. This was kind of what we...
Why is it not? It's flesh and blood and human sacrifice. How is this not blood magic?
Regardless of the vessel.
Yeah, I suppose you could. I mean, I was raised in a very multi-faith household. It's kind of what led me to study like philosophy and stuff. My dad was like a theistic pagan, and then some other people were like secular pagans. And growing up around some of the things that they would do, and all respect to them, it was very enriching to learn about. I would say there were differences in how it's theologically explained by the church. That's all.
I have a small question, because I know I went to a Catholic school when I was younger, so I know a little bit about what's going on here.
Yeah, of course.
My question is always to Catholics is, if just for hypothetical purposes, it's one of my fun questions. If Jesus was in front of you conducting Mass and he started handing you pieces of himself and then, pouring his blood into cups, and would you partake in that, or is it just a metaphor?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I will be very honest and say I don't know how I would kind of respond to that, because I think there is definitely something in regards to the form in which the Eucharist takes, as it tasting like bread and looking like bread and wine, that obviously makes it more, I would say, like not appealing. I don't think appealing is the right word, but easier. I think if Christ was in front of me, I don't know.
Palatable, more palatable. So Torah prohibits consuming blood of any kind, much less human blood. Is this not antithetical to that?
Yeah, so I can't remember whether it's Deuteronomy or Leviticus that talks about this. The Catholic teaching and standpoint isn't that this is contradictory, in the sense that, firstly, we need to remember that a lot of the Old Testament and some of the New Testament very much is speaking in a way that is not necessarily literal all of the time. So we don't need to kind of be like Bible Belt fundamentalists in that sense. So yeah, I don't have like my laptop
on
in
good
front of me.
authority that this part is literal. It is a literal prohibition of consuming blood.
Why would there be a metaphorical prohibition against blood consumption?
Yeah, and that was just going to lead me on to I'm happy to talk about things, but I will be very honest. I don't have like my laptop in front of me or the catechism of the church in front of me. So in terms of some church teachings on the specifics of how this works within Old Testament prohibition, I wouldn't be able to kind of verbalize to you right now. But I'm very honest. Like I said, it's here to questions.
That's a reasonable answer.
Yeah.
I don't know is always a good answer.
Oh yeah, and I'm very, very up for saying I don't know, and even some things in my faith I don't know, and I think that when it comes to any faith in any sort of deity, if you will, if you think that's personal or impersonal, I've always seen it as weighing up of probabilities, and different people have different levels of what they see to be like sufficient evidence, if you will. For me, I think.
So, you said that you were raised in a multi-faith situation.
Mm-hmm.
What other faiths were you exposed to growing up?
Yeah, so one side of the family, Italian Catholics, so very Catholic. So I was exposed to that. And in terms of my father's side of the family, it was a big mix of kind of very spiritualistic, kind of different sects of paganism. So as a kid, my parents kind of made an agreement that I wouldn't be raised being taught a specific religion and going through certain sacraments as a child. Instead, I would be exposed to all different variants of religion, whether that's theistic or not. And when I grew up, I could make a decision, and if I chose one of them, great. If I chose none of them, fine as well. And I grew up in a very multicultural area, so we had like one of the primary areas I'm studying at the moment is Buddhism. So when Paul, bless him, was talking about Buddhism earlier, I was like really eager to talk. But yeah, so I've ended up learning and loving to study Buddhism and things like that as well.
What made Catholicism the right choice for you over all the others you've been exposed to?
Yeah, I think for me, and again, this is just entirely personal, I think that we all have different schemas and certain things speak out to us more than others. And for me, it was the kind of staunch tradition and the kind of succession that the church sort of relies upon from Peter to now. And I think the person of Jesus Christ, whether you believe him to exist or have existed and not be divine, I think he's quite compelling in some of his teachings and some of his kind of wisdoms. And I think he was very compelling to me. And then when it came to the kind of tradition and the structure of the church, that was also very appealing to me. I kind of needed some guidance.
So, I'm guessing that, because granted, while there is reconstruction of a lot of pagan traditions, both Catholicism and Buddhism have their own books, you know?
That's what school of thought of Buddhism, but yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I can understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, of course. And, I think that's one of the reasons I chose to go on and work within study philosophy and kind of live in academia, because I enjoy being questioned in that sense. And I've had a lot of people who have questioned me very, very hard and put me in corners. And I kind of like knowledge is something that can actually enrich faith.
Absolutely. And it's been said in multiple religious books that you're encouraged to question.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. I agree.
It looks like we've lost a Thrayle.
Yes, the Thrayle got bored.
Apologize if my Britishness is just monotone.
No.
It's not you.
No, I'm kidding.
So,
guys.
In what ways does this practice benefit you?
Yeah, I think for me, the kind of academic richness of the Catholic faith when you look at theological truths and like the lives of the saints and various other apparitions which we kind of believe in. Sorry, my dog is very happy next to me. And also I would say and you can get this outside of religion, I absolutely agree with that, but also just the perspective it's given me in how to help others and how I view other people and being supportive of them.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, I was done, don't worry.
Do you need the church to have these values?
No, I don't think so. I've met people who have these values without a church.
You personally?
Oh, for me personally, I think where I was at when I found the church, I definitely needed it, and I think the church was there when I needed it, and I think that that's a big part in why I chose the church, and I don't deny that.
At what age did you find the church? Like when was this?
Yeah, so it was kind of around, I mean, even though it's difficult because I was raised around a lot of the Catholic Church, obviously as a kid, so I've always been exposed to it. But I think when I started to really figure that out for myself, I would have been about 2 or 3 years ago. And I had just recently lost my dad, so that was a massive part of it, and I'm very big on saying that. I mean, a lot of people, so many studies show a lot of people find religion when they're at a kind of low point and looking for meaning.
Really?
So yeah.
I'm really sorry about your dad.
I'm
sorry to hear
that. Okay. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, I'm very honest and open about that.
So you were like 16 when you found when you decided that the church was teaching you these things and that you needed these things. I understand learning from it, and I understand what you were saying. My question would be, do you think you could have come to this place and been this kind of person and had these values without it?
Oh, that's a good question. It's hard to say because it's kind of just the way it's gone. Possibly. But I've always done well with very big structure and routine. And I mean, if you're going to talk about anything that's structural and routine, you talk about the Catholic Church, right?
What you're gonna get when you go to mass, right?
Exactly, yeah. And, on the topic of, I don't want to derail, that Paul was talking about earlier, I think, Thrayle, you brought this up in regards to the doctrines of hell and things like that, and how I personally measure that as somebody who was raised by people who had very different beliefs and have passed and things like that. The Catholic Church teaching is very different to a lot of other denominations in the sense that we don't know whether we're going to heaven or hell. Like, I can't say anybody's in hell because I don't know. The same way I can't say that just because I've proclaimed Jesus is Lord, that I'm justified and I'm definitely going to heaven and can thus live my life however I so please. There's always that element of you just don't know. And that's a part of why I think that doesn't make the life I'm living now less enriching, because I don't have epistemic access to what's going to happen at the end.
Does the idea of afterlife matter to you? Do you need an afterlife?
I've always said that if it came to the end, and let's just say I was like aware for like a couple of seconds afterwards and it was nothing, right? And it was just non-existence. And I thought, oh, darn it, everybody's going to say I told you so, you were wrong. I wouldn't regret having faith. I don't think eschatologically that's what's like keeping me in faith. It's not a fear of hell. It's not a fear of, non-existence. It's more about how it enriches my life now.
What does that mean, enriches your life?
Just what it's brought me personally, and how it's helped me, and how it gives me that structure, and it gives me that routine, and it's opened this door to so many different conversations with so many different people in so many areas of the world and stuff like that.
So if you found structure and routine in something else, you could follow that as well.
It'd be plausible, definitely.
What is it?
Sorry.
What is it specifically about Catholicism that appeals to you?
As I said prior, I think whether people affirm that Jesus Christ was divine or even if he, actually existed as a human being, I think writings about him, not solely that's been put into this Bible, but also from early church fathers and things are very compelling. I think him as a person is very compelling. No doubt people find compelling people elsewhere also. So that was what really drew me in at first. And then the succession of the church and its claim over these 2,000 years, and how, in terms of the sacraments, they haven't changed in 2,000 years. And I also really love the fact that the Catholic Church just means the universal church. So you could go to any part of the world and you can meet people from entirely different cultures and lives and things, and you can find connection and not division.
I don't think oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Kat.
You don't think the Catholic Church is like exclusionary or like ever causes division?
Oh, I mean, yeah, in history, I'd be a fool to sit here and say the Catholic Church has never done anything wrong. It's terrible. It has done terrible things and been a result for a lot of division. I mean, especially when we're looking at the continent of Africa and the kind of North African and then Sub-Saharan and South Africa, and what kind of occurred there was horrific. And again, people can find community elsewhere. I think I'm speaking from, and I suppose I can only really speak from the experiences that I've had personally in terms of meeting people from various other countries and who were also Catholic.
So historically, it does and has brought division to people, just not to you.
Perhaps I worded that a bit strangely. I would say that the church as an institution has brought division. Its own scandal and actions have caused people to really have horrific, experiences with the church, and I condemn that entirely. And I think that just comes down to the fact that there are people out there who are bad, and I think that is just a way in which things are. And I think that acknowledging that and saying that yes, you will find bad people anywhere, is important, but also like not saying that to brush it off, and actually just acknowledging that, condemning that, and trying to like move forward and work with that and go back to that original message of universal kind of community. It's one thing I'm very passionate to kind of move back towards, I think, especially other times I would love to see that kind of original message of universal community really come back and work towards that.
I think the Catholic community is trying to do that in creating that community, like you're saying, but like we've just talked about, there's a lot of things that are controversial in that community. So what would be the appeal for somebody to convert or to look into that community when there's so many things that are surrounding it that are controversial?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think that a part of it, of course, is going to be how I was raised and kind of how I was introduced to that tradition through my childhood. And I think that my family history as well, the church was very important. My family, like I said, were Italian, and they actually fled Italy in the kind of 30s, bridging on the 40s. And the church was very, very kind of pivotal in getting them on their feet over here in the UK and supporting them. And that sort of missionary work in the sense of being charitable. And I'm sure, had they been a part of another tradition, it very much could have done the same. But I'm not privy to say that could happen because I don't know.
Especially from what it is now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say, I mean, the foundation of it is always going to be the Gospels, right? And, whilst we are Catholics, we're Christians, and the person of Jesus is always going to be that. And I think that what the Catholic Church teaching holds, that actually the Mother Church is a pillar of authority and is something that is instituted by Christ, while people within the church can absolutely do terrible things. The church in its sacraments and theologically has never kind of faltered in that sense, and that's not to in any way invalidate nor diminish the harm that's been caused, and I think that that's something that the church should work harder on to really acknowledge about that and talk about that.
Who would be the first one you would go to try to get these changes going?
Yeah, I mean, I could go to my bishop, who would then could petition that to Rome. I could go to my parish priest, who could then go to the bishop and get that petition to Rome. That's one of the good things about the Catholic Church, is that if you speak to your bishop, who a lot of bishops are usually very active in their communities and their diocese, they can call up Rome very quickly and very easily. So you can always kind of get to the center quite quick.
But what would make them change their mind over in Rome to implement new rules or new guidelines or new practices?
I wouldn't say it would be necessarily like new practices, but I would say that there can definitely be petitions made, and whilst I think there has been maybe not enough, you can definitely kind of advocate for there to be more awareness that's brought to the fact that the church has brought harm in the past as people. But I suppose that would kind of be the same to petitioning to any sort of institution to do such, you know?
If you were to find tomorrow that there was no reason to believe this God existed, that the Catholic Church was a factory of control and misogyny and colonization, and that this God didn't even exist, would it change the way you live your life?
Potentially, yes, it would. Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of, I wouldn't be going to mass. I wouldn't be partaking in the church. That's very much like the center of my kind of life in terms of going and attending and going through the sacraments. I think that would change, obviously. In terms of what I can say, and the only experience I can kind of say upon as a woman within the church, is that I've never felt that. I've been to other Christian denominations where it felt much more misogynistic, as opposed to, say, the Catholic Church, where, like, the most revered person in human history, like, the only who was sinless was a woman. And the reverence that's given to Mary, Our Lady, I think, is something that actually brought me closer to the church, because it wasn't a case of just, well, she's just a woman who was just used as an incubator. Well, no, she had a very important role in the redemption of mankind within the Catholic Church. Hence why we petition her for her intercession at every mass.
I'm sorry, because there is a token woman idol, then therefore there's no misogyny.
I wouldn't say that it's a token individual. I would say because we have various saints and martyrs who are women, and I feel that women, especially in my parish, are very much uplifted. But I would have to ask then to you guys, like, what areas in which, like, a part of the Catholic Church do you view to be misogynistic in that sense, would be my question, so I could better kind of converse on that.
Interesting. Before we answer that, which I would say, normally we're not here to answer questions, but I think that is an easily answered one. We are at 250,000 likes, so I got to thank you guys so much for hitting that 250K mark. Really appreciate everybody tapping the screen, and if you haven't already shared the live, you can do that by reposting or adding to your story, or even just sending the link to somebody who you think might be able to question their beliefs. Yeah, so you wonder where the church is misogynistic or has proliferated the misogynistic causes ever. I mean, do we need a list?
Yeah, so in terms of historically, oh, my dog let out a big sigh there. In terms of historically, absolutely, I would say that the church has, I've always said that'd be silly to say that the church hasn't been complicit or active in terrible things. I think in terms of how it theologically views women, I maybe this is just my own ignorance, but I struggle to kind of get that idea of misogyny. A lot of people usually say it's because like women can't be priests, but in theological understanding, that's not understood as like women are less.
So they just can't hold this role of leadership.
They can
but that's
hold.
not them being less.
They can hold roles of leadership. Absolutely. In terms of, I mean,
Just
a lot of the
not
Catholic
these
Church.
roles, right?
You
Just
visit.
not-
Oh, sorry.
They just can't be ordained.
Yeah, so that comes down to what we call apostolic, the apostolic sixth mass, or our confessors within the confessional and forgive sins, or anoint and things like that. The only reason they're able to do that is because they act in persona Christi, and in the person of Christ, who was a man. But in terms of leadership roles,
I'm sorry, but because they act in persona Christi because of this Latin phrase, then therefore the person doing it has to have a penis.
yeah, so in the sense that, that the Catholic Church would hold, and a Catholic would hold, that if this idea of in persona Christi and apostolic succession, let's say that that just completely fell apart, I mean, the Catholic Church wouldn't have much to stand on, like, at all, really, because that's what it relies upon. I think the distinction here would be that...
Why does it rely on there being a penis?
It's not that it relies on it being a man, it's that the priest enabled to perform sacraments has to act in persona Christi. If that's like...
I'm not
let's say
sure I understand why that means they have to have a penis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, it just comes down to the fact that Jesus was a man, and that's why, like, celibacy is also very important.
Was that an important part of who Jesus was, that he had a penis?
I mean, that he was a man, yes. He was a man and also God.
Why is it important?
Because that's how we understand, like, the hypostatic union.
Hyperstatic union.
Yes. Fully man and fully God. But if,
Does
like,
that
let's
mean
say...
that God has a penis too?
Oh, apologies, my dog's seen someone. But let's say that in a different universe, Christ was a woman, then the same would follow.
Then only women could be.
Yeah, exactly.
Priests. Does this universe have a God with a penis? Is that why Christ had one?
Well, if we're talking about... This is where we get into the we're going to get into the Trinity, and actually, I will be so real with you all. Talking about the Trinity is very hard, because you can, like, say one thing, and then you fall into, like, 10 different heresies, and you have, like, 10 different ortho bros shouting at you about the heresies, so I'm terrible at talking about the Trinity, and I apologize.
No, because they don't have penises. We've established that God... well, that's actually what I'm waiting to find out, is if God has one. But Jesus had one, so women can't act like
Then
Jesus.
who are women supposed to emulate if they can't act like Jesus?
Mhm.
Well, Mary, of
Yeah,
course.
so
The Virgin.
no, so I think I've explained that poorly. It's not that you can't act like Jesus. You can absolutely. That's what all Christians are kind of asked to do, to kind of really emulate the role that Jesus kind of gave. But when it comes to the sacraments are something different than how we kind of live and how we approach people and are members of society. So yeah, it's only in terms of like the sacraments that it would be a man.
Sacraments require...
Yes, because...
sex.
Sorry.
Damn it, Thrayle.
Yeah, so in that case,
No, sacrifices require penis. There's a difference.
Sacraments require sex.
Oh my goodness. Well, perhaps I've explained this incredibly poorly, and I'm very sorry. I'm sure that if you ever speak to another Catholic, they'll probably say, Izzy, she spoke about that terribly.
I don't know.
No.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that keeps happening. And also...
Because I keep saying sack and...
Stop. Wait. Actually, you know what? Keep saying that. There are worse things that you could say.
No, Izzy, you've come up here and you were very open and you tried very much. So don't
You've been an
let that
incredible
go.
guest. Absolutely.
You are incredibly articulate and so well spoken, especially for 19 years old, and you know an immense amount more than most people do when they come up here. So good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in terms of specific Catholic teachings, whilst of course I can verbalize them, perhaps when it comes to being critical about them, of course there's still much more to do on that. I am much more of, like, philosophy is more kind of my thing, talking about that when we're not necessarily talking about, say, for example,
Aquinas,
like a Christian
mostly,
God.
right?
Well, you know.
Because Catholic. Listen, I'm curious.
Not necessarily, though. I mean, I've always said, if Catholicism was proved wrong, I'd probably be a Buddhist, I would have to say.
Do you think that, do you think that your philosophy is the same as Aquinas? Do you believe essentially what he does?
I would say that some form of Thomistic sort of approaches, as Aquinas is a doctor of the church, would be taken, but not. It doesn't have to be all of it. I mean, I have my own sort of philosophical views in terms of some other things. Sorry, someone put the Catholic Cinematic Universe of Saints, which is very amusing.
Do you not see idolatry in
venerating
saint worship
saints?
And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think to commit idolatry, you would have to be worshipping something else. So worship is reserved for God and God alone. And our kind of view of what worship... Pardon?
I cut you off while you were answering the same question. What is worship? Yeah,
so worship to Catholics would be in the sense that it would be the Mass. The Holy Mass is the form of worship. So that's where we offer the sacrifice up to God. That is like our worship. Everything else is kind of like fun other stuff to do, I guess. So when it comes to venerating saints, that's very different. We wouldn't offer up a sacrifice to a saint or anything of that sort. What we acknowledge is that saints can be intercessors and can guide us, and we can learn a lot from various different saints and the lives they lived.
Oh man, I had a good question. Now I can't remember what it is.
I heard it.
Can you be wrong?
Could I be wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
What does that look like to you?
To me, that would look like the foundations of the church, which would be, apostolic succession and its belief in, the rejection of sola scriptura. And then we would have to reject, the biblical kind of story as a whole, because if we're saying that Christ founded a church and then we find that Christ actually wasn't divine or any of those things, everything else falls apart. So it would look like all of that falling to pieces. Yeah.
Can you tell me what divine means?
So divine means, in a sense, the way I could explain it would be being some sort of deity. If you're divine, you possess like the ability to be a deity. You're a deity, right? That you're God.
That's a really good answer.
But yeah, I think that, it's also... Oh, go ahead.
No,
I was gonna go on a tangent, so...
Oh, yeah,
okay.
well then, good. Stop. What would you say the harshest critique of your own worldview is?
Ooh, problem of evil, 100%. I think it wouldn't still be talked about if it didn't. I think that is one of the hardest ones that any Christian, no matter the denomination, struggles to answer to this day, and I'm yet to see something that I think I could actually put forward in an argument that could stand, and I've tried a lot.
What if your God created all the evil?
In the sense that, are you talking like, because just to understand,
he created everything.
Yeah, so in regards to evil, the Catholic perception is very much that evil is like an absence of good. It's very Augustinian. So it's an absence of good. But if we're looking at like God as it's perceived Abrahamically in the Christian tradition, at least, that kind of idea of omnibenevolence, wouldn't we say that if God had the capacity to create something that we would call evil, that would be actually contradictory to his very nature?
What if he bragged about doing it in Isaiah?
Yeah, so again, when we're looking at how Isaiah speaks on when God creates the light and the dark and the good and the evil and things like that, again, there is somebody out there that's answered it a lot better than I can. But it would be that the understanding of that wouldn't... I have this on my problem of evil document somewhere, which I don't have in front of me, but yeah, that's as far as I can go, in the sense that evil, how it is written in its traditional Hebrew and understood, doesn't have to say that evil is actually something that exists, because we wouldn't say that evil is like a substance that can be created. It's when there is a lack of something.
So that brings up a bit of a sticking point for me, because if God created everything, how could there be any place that there is a lack of what he created?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that would be in the sense that you can't create something that doesn't like exist substantially. We can't create that. So,
but God is supposed to be everywhere, right?
Yes, he's omnipresent, absolutely.
Is there anywhere God is not?
No.
Then
how can there be a
exist.
lack? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same way that, like, well, I could ask, does darkness actually exist? Or is darkness just the absence of light? So, is darkness, like, truly a substance that exists?
Right, but there are places where darkness darkness where we can see an absence of light, right?
Yes, and there are places where we can see an absence of good, is what I would say.
So then those would be an absence of God, according to you. Then God doesn't exist there and he is not omnipresent.
No, because he can still exist in places where there are absence of.
So
I mean,
you're saying he can exist in a place where there is an absence of him? How does that make any sense if there's an absence?
How can you be somewhere where you aren't?
yeah, so when it comes to, I mean, God is absolutely omnipresent and exists everywhere. The same way God can definitely is existent in a room where there is no light. So when we're looking at evil, whilst God cannot be evil unless you posit like some sort of evil God problem, which is actually a really good response to the problem of evil.
It's in Isaiah. He says, I created these things, right? I created light and dark. I created good and evil. I think in some versions, I created weal and woe.
I suppose then what you could say, and what's the first thing that's kind of popped up into my head, is that when it comes to I created good and evil, well, if evil is the absence of good, therefore it's like sin, then to have evil, you must have created good, because good is the absence of that. They're kind of contingent upon each other in that sense. So if you were to create good, and humans have the freedom to lack good in that sense, then you can say you created that, but it wasn't that you created evil as a thing. And Tiny's up here now. Me and Tiny have spoke before.
Yeah, I had a feeling you'd met before.
Yes.
I have no idea who this Issy person is.
I have no idea. It's yeah. I usually
I remember.
Yeah, on other like kind of not necessarily atheist, but like critical thinking of religion lives, I'm usually like the token Christian that puts myself forward for this. It's kind of like a penance, I think. Yeah.
What thing to say?
Very Catholic thing to say. This is my penance.
Do you,
In the same
no,
sense.
that question's already been answered. Sorry, I was just thinking out loud. I had a question and I stopped myself.
It's all good.
If God creates evil, if he makes all of those things as it says in the book, then wouldn't God be evil?
Yeah, I think where I would struggle to reconcile that is that would we say that, like, if something is an absence of something, so evil is an absence of good, it's that privation of good, if those things are contingent upon each other for their existence, if you are to create one, it must follow that the other is created. But does that mean that the intent in that situation was to create the evil? Would we say that?
Why would one require the other? Why does good require evil?
Yeah, so in the sense that if I'm kind of hinging this upon the fact that evil is a lack of good, it's an absence of good, it's not like a separate thing with its own inherent existence, then it depends upon good to exist, because to exist in a colloquial understanding.
What is good?
That's a big question. Geez.
What's good with you?
I mean, it's a case of, are we speaking like how we understand good meta-ethically, and what we mean when we say good? Because I think that's very difficult to answer, and I think that's very dependent upon people's meta-ethical standpoints.
We're talking about you questioning your beliefs. So
Yeah, I think good.
Good.
I would say that good is anything that constitutes to some sort of flourishing, of well-being, something that we can observe. Again, this is very Aristotelian, so it's going to be Aquinas.
Of course.
Of course. I mean, yeah, I think good has to be something that's observed, the same way that, like, we know that a flower is doing good if it's blooming, and we know that a flower is doing bad if it's, like, most of my plants, which are, like, you know, gone without water for a while. So,
is this a judgment based on some preference? And then
I think
who's making the judgment?
Yeah,
Whose
and this
preference
is...
are we basing it on?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily, like, I don't hold to any form of kind of moral relativism in the sense that it can just be somebody's preference in what's good or not good. What we can say is good and subsequently bad. Because I think that there are certain acts, for example, or things we can say are always wrong. Like, in every circumstance, this would be wrong. If we're hinging that upon...
circumstance. You're able to conceive of every circumstance.
Yes, if we're looking at the act upon itself. Like, I'm not like a consequentialist. Like, it'd be very easy to just say, well, you have to do this and you save 10 million people. But, I mean, Catholic thought is very deontological. So it would have to be like something that I can conceive of where the act in and of itself is always wrong. There cannot be a situation where it could be possibly right in and of itself.
So, and you can think of such things.
I think I could, yes.
And when you think of these things, you're able to determine then, based on that there's some objective morality.
Yeah, because when we talk about objective morality in any sense, I think we're hinging that on that there is some sort of absolute of something that is always wrong or something that is always right. And whilst, of course, when that plays out in various different situations, we can have, we can conceive of different examples in which that may be harder to kind of figure out, but in terms of the act in and of itself, like, that would be always wrong.
When you're saying wrong and right, how are you able to get those away from being individual judgments?
Mm-hmm. I think I would kind of appeal to kind of some sort of natural moral realism.
Natural moral realism?
Yes.
Oh, so you abandon God for naturalism?
No, naturalism isn't necessarily something that would, like, abandon God in that sense, because God created the world and there is a natural order. And again, this is just very much Aristotelian thought, which was then
what if
Aquinas.
Natural moral realism goes against God?
No, because I think that we have revelation from God about what is right and what is good. But I think in terms of when speaking, like...
It was a what if.
Oh, sorry, what was the what if?
What if natural moral realism goes against God?
Oh, then, I would appeal to some form of moral realism, but I'm yet to see any form of moral realism that isn't natural moral realism that's convincing. So I would have to look into other forms, because I will always believe that...
Why?
Because, again, I can conceive of things, and I'm sure that everybody would agree on the panel that, like, the act in and of itself in that scenario is wrong.
In that scenario, earlier it was in any
scenario,
conceivable scenario.
In any conceivable scenario, the act in and of itself is wrong.
In any conceivable scenario?
Yes, any conceivable scenario.
I hesitate to ask for an example because then I'll be forced to conceive of a scenario. How is it that you have confirmed that there are no conceivable scenarios in which an act you deem absolutely wrong couldn't be the best moral decision?
Yeah, so I think firstly it's important to note that this is all presupposed upon deontology. So if we were to apply like some form of consequentialist viewpoint onto something that is very strictly deontological, it just wouldn't work. So when it comes to that, and we kind of say, okay, well, we'll take this from that deontological standpoint, and then you discuss with people, and you have these discussions, and you say, can you conceive of something that doesn't rely upon some form of like consequentialist narrative? No. Then, and again, this can only kind of be spoken on my own conversations with different people who hold to different meta-ethical standpoints.
So far in your experience, no one's presented a scenario, a situation in which these ideas could be the better choice.
Yeah, to justify the act in itself, I've yet to hear one. Maybe someone might come up with one day, I don't know. But in the same way of any philosophical or meta-ethical standpoint, I mean, empirically, it's very, very difficult to say that this is the right one. I mean, we wouldn't have a field of philosophy if people weren't arguing all the time about who was right. So it's hard to say that there's any sort of empirical evidence to say that this is the right, this is the right and only right answer. But in my worldview, which we're talking about, that's my sort of stance.
Okay, let's hear it.
Like an example.
Yeah, I guess. You can tell I'm enthusiastic about this.
I can tell that you're jumping at the seams to hear.
Jumping with joy to excuse your whatever your.
I mean,
absolute
let's say
moral evil is.
Oh, I don't. It's difficult because when we're looking at absolute moral evils, I mean, they're pretty difficult to talk about, and I don't want to like trigger anybody or upset anybody, because they're very, you know what I mean.
Don't take it like that.
Okay, I don't want to upset anybody or have any.
So we could probably bypass it and say, commit the act or worse.
As in, you're saying that if you don't commit that act, worse will occur consequentially. Oh my goodness. Seen a car, and he's very enthusiastic about cars.
I see.
Yeah, so what I would say that you could bypass that is, again, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier in regards to consequentialism and how the whole point. Jeez, guys, one moment.
Yeah, take your time there. It's a good opportunity for me to thank everybody for 252,000 likes. I appreciate all the taps. Appreciate all of you guys being here, helping with the gift goals, gifting the panelists. Well, got to catch up tiny a little bit, but thank you all for being here. Really do appreciate you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, boys. Calm down.
Oh.
Oh no.
And we lost Izzy. Turns out her family member is home. That's all right. Another time, Izzy, it'd be great to question you. Thank you for actually answering honestly, openly, considering the questions. It was a very refreshing conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool to talk to.
Yeah. I've definitely enjoyed the conversation. I've talked to many Catholics on this app, and not many are capable of questioning their beliefs as well. So I appreciate Izzy. Hello. Hello, Rons. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh my god, why was so scary?
I don't know, Rons. Why are you so scared of my voice?
I'm Jewish.
I don't know if that answers the question, but I do need your age.
I'm 25.
And do you believe in Yeshem?
I told you I'm Jewish.
Do you believe that God is there, that it exists, that it interacts with this world?
Of course.
Do you...
Of course.
Have you read all your scriptures, and do you believe them to be true and literal?
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean why? It's obvious.
Oh, goodness.
Where's Rav when you need him?
Ron's was a troll.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even remove him. I was going to. I was going to ask him one more question, but he knew what was coming. It's a crows. Hello, crows.
Crows and cairns at that. She's gonna eat me alive, Carns.
I always want to say it both ways at the same time.
I know.
Crimes?
What was that, Tiny?
Did you say Crarns?
Crarns. Crows and Crarns.
Crows and
Awful.
Crarns, stay fade.
I don't know. I'd be careful how much I taunt her. She's gonna hex you.
Hex yeah.
Oh, are we actually running out of believers?
Oh no.
Yeah, I have a poem ready. It's here. It exists.
Ugh.
But are we really there?
Get in the bin.
You gotta say it in a Scottish accent.
I got made fun of last time. Now I'm scared.
Don't know what to do.
Well, if there's anyone here that's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can even question that belief. And if so, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
If you can question.
I'm sorry, I'm watching the comments.
I was too.
You can question your belief. Then come on up.
If you had the chance to change your fate. Ugh.
you
What
and
do you
my
mean?
not.
They're already here.
Right.
I'm gonna get a bottle of water for my accent, isn't it?
But oh, what? At what point do you just not even open your mouth to say that?
But
But
Oh,
I mean, if you could say it with a bottle of water in your mouth, it's probably not how it's pronounced. Yes, crows, that is English, not
we're
Scottish.
aware. I don't know. I feel like you kind of drifted into Transylvanian there in the middle.
Like I did?
Mm-hmm.
No. I don't know what. I don't even know if I can do a Transylvanian accent.
You? Probably not. Yeah. I'm sure English is not Batitude's first language.
Oh, I'm sure it is. You ask him which part of Transylvania he's from, I bet he'd say Brooklyn.
That's funnier than it needs to be.
from the lower east side, actually.
From Tucson, Arizona.
Through the lens, crows.
Did you see the one that I put up?
Sorry, what now?
In the Discord.
I have admittedly not looked at the Discord for 11 hours and 19 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. I did it while... Because if I didn't do it, then I would forget.
I can be that specific, Bree, because that's how long the live's been running. 20 minutes now.
That's cool.
Well, I think we've questioned all of the theists to the point where there's no more theists to question.
I don't know. Yeah, I think that might be the case. I've talked to Dion before. Hello, Dion.
Hello, I came up by accident, my bad.
Oh, no worries. I can set you back down. Appreciate you, though. Dion still gets W's, though. W's in the chat for Dion. He's been up here before, and he's questioned his beliefs actively on stage, so...
I remember Dion.
Yeah. Good morning, Philly Red. knew you must be awake because I was considering reading a poem.
I do.
What you're saying is, you're gonna read us a poem?
I think I'm gonna read a poem, unless we actually get a believer to request up in the next 2 minutes.
That's fair.
You think that might happen?
Other things.
Okay, I did go look at the picture, Crows. It's a cool picture. Fire is cool. But if nobody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, that can actually question that belief, well then, there's really only one thing left to do.
I mean, there is always that final call to action when you put up the end of the live is nigh.
Right. I think there is the other one. I could do the whole question the questioner thing, but I don't know. I feel like it's coming up on time to sleep. If I want to get back to doing this again tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Nobody at the very end trying to jump up here. It'll happen as soon as the panel's clear.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate you, Tiny. If anybody isn't already following Tiny Science, follow that guy right there, because he runs awesome lives. He asks great questions, and he even answers a few more than I would. So I think you should definitely give him a follow. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I appreciate you guys. I do. I really appreciate you coming up and asking the great questions that you do. I think I'm going to go ahead and unceremoniously, ceremoniously drop y'all down so I can do my, well, the end of the live is nigh routine. But thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen up over 250,000 likes. That's amazing. You guys are incredible. Thank you all for sharing out the live, for reposting it, for adding it to your story, all that, for helping with the gift goals. We looks like we're almost through one, but I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I thank everybody who participated and helped. So thank you all. Delilah Scissors, Heather's Descent, JTP, Kaibosh Shell, Danny Grax, Claire, Cat DeWitch, also see Morgan LeFay and Bree adding to it. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate all of you. And if you want to be a part of this community, there is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You can see what we get up to behind the scenes. You'll just want to make sure, though, that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. I really do thank everyone who helps that way. It does make all the difference in the world. And I do think there's really only one thing left. I've knelt before a painted cross beneath a vaulted dome of gold, where prayers rehearsed for centuries repeat what they've been told. I've watched the smoke that circles rise, heard spells stitched tight with will, seen meaning poured in candle wax to make the questions still. I've listened for the great unknown, the source, the breath, the all. A nameless hand behind the stars that never seems to call. I've heard the thunder praised as God, iron breath, who promised valor, fate, and war, and sanctify our deaths. I've sat in rooms of softer claims, no creed, no sin, no gifted grace, just energy and vibrations drifting warmly throughout space. Different tongues, familiar moves, a gap, an answer slipped inside, a story laid where knowledge ends to quiet fear and pride. But what if God's spirits, runes, signs, and vibes that promise peace are less about what is out there and more something we should cease? What if the comfort is the clue, not proof, but motivation, a wish dressed up as cosmic truth to soften lamentation? I don't deny your ache for meaning, nor mock the myths you keep. I question why the answers stop exactly where they're deep. If truth exists, let it endure the weight of honest doubt. For anything that fears a question may not be well thought out. So I stand, not against belief, but what's dogmatic to the bone, against the vow to stop asking once the story feels like home. Let mystery remain a mystery, wide, unowned, untamed. For wonder lives where questions breathe, not where answers are named. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.